Carolina 48-14. Miami downs Cleveland 20-3. Giants beat Indianapolis 45-33. Philly downs Dallas 41-7. Minnesota over Green Bay 27-25. The Red Wings double up the Capitals 4-2, but Alex Ovechkin now has 2 goals in his 2 games back and needs 25 to pass Wayne Gretzky. Capitals welcome Boston tomorrow night. Knicks against the Wizards tonight 6:45 on Team 980. Detroit against San Francisco Monday Night Football 7:30 on The Fan. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let me take you to the queen side.
I'm taking it to Tutu side.
Whoa! Tutu Day. What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the district.
I'm a man of my word, JP.
I know you are, sir. It's 10 a.m., and the Washington Commanders are going to the playoffs. The Washington Commanders have won 11 games for the first time since 1991. Back then, Brian was playing and had a mustache. Perhaps most important, most impressive, most fun in all of this is Dan Snyder owned this damn team for about 30 years, 25 years. Yes. Never in his ownership were they able to win 11 games. Josh Harris, the first year he really has his arms around this organization, he hires Adam Peters, they hire Dan Quinn, they draft Jaden Daniels, and bang, 11
in that
wins.
Thing.
They could get to 12, but whatever. We don't even need to count those chickens. They're at 11 now. They're in the playoffs. If it ended today, and it doesn't, they'd be the 6th seed in the playoffs, heading to Los Angeles to take on the Rams. A lot of football left, a lot of decisions to be made before we know exactly who's playing who, where. Maybe later in the week we get into best possible matchups, all that sorts of stuff. But right now, Brian, I remember being a little boy and going to Redskins games, and my dad always shouting, they're a second-half team, they're a second-half team.
Uh-huh.
And Richie Pettibone particularly was known for his second-half adjustments.
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson in this ballgame yesterday had 82 rushing yards at halftime.
Yeah.
He had 82 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. He finished the game with 90. Yeah. He had 4 carries for 8 yards in the second half.
Yeah.
You can be glass half full, glass half empty, however you prefer this. They haven't been good in first halves of the last 2 games, but damn, they've been good in second halves.
They have been good.
And they've won.
Well,
they've won the games when it mattered.
I didn't know Daniel, our engineer, was a Falcons fan, but he was talking all this stuff.
He's a Georgia guy.
But you know why they ran the ball 4 times in the second half? Because Washington came out in the second half as an offense and went down the field and scored a touchdown. And when they score a touchdown, I've said it many a times, I don't care who your offensive coordinator is. When the other team has a sustained drive and score a TD, you don't just come back and just stick to your game plan. You feel you got to put points on the board. And they made them begin to do different things. The play when the snap over the head, if Bijan just focuses on the ball instead of trying to run real quick, it was open over there now.
Yeah.
I'm glad it snapped a little high. He walks in the end zone, but he was trying to run before he got the ball. And sometimes trick plays in those moments, they mess you up.
I thought Tirico's call of that was so brilliant. He's like, and they line up in the Wildcat and screw it up.
I love it.
I mean, dude, there's so much to take away from that game. and we'll get to all of it. And that's one of the beauties of having 4 hours and phone lines. Like, we'll get to everything that happened last night. And that crowd was truly fantastic.
Oh, bro.
And
they were good. Listen, they've been good all year. And I gave last night, me and Tanner made a point to talk about what the fans have done on the road, at home.
Totally.
7-2 at home.
7-2 at home.
Think about that. When was the last time we saw 7 games at home? You know, and then the ultimate thing was they got loud when they needed to be loud.
Dude, my wife was texting me. My wife was watching, and she kept texting me. She's like, I'm so mad I stayed up this late if they lose. And then at the end, she's like, I'm so glad I stayed up.
Oh, yeah.
But
listen, they have taken us through some roller coasters.
Yo, when they finally got that sack late in the game, you remember they kind of got to Penix, but couldn't get him down. A couple bad calls.
Yeah.
I hate roughing the quarterback in the NFL. I understand by the letter of the law that the call on Fowler was correct. The law is incorrect. There has to be context and wiggle room that when a quarterback ducks down and a D-end is coming in with his hands up, he's clearly not looking to make harmful contact. Yeah. And then the quarterback ducks down and there is helmet-to-helmet contact. Like, that can't be on the D-end.
Let's be real.
There's got to be context to that.
They go over. They try to simplify this thing about, we're protecting the players.
No.
But you're trying to get an 18 game. You already complained about players' bodies being beat up when they were in 16 games and things of that nature. Now I got everything falling. Water all over the place.
Listen, I'm going to be honest to everybody out there. Brian and I have not slept much. It was a very late game.
Yeah, man.
We both
alarm. I almost broke my alarm clock this morning. When that thing started, I was like, what the hell is this? I slapped it.
It was a very early morning and a very late night. But yes. We're here locked in 4 hours, baby.
I don't know if we're going to be locked in for 4 hours. I might be taking some naps during the breaks.
Physically here for 4 hours.
You know, remember I came on that red eye that time?
I do.
And I was sleeping in the breaks? Yeah, I might be doing that today.
No, it was both of us. We were like, that was
Vegas?
Arizona, I think.
Arizona
after a week out there.
That started off bad. The first show, Lanford was looking for me.
It's funny to think how long the season has gone now. I mean, these NFL seasons are such a grind. But damn, they feel different late.
This one doesn't seem like it went long. This one seemed like it started yesterday.
So,
because it's been good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
For me, there is so much to like about this team and this game and the resilience and the guts they continue to show. Last night, if you go back, I haven't watched the Ultra. Like, I'll go back and rewatch, but just live watching, it was pretty easy to see that the Falcons defense was focused on taking away Terry McLaurin. It wasn't a pure double team, but they pretty much ran cover 2 a lot, and they would shade that top safety to Terry's side.
They were kind of running a look of a cover 2, but they were running 4.
A lot of times.
They would drop. They'll have them back, and then all of a sudden those cornerbacks drop back, and they played a look like a kind of a cloud little thing. But the ultimate is
they were able to generate pressure with kind of their front 4, so that allowed them to drop all these DBs.
At the beginning of the game, we were doing a pregame, and his thing was that other guys have to step up. OZ damn sure stepped up.
Well, that's one of
Zach
the things.
Ertz stepped up.
So you lose Noah Brown a couple weeks ago. You don't have Austin Eckler. That's a significant chunk of offense. Terry's obviously been carrying you from a receiving threat. Atlanta goes all in to shut Terry down, and they continue to find ways.
Yeah.
OZ last night, 8 for 85. B, you'll like this. So Tischler and I joked last night that this weekend is fantasy championships. Oh, Daniel's in here. Daniel, how'd your Falcons do? You doing the Dirty Bird dance today, pal?
He talking about some phantom call. I don't know what he's
phantom call that the Falcons are mad about. Give Daniel his own. Let's get Daniel on the books. 11:45. Daniel can tell us whatever phantom call he claims happened. But B, we were joking that if anybody on the planet started Olamide Zaccheaus in fantasy, they probably won.
Yeah.
And my boy Linehan texted me he was going against him, and that Zaccheaus put him over the top, and he lost. OZ last night, just the 8 for 85 with a touchdown. Ertz. Yep. And, dude, I don't know if you've heard this, but I think a lot of people have been real dumb about Zach Ertz, that people want to yell about his inability for yards after the catch or or whatever it is. Last night, for starters, he showed serious.
He got some yak.
Yo, he sure did, dude.
But you know, like the thing about
he's able to get open.
A veteran tight end has to be available for a quarterback in certain situations. And he was available, and Jaden found him.
Bro, Zach Ertz, honestly, I wonder if we can look this up, Jeff or Brian. Zach Ertz now, with one game to go, has 61 catches for 610 yards and 6 touchdowns. I think that's easily the best season for a Washington tight end since Logan Thomas's first year here, back in whenever LT showed up, which was 20 or 21, I would guess. Those are really solid, strong numbers. Ertz has helped you time and time again. His ability to get open. And what it just shows me more than anything is this team, and the message comes from, I think, the absolute top. Certainly DQ preaches. It's overly simple to just say it's next man up, next man up.
Yeah.
Because what it is
but they get the next man up prepared.
Totally.
They don't have guys that's not prepared.
Yeah. There's a level of preparation. They coach it that way. And listen, I understand people like to be skeptical, but at this point, I don't know how you can be. There is a belief.
The only skeptical people now are haters.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's just my saying.
I think you're so right, because I think they have been coached and honestly put together in a manner of which they got like-minded people to join in the same mission of winning. But when you put 5 out there with this group,
makes it special.
When you have a quarterback that no matter what, his willingness to do whatever is required to win shines through week after week after week after week, month after month, the ability to put the work in, that carries over to the whole team. And when you have that
guy right there is as dedicated as he is and does the things he does. I used to use Alex Ovechkin as that example.
Sure.
When your best player is your hardest worker, it's not easy to get the rest of your guys to fall in place. Then your most decorated player, Bobby Wagner, that dude right there just works. After the game, everybody coming through there and you looking at how hyped they are. First time I saw a smile was last night, and it was very slight.
For Bobby?
It wasn't the biggest smile, but he dapped me up. Dude got some rough hands, boy. That's actually why he made tackles. He's strong, dog. But, it's been a pleasure, man, watching this team, because people don't understand, when you play for something, you become indebted to it in a sense,
Sure.
And you want to see them perform well. But if you're doing this job that we do, sometimes you have to discuss bad stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you dislike or you don't care about the team. That's your job. But the ultimate thing is you want to be able to praise them. And we've had a lot about this year, and I think it's still going to be more praising coming up.
Yeah, I mean, there's we've been saying this for a while now. There's warts involved. Their run game, especially early, has serious trouble. I love the fact that Jaden is capable of leading this team in rush yards.
Mm-hmm.
He's now done it 3 games in a row. I don't love that it's out of necessity that he's the only one that can really get it going on the ground.
Like B-Rob yesterday ended up with 4.8 a carry.
It's funny
at 60 yards.
The numbers feel better than than
it looked
than watching it. But late in that game, B-Rob was able to carve them up a little bit.
Part of the reason was
halftime the numbers
Biotis got hurt.
Yeah, but the first half Biotis was healthy.
Yeah,
I think Atlanta's defense surprised Washington.
Big 99 looked like he was a big truck.
Yeah,
and 97, I don't know his name, but that dude was balling.
Yeah, Brandon Coleman had a rough night, especially in pass pro. The penalties, it's easy to just dismiss the penalties, and some of them are really egregious. I thought the pass interference call that allowed Atlanta that late field goal opportunity to maybe win the game, I thought that was among the worst calls in that situation I've seen all year. At best, that's a hold. The catch is the ball is completely uncatchable. There's no way you should ever call that freaking as a pass interference to give him all that yardage. I thought that was just egregiously awful. I mean, if you just look, do you know what the numbers are on the penalty breakdown?
No. I think we had 10.
Atlanta had 4 for 25.
And we had 10 for what? 125?
13 for 108.
See, this is I said this last night, and I really believe this. Dan has been a stand-up guy the whole time. He doesn't call out the refs publicly or nothing. He doesn't call them out. But there are times when he has to send stuff in. And he's been right a lot of times. I have to believe the referees are making certain calls and calling things against us because they're pissed that they're being reprimanded. And I have a problem with the refs not being able to be questioned publicly. But if your only way is to send that little thing in and the league send you these your explanations with your FedEx package and you think they don't do anything, these referees got to understand, and the league got to understand too. When you see things so one-sided like that, this team is not that team. But that was a little bit overboard last night, and they need to be able to tell the refs, look, if you get worse, then you sit down.
You really seen why they traded for Marshawn Lattimore, and I mean at this point, don't play him against Dallas. You're in now. I'm not one of these dudes who's going to sit here and talk about benching guys and blah 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 because I think that's stupid. But specific to Lattimore, like you're in the playoffs and this hamstring thing doesn't go away, you wait till week 19 for Lattimore to come back. But damn, they're significantly better. And I know a lot of folks don't love Benjamin St. Juste, but Mike Davis isn't better. And they're just, some of the flags are legit because those dudes are grabby because they're getting beat. Some of the holding calls,
you reach out and touch when you're being beat.
There's times you want to reach out and touch. There's times when you don't. Perhaps, though, most importantly for all this, for the city, just as we heal from 25 years of awful burgundy and gold to what the future looks like.
25 years of BS.
I mean, think about where we were and where we are. And think about all the people involved. You've got Josh Harris, all of the partners, right? Yep. Rails, Ein, Magic, Blitzer. I mean, there's just so many people involved in that ownership group that deserve just so much credit. And then the way they built an organization in hiring Adam Peters, letting him take it from there.
The basketball guy helped us out, man.
Right.
Ben Johnson didn't like the basketball guy asking him a question.
Dan Quinn, who a lot of people had a lot of questions about, that dude knows how to build a team. Yep. When you hear the leader of men thing, he's it. He's absolutely it. And he acts with a level of class and decorum at all times that is really hard to find in the intense pressure cooker that is pro football. And then you add Jaden Daniels, who just has this level of unflappability.
He is calm.
Dude, he's a phenomenal football player. Last night he goes 24 for 36, 227, 3 touchdowns, has the pick, another 16 for 127 on the ground, and just shows guts. Just does the Sam Cassell dance every time he has to. Unafraid of all situations, willing to put his body on the line, and just pops right back up. When you get that sort of organizational alignment, then you add veterans, then you add young players. It's just, you have everything working for you. And yet, Landfill, I'm not entirely sure everybody understands. For years and years and years, Landfill, on this program, we have questioned the alumni's commitment to the organization. We have questioned if the former players, if the folks that wore the burgundy and gold
crazy,
and the old helmet and the old logo and got Super Bowl rings and played for Joe Gibbs, we have questioned their commitment to burgundy and gold winning football. And today,
you know what we needed? We needed to be invited to do it.
Well, there was a claim made by Brian. Brian Mitchell has a Super Bowl ring, will one day be a Hall of Famer. He's in the Ring of Fame for the organization. Brian told the world, look, if they win 11 games, I will wear a damn tutu. And we have a tutu, and Brian is here. And when we come back on the YouTube stream, B. Mitch in the tutu, Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today. Jaden Daniels does it again. Washington Commanders defeat Atlanta Falcons 30-24 in overtime. He had 3 touchdown passes, and he rushed for a season-high 127 yards. Daniels' touchdown pass to Zach Ertz in overtime was the game winner. The Commanders can now move into the 6th seed in the postseason with a win at Dallas and set up a game against the Rams or Tampa Bay. Buffalo beat the Jets 40-14, Philly over Dallas 41-7, Minnesota beat Green Bay 27-25. Tough one for the Capitals, falling 4-2 at Detroit. Detroit scores 4 times in the first period. Alex Ovechkin, another goal. He's 25 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Caps welcome Boston tomorrow night. Knicks are at Wizards tonight at Capital One, 6:45 on Team 980. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Woo! It's a celebration.
All right, I'm stand up.
All right, folks. A lot of folks in the stream right now. Let's say good morning. B's doing the great reveal. Hold on. Let me get my camera here. So, obviously, Brian Mitchell promised that if Washington wins 11 games, he would wear a tutu, and he is a man of his word.
Yep, Stevie made it. I had to wear it.
B, look at my computer real quick.
Sometime when things happen, you open your mouth too much, you got to wear what you got to wear.
There you go.
And I'm a man of my word.
The best part is B's janky-ass camera is just zoomed in on the tutu.
No, I did this. I moved it down.
Oh, all right, good.
Yeah.
I thought that was that whack-ass camera. I don't mean this silly. This team hasn't won 11 games since you were playing. And you know, I do want to be clear, we don't compare necessarily this team to the 91 team that won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With an absolute freight train. Because y'all also won 11 in a row.
Yeah.
You know, it's just it's different, but there is some historical context involved. How good does it feel for you to wear a tutu right now?
Good. You know, 'cause I'm going to be honest with you. And I want people to understand the way we were getting by this. We were talking about predicting what the amount of games the team would win. And Jeff off the bat, we win at 10. We going 10-7. He was off the bat with it. And I was like going, okay, 8 and 9. And I say best they can do is 10-7. And I say if they started saying, oh, and Jeff started going, we might go farther. And I'm like, man, they win 11 games. I'll wear a damn tutu. Not expecting it to happen. Because let's be real, all the people out there that may be laughing at me right now, did any of y'all think we'll be sitting at 11-5 right now?
No.
So I said it, yes, hoping. Well, Jeff, the only person in the world that thought it. I said it, expecting it not to happen, so I wouldn't have to. I was just throwing this out here, and I guess they must have told Jaden. That's why he was running so hard yesterday. Yeah, he said his ass won't say he gonna wear a tutu. I'm gonna put him in a tutu. And you know what? It's just fun. And I think when you look at the whole vibe around this football team right now, it's exciting. You know, it's about having fun. And I know you laughing, JB. Who said what?
Nothing, bro. I just said I am. Here's what people don't realize about Brian is we all knew this tutu thing. It was in the text thread last night. Jeff was reminding people. I walked in, so we both got here about 9:50 or whatever, and we're kind of getting ready.
No, I got here way before that, JP.
All right, I got here at 9:50. Yeah. And shout out to Stevie that works here. You guys have heard Stevie on the show before. Stevie wasn't messing around. Stevie already had a tutu made and here
Hanging
at the
up.
office, hanging up.
I actually was going to try to play this thing for about 3 weeks.
I knew you were going to try to slow play it. But B,
hope y'all forgot.
B, nobody was forgetting. But B, to his credit, had this thing on, like, off the break of the B's like, I'm getting this over with. I was like, yo, let us build it up a little bit. B had it on at 9:59.
Hey,
he's like, I want this over with.
I got to get this out the way.
Brian,
y'all get y'all little pictures, make your little posts, and I'm taking it the hell off.
Listen.
Stevie got a little
Stevie's
W's.
not messing around, man.
I'm going to let the stream see again. She got little W's hanging out here, little tassels. I mean, got to go down. She got goatee.
Yeah.
She ready to put some thought into this thing. All the way back. Look, my booty will be showing if I had no pants on. Boy.
When White Brian took this job to start running the YouTube, I don't think he ever thought he'd be on B-Mitch Tutu Booty Patrol. But, Brian, congratulations. The world takes twists and turns, man. That's how we all got here.
I put my shades on.
Worth it, B?
Hey, the team is 11-5 going into the playoffs. You think I'm concerned about this crap?
I don't
Listen,
think you
man,
are.
I'm not embarrassed. I get a chance to pump my chest because it's been a long time, bro.
Yeah, man.
It's been a long and for this feels different. It doesn't feel like this is just like gonna be like a one-hit thing. It seems like they are building something to be long standing, sustained.
Totally, man. I have felt that throughout. Honestly, kind of throughout the year, and I don't want this to sound like I'm taking a shot at Robert, but the last time they even won, was Robert. But just
my boy talking about something. I hear you wearing a tutu at the next Pin High event. That's not happening, E-Jack. Nope, I'm not doing that.
The people are gonna start requesting this. You gotta like your cameo
if you
price goes
donate,
up.
If you donating money to a charity of my choice, I'll wear it to your next event. Jeff, what you laughing at? Go ahead, JP.
I don't know. All right, Evan, let's let everybody just comment on B. Mitch's tutu. Let's check in with the boys in the aquarium. Jeffrey, I think, was most excited about this. Who sent the photo last night?
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff had this joint ready to go at 12:42 a.m. last night. Jeff sent a picture of the tutu. Jeff, was this here? That looks like it was at your house. Jeff, did you take this tutu home and what'd you do with it?
Nah, bro. After the game was over, Stevie texted me and said, "It's already made." And that's when I put it in the group chat.
So Stevie sent you that.
So Stevie showed up here, hung it up, and left?
Yeah, she came this morning.
I think this is from her house last night.
But she got here and hung it up and left.
She came here this morning, hung it up, and was gone.
And I put, that's some BS. And it's some BS that she put it here. She made sure she got it here.
I think it's admirable you stuck with this because, sadly, at this radio station, we've heard lots of people make these bold proclamations and then just never follow through.
I'm on everybody's story now. I guess I gotta repost their stories.
Listen, it is very much making the social media rounds and landfill. I can't guarantee that you won't see B-Mitch on a tutu. B-Mitch in a tutu on NBC4 this afternoon. I could make a pretty good hunch that's gonna happen. Jeffrey, you were at the game last night. When I saw you in the tunnel, you could barely talk. You'd been screaming. How about these boys winning 11, making the playoffs?
Hey, can I just get it out right quick? Can I just get it right?
Oh, boy.
Right quick. Let's go! Man, yo, I was so excited yesterday. I was with B and Smooth and all of, and I left because I was like, yo, I got to get with the people. So
he kept saying that.
I went with the people because I'm like, we about to pull this out. Like, I'm at the point now in life, if there is time on the clock and we are down, you can't tell me it's over until it is over. And Washington is back. You can feel it in the young fan base. You can feel it in the fans that have been fans for 50 plus years. We had a stadium packed last night, And it wasn't because the Falcons had their black jerseys in it. No, this was majority Commanders fans last night. And it was amazing. I don't know how to. I woke up on time this morning because I could not sleep from us winning the game. I felt like a kid on Christmas Eve. Yo, this is amazing. This is amazing.
Listen, man, when I got to the tunnel, Jeff was there. Normally, Jeff walked down to the tunnel with us.
Right.
I was like, Dad, what happened to Jeff? I was asked a question when we got back. We did a suite visit. And I said, what, Jeff left? He said, yeah. He said he's going with the people. We got down to the tunnel. Jeff was standing there.
I love it.
Man, you know how Big B always get me on Bleep You Thursday for not coming to the I even saw my boy Big B out there.
I love it. I love it. It was happening in that stadium. I mean, the fans deserve just so much credit. I want to shout out in the stream. White Brian, I'll let you be in charge of this. The first thing I see is from Dennis Bailey, but I don't really understand what that is. It looks like it's like code, like actual computer code. I'll give him credit. I'll let you determine, Brian. You are in charge of the stream. Landini, 11-5, clinched the playoffs, going to Dallas for, at this point, the fact that the only thing we're now talking about is seeding and who they're going to play with a game left. This isn't the old scenario where you need 3 teams to lose, 2 teams to tie, and 1 team to get sick the night before. Like, this is not how they used to get into the playoffs. This is, we're in, and we're trying to get a better seed. Landine.
Well, go ahead, Landy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable. For the last really 30 years, the team, they've never even had like the fluky good year. You know, the Jaguars like won 13 games one year. That never happened to us. We were always a team that we would have to sweat out the last 3 weeks of the season to maybe get 9 wins and win a wild card or something. It's like, I can't believe the team is actually good. I don't really know what to say other than that.
And there's such a belief in this team and in Jaden Daniels. When they got the ball in overtime, you know what I thought? They're going to score a touchdown.
And they took the ball. I'm like, okay.
Atlanta's screwed because they won't get the ball.
You know what I'm foreseeing? People going to overtime. They call heads, he fails, we get the ball. And the other quarterback or the other captain throw his hand up in the air like Baker Mayfield did when Pat Mahomes got it. Because late in the game, he goes down the field. They get it going then, and I think that way that they play late when they get balls like that more up tempo, that has to be incorporated in early parts of the game, throughout the game sometime, because they keep people off balance so much. So it was fantastic. I enjoyed it.
I'm so happy we're never going to have to see anybody talk about the Commanders are the only team that hasn't won 11 games in the last 15 seasons. And they, not only that, they did it in 16 games. So people can't even say that it was because they added the 17th.
Right.
They did it in 16 games.
Well, and you remember it was before, I guess, the Caps finally made their run and broke through, that there was like, man, the city hasn't been to a conference title game in 22 years. Hadn't been to the finals in any sport in 27 years. Like, all that stuff's gone now because the Caps and the Nats have won. And with the Commanders, there's no way. Listen, I mean, nobody knows what the hell's going to happen when you get to the playoffs. I'm not making any proclamations. We don't even know who they're going to play yet. Mm-hmm. But there's no way, whether it's going to Philly, Detroit, L.A., Tampa, there's no game this team can walk into where you say they don't have a shot.
Yeah,
there just isn't.
No, they proved that last week. They proved that last week, beating Philly with 5 turnovers. Imagine they play that game clean without turnovers. You're talking about a blowout. So the ultimate thing is this team has to get to the point where they completely believe in themselves, not just late, throughout a game. I've been looking for this, not a perfect game, but a kind of a clean game. And that's what Dan talks about, playing clean. If they play a clean game in all 3 phases, What can they accomplish?
Bruh. Phone lines open at 11. B-Mitch is wearing a tutu. What a day in the DMV.
11 o'clock, it comes off.
Phone lines open at 11. Credit Pie, Victory Monday. I know this because I had to do an ad read last night. It's 40% off at Paisanos today. See if there's a Paisanos that delivers around here, Landfill.
I'm gonna put a request. Victory Monday? AD, what's up, man?
AD with a playoff game?
This seems like a steak day.
It does seem like a steak day.
Come on, AD. We know you text a lot. You hit it. Let us know. Is he
I
in
think
town?
he's out of town. Because think about it, we haven't heard from him.
No.
I think he's got to be in another time zone.
He hit us last night.
Yeah, because he's in another time zone.
But he hit us. He knows the game happened.
I know, but now that you say that, I remember he's out of town.
Oh, man.
All
right, Paisanos it is.
Ed Mathers just texted me, when is B-Mitch wearing his tutu?
Hey, you late.
Right now, sir.
Done.
A million people have tweeted about B in the tutu. Commander Suge, I don't know if this is Suge Knight related, says, seeing the integrity B-Mitch has, honoring the tutu bet, reminds me how special of a football player he was and how he approached the game with the same values. B-Mitch in a tutu is less silly than a Hall of Fame without number 30.
Appreciate you.
That's pretty good words.
Thank you, brother.
This is just too damn fun, man. Too damn fun. Also, Landfill, I assume this was Landfill. Maybe it was Cody or Jeff, whoever. The tweet.
Oh, Lord.
Have you seen the tweet?
Just sent the tutu to my house, man.
He told me he was sending you
this
one. Give it to keep it for the grandkids. They'll love for dress up.
Yeah.
This is my favorite tweet, tutu related. He's B-Mitch the last 2 times the Commanders won 11 games. You see it? That's a picture of B-Mitch in like the old Republic Gardens days.
Oh,
and B-Mitch in the tutu.
That was a picture I took for a card, and I had on my Zubas.
You got your mustache working, gold chain. I didn't even notice that's the gold chain with the Skins logo, the old logo.
Yeah.
That is an elite tweet right there.
Wow, they went way back for that one.
Obviously, a lot going on for Washington this morning. I think Jaden Daniels, there are quarterbacks that can help a team win. I thought Penix was spraying the ball, dude. But when he was right, like the touchdown throw he made to Kyle Pitts was a phenomenal ball. But I thought Jaden was so under control throughout that game. And I think I was texting with a quarterback coach this morning. I might just read it if I can pull it up here in time. His ball placement, I thought, has been phenomenal.
The one he threw to Ertz, the one down low where Ertz stuck it to his thigh.
Dude, so I was talking with a quarterback coach this morning. Last thing, the most underrated thing nobody is talking about is Jaden's ball placement. Go back and watch all his red zone throws. Low balls in the front of the end zone, high balls in the back. And then I like this. My buddy said, this is a kid who is a quarterback who can run, not a dual threat. He is so far ahead of where Lamar was at this point. It's not even close. He's a pocket passer. But damn, yesterday, he had a run yesterday where he hit what I guess would be his top speed. And I feel like he doesn't go to that all that often. Like he usually kind of glides and works his way through, but there is real speed when there needs to be.
Oh, listen. We sit in the Legend Suite, and Santana's boy, Bo was like, bruh. He said, that dude is fast as hell. He doesn't look it because he glides, but he steps away from people easily. I want to see him get one and be just out in the open and see how fast he really is.
So in the press box, I usually am sitting next to John Keim. Last night, there was somebody in between us, but whatever. I still just talked to John most of the game. And there was one run late in the fourth quarter where he turned the speed on to make a cut to get to the right sideline.
Yes.
And John and I just looked at each other and started laughing. We're like, what can't this kid do?
He can fly, bro.
Just
can
phenomenal, man.
Fly.
There are so many people that deserve so much credit for last night's game and the win and coming back. They were down 10 at halftime. And frankly, the way their defense was performing, if Penix wasn't spraying the ball and had thrown that pick, they could have been down 14 or more. That was not a strong first half performance, particularly defensively. But then they turned it all around. And in the second half, they go touchdown, field goal, touchdown to end it. And there was a punt in there. You do hate that Jaden gets the ball with 1:19. They have the opportunity. If they can get a field goal there, they win. It was a quick, ugly 3-and-out.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, you get Deron Payne called for that offsides to move them up a little bit. Like they've been so good 2 minutes and under throughout the season. They weren't yesterday.
Nah.
But whatever. You play to win the game and they
Gotta
got
win.
the dub.
The thing that they've done this year too, they have won in many different ways. They don't just have to blow everybody out. They have to lead the whole game. They've come from behind. They did some things, and that takes a lot of resolve to be able to do that. And they deserve credit for it.
Dude, the entire organization, top to bottom, deserves credit for it.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the plan. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Landfill asked the question. Commanders victory credit pie. Does Jaden get 85% or all 100%? You let us know. We're doing credit pies next.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. The New York Jets are scheduled to interview Ron Rivera for their head coaching job this week, per Tom Pelissero's sources. In 13 seasons with Carolina and Washington, Rivera made the playoffs 5 times, including an appearance in Super Bowl 50. Commanders are into the postseason after a thrilling 30-24 overtime win over the Atlanta Falcons. Jaden Daniels, 3 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Zach Ertz, including the game winner. Ertz is thrilled to be with this team.
So just being able to come out here with people that truly believed in me, like Cliff, DQ, has really just allowed me to be at my best again. And I've loved being a part of this team. I love being part of this group of guys. Like I said, it feels awesome to obviously be able to go to the playoffs in our first year. But we also feel like we still have some room to grow, room to improve.
Commanders can move to the 6th seed with a win at Dallas and set up a game at LA Rams or Tampa Bay. Philly beat Dallas 41-7. Minnesota down Green Bay 27-25. The Red Wings double up the Capitals 4-2. Alex Ovechkin, 2 goals in his last 2 games, needs 25 now to pass Wayne Gretzky. The Knicks and Wizards tonight, 6:45 on Team 980. Detroit and San Francisco Monday Night Football live play-by-play. Pregame starts at 7:30 on The Fan. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Long way down. I'm a happy idiot. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Booking a flight to Dallas. After that, we're going to be booking a flight somewhere else, B.
Yeah.
We don't know where yet, but it's coming, baby. After every win.
You had big ears in 91.
Yeah, Doug. I mean, honestly, I've grown into them. The ears look better now than they have at most points in my life.
Wow, no. They look as wide as your collar.
Landfill asked us all to send a picture of us in 1991. And because Jeff and White Brian are so damn young, I'm the only one that was alive then. Landfill, were you born? Did we get a Landfill picture in 91?
I'll look for one, but I was pretty young.
All right. Well, let's get a Landfill baby picture. But look.
Hey, yo, JP, is that starter jacket?
Yeah, dude.
Yo, that is fire.
That joint's fire.
That is fire.
When we were doing Christmas shows, and it was like, oh, what's the best Christmas present you ever got? All that. Like, I remember getting a Sega Genesis, and I remember getting a new bike. But my favorite present that I ever got in my life was that black Redskins starter.
Redskins starter jacket, huh?
Bro, it was just the truth. I believe that photo is September of 91. I could be wrong, but I believe that's accurate. Here's what we're going to do. At 11 a.m., after wins, we open the phone lines up. Credit Pie. Now, we have done this 11 times this year. It's very rare for us. And
we can add up some years. Sometimes we better get to 11.
Yo, I mean, Ron last year and the year before was 8-4, right? Right? I think. Anyway, we let Jupe lead us off. Our guy Jupe. How do you do, sir?
Hey, man, Jaden Daniels done did it again. Hey, look, D-Man, I'm going to let you go with that Tutu. I know you catching some heat, But out of respect, I'm gonna let you go. Even though I feel like if I put you on K Street, we can both make some money. Because Gator don't play that.
You're not putting me on no K Street.
Yeah.
It's only a bit.
Hey, I feel like Washington Commanders got a theme going on, cooking up these birds. Handing out 2-piece and a biscuit, and I'm talking about buttermilk biscuits at that. But y'all know what time it is. Let's hit this victory ritual play. Let's all hit the Ric Flair.
Woo!
I love it, Juke.
Right.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, brother, man.
No pride.
All right, that's our guy, Juke. I got people chiming in via Twitter. Nelson Jordan, credit pie, 50% to Jaden. OZ and Ertz, 15%. DQ and Joe Witt, 15% for second half adjustments. And the fans, 20% sold out crowd.
Hell yeah.
And that was the loudest it's been in quite some time. That crowd was awesome last night.
I was rolling in. I saw a lot of Burgundy and Gold.
I thought that crowd was really good. There were a few Falcons fans, but it's also who cares? I think that's just life in the kind of the modern NFL, that there's going to be visiting fans around. But that crowd was so loud.
I think a lot of the fans of Falcons are like Michael Vick fans.
Yeah.
From this area.
Totally. Jeff, you've been to every home game, I believe, or you missed the one because it was Poet's Christmas party.
Yep.
What'd you think of that crowd last night?
That was the best crowd, dude. Like I said, it was packed and it was majority Commanders fans. Like, I think when I looked around, for every 20 Commanders fans, I maybe seen a Falcons fan.
Sure. I don't think Falcons fans kind of travel like that.
Nah.
But Lampville, can you help me remember? Wasn't there one game that Jeff left early? And
yeah, I think it was the Bears game. I think he missed the Hail Mary.
You missed the Hail Mary.
Missed that. Did you leave early last night? Were you not there last night for the
No,
overtime?
I told you.
I was
when
there.
I walked down in the tunnel, Jeff was in the tunnel.
I know. I was standing next to him.
Yeah.
But just so we're clear, so you would watch last night when they won in overtime.
Yes.
What about the Eagles game when they won at the end?
I almost ran across the charity event.
No. But were you there for that one?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And then the Hail Mary, were you there for that?
The Hail Mary, no. I left to beat traffic.
You left early for a Hail Mary.
Bro, nobody knew the Hail Mary was coming. Like, let's not make it that.
B and I didn't leave.
Y'all were working.
We were there.
Hey, look, I still witnessed it with some good people that are great Washington fans. In my house, I walked in 4 people watching the game. Literally, I walk in on
Right when it happened?
As soon as he snapped the ball, I'm like, all right, we got a chance. He threw it up. I said, dang, they tipped it. Then it went back to Noah Brown. Oh, we lost it.
I'm sure y'all did.
I told you before this season, if it was, the Commanders got to march down the field, it was a scary feeling. Now it's like, all right, let's go get it done.
Got a chance.
Dude, you're dead on, Jeff. There is never a moment with this team and specifically with Jaden where you think they're out of it. Like, they're just never out of it. And I think the team feels that. I think the fans feel that. I think the coaching staff, all of them. It's a special feeling when you got guts in a quarterback, man.
I said when he got the ball, I said, Cliff got to go in his bag. I guess Jaden said, hell, my name Cliff. Jaden went in his bag for sure.
Let's go to Derek. Derek, let's hear your credit pie, buddy.
JP, B-Match.
What's up, brother?
Going on? Happy Victory Monday, gentlemen.
You too,
Thank
bro.
you, bro.
I was at the game. I lost my voice. Usually I have a beautiful voice. It's all raspy right now. We were screaming. It was a crazy environment. I'm going to give my credit pie. It's got to be mostly JD, 95%. He was balling out against a really good defense in Atlanta. They don't talk about Atlanta's defense that much, but it is an elite defense. And he went out there as a rookie, and he did his thing. And, I've been giving No Yak Zach a lot of slack this year, and he picked up his game in a tough spot last night. So I'm not a hater, and I'll give him his credit. He gets 5% credit from me, 5%. No more.
He had
5.
2
That's
touchdowns,
enough.
including the game winner. And
5, JP. We could have handed the ball to anybody on the 1-yard line right there, and they could have done it. But you know what? Like I said, I'm not a hater. He gets 5%, JP.
All
He
right.
gets 5%. He did great. And I'm really looking forward to how we perform against the Rams. I guess we're set up to play the Rams. I really want to play the Eagles, guys. I want to beat them. I want to beat them in the playoffs. They think that they're so much better than us, and they are on paper. but we slapped them last week, and I think we can slap them again in the postseason. I'm really feeling this team. I'm liking our chances. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my Barstool family, and shout out to y'all. Riders forever. Let's go, Commanders. Left hand up, and let's win a playoff game this year, baby. 11 wins. Oh, my God. I'm 31 years old, JP. I've never really seen a team this good in D.C. 2 years ago, I wanted to stop rooting for the Commanders, man. Now they brought me back to life. I love this team. I love our chances to win in the playoffs, and I love the direction that we're heading in, guys. I love it.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, man. That's a great
He
call.
went up, boy. He was getting excited, boy.
It was. I mean, think about the amount of young people that have never seen anything like this. I mean, hell, Jeff.
Hey, well, CK just said all 5 grandkids got a Jaden jersey. Normally, people ask for other people's jerseys.
Dude, and in the era we live in now, fandom is very different for kids now than it was when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like when I was a kid, you basically only had access to your local teams and then whatever playoff, whatever like highlights were on, right? But like most people back then, you were just fans of the local team, unless like your dad or your aunt or something was from somewhere else and like made you root for them. Like I think about my boy Bartozzi was a Giants fan, but everybody else was a Skins fan. And that was because his dad was from New York. But like now these kids can like whoever they want. And the culture is kind of pushed that way where it's like, now I'm a Steph Curry fan. I'm a LeBron fan rather than like, I'm just a Bullets fan.
Yeah.
But now Washington has this unique intersection where you've got this huge loyal local fan base that wants their kids to be fans. And the kids are like, wait, you got that guy? And they're all in because of Jaden.
Totally.
I mean, so CK, the Clusterbuster's son is in here wearing his Jaden Daniels shirt. My girls last night were wearing their Jaden Daniels t-shirts that Maya got them. I have a buddy. I think this is a perfect encapsulation of it. Friends of ours, the McCarthys. He's from New York, Giants fan. She's from here, huge Redskin fan. Family, the whole 9 yards, right? And the boy was rooting for the Giants because dad would take him to the games.
Mm-hmm.
Mom took him to a couple games, but there was no vibe at FedEx for a while. This year, they had to buy him a second Jaden Daniels jersey because he won't take it off. And they're like, we got to be able to wash it sometimes.
Yeah,
it's a 6-year-old boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that is what has changed, dude.
My buddy's son was 8 years old, so they came to the suite yesterday. But then little Roman, Jeff. Roman had on a Jaden Daniels jersey with a Terry McLaurin jersey under it. He said, hey, B-Bitch, can you sign my jersey? So I signed the jersey. Say, can you sign this one too? He pulled it up and got it. So he had about 8 guys sign his jersey yesterday. He had a little necklace on. So what was Fred Davis? Fred walk in, he walk up to Fred and say, man, we got the same necklace on. He had a little fake one.
I love it, man. I love it.
They're getting into it, brother.
Yeah, man. Let's keep the phones going. Jimbo is in Manassas. What up, Jimbo? You got a credit pie for us?
Hey, gentlemen. B. McFinley Aquarium Boys. How y'all doing, man?
Man, you sound like you hurt.
You sound gassed, dog.
Hey, man. I'm freestyling today. I just woke up half an hour ago after going to the game. Just in time for the Tutu, thankfully. So.
Oh, boy.
Man, listen. I have 2 credit pies, man. 100% organizationally. Josh Harris on down, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, to all the coaches and players that made this happen. And then an extra pie. I'm going to channel my inner Comandante Tequila here. Half of that pie with whipped cream goes to Jaden Daniels, man, my hero, bro. And then the other half to the fans for showing up last night. It was amazing. I was there. Like, I've never seen so little opposing fans, like, in my life going to that stadium. And I'm a Y2K baby. I just haven't seen this in my life. And I'm just so proud of this team. After years of struggle, we've stayed with it. And now we're reaping the benefits of that. And I appreciate y'all, man, you know, being able to share this season with you all throughout the years. After all we've been through throughout the years, I'm appreciative. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
I appreciate you, Jimbo. I feel like Jimbo's called in before, awfully rowdy.
Yeah.
Seems like last night took a lot out of him. And also, Y2K is what, 2000? So that makes my man 24? Sounded like he was 70. Didn't he sound old?
Yeah.
Get some sleep, dog. Me and B were up till 3 in the morning. We sound better than you. Talking for a living.
Yeah.
Lawrence in D.C. Scarrets. Lawrence, what up, dude?
What up, brother? What up, Jay? What up, B?
What up, brother?
Man, what a movie last night, man. Good God, what a movie, man. I tell you, it's like, it felt like Friday Night Lights. Remember the Titans? Best game I've ever been to in my life, man. I swear. It was something. But I got to give Jaden 80%. I got to give our fans 15%. Man, what we hit, 120 decibels last night?
Oh, they were up there, man.
Dude,
it was
loud,
up there,
man.
yes.
It was loud.
Man, listen. And let me give that other 5% to the Falcons kicker for shorting that kick, man. Because goddamn, yo, with that stadium almost flipped on his head when he shorted that kick, man.
You're not
man.
wrong, man. You're not wrong.
Love y'all, man. This has been a hell of a season, man. Looking forward to the playoffs, brother. Looking forward to talking to y'all about it soon.
All right, man.
Thanks for the call, bud. B, what's your credit pie look like?
Oh, man. I'll have to go. I'm gonna go straight players this time. I went with the coach and stuff. Y'all kind of got on me for that. But if I look at the players, I'm going 50% Jaden. I'm going Zach and Zacchaeus. I'm gonna give them 20. Oh man, where am I going now?
I think there's a lot of folks that.
Because
I thought Quan played really well.
I was about to go Quan because I got to call him Quan dad last night.
Getting that pick early.
Got the pick. Quan gonna get 10. So what am I at 80 right there?
Yeah.
And then I listen. People can say what they want about how the defense was doing, but when we needed stops, they got stopped.
In the second half,
I give the rest of the stuff to the defense.
The other 20 to the D.
Yep.
I thought it was just a real group effort. Lanville, what's your pie look like?
I give 70% to Jaden Daniels, 15% to Zacchaeus, and I'm going to give 15% to Ertz. That's my credit pie.
That's simple, huh?
Simple.
There was a play I wanted to mention specifically when they finally broke through and got a sack. I believe it was Armstrong got the sack. John Allen made a hell of a play to create the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, dude, I got a million tweets last night that I thought were really, really dumb about people like, oh, man, John Allen comes back and now we can't stop the run. They haven't stopped the run most of the season.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley went for $150 last week. J.A. wasn't playing.
Nah.
Like, I just don't understand why people feel this need to be so compulsively negative. I thought that was just dumb.
That is what social media is all about.
You know what we haven't talked about that I can only imagine how freaked out people were? First half, Jaden gets bent up.
Oh, yeah.
His leg gets stuck under him, and it was like...
I call him Gumby. He reminds me a lot of Pat. Pat get twisted like that and then jump right up and start balling.
Hey, yo, funniest moment of that. As soon as it happens, Fred Smoot goes, that's the benefit of being skinny.
Yeah.
If you was fat, if you was fat, that knee was gone.
Yeah, dude. Young and nubile. That was a scary moment, dude. Nate had a really good tweet. Barcel Nate said the 3 seconds of changes and emotions from easy get there to oh my God. No, that was the McNichols. He had a better one about Jaden where he's like, oh, I got to go take an edible now. I think he was just so freaked out.
I think he just wanted to take an edible.
Maybe that's true too. By the way he got bent up, man, it was that was a scary, scary moment, dude. But in the end, Jaden was just fine. He is absolutely the leader of this team. I mean, just to put it on his back, to run the ball last night when he knew it's what they had to do.
Oh, yeah.
He went 16 for $127 last night.
Dude, he started just racking them up, man.
Just carving them up.
He drops back. If it wasn't nothing there. And that's what sometimes you have to understand. You read a game, you know what your line is doing, how people are getting pressure. And that clock that may have been 3.5, 4 seconds, the clock's down 2.
Right.
So you see he'll drop back and look, and then he's like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here.
Yo,
and they gave that up in previous games. You don't give it up against him. It hurt you.
Much like Jaden in the second half of that game and in overtime especially, he just knew what to do with the football.
Yeah.
If you're considering the largest financial transaction of your life, if you're looking to buy or sell a house, you know somebody that knows what to do in all of those situations. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, just like Fred did. Fred needed to sell his Rockville home, so he called John and the Fine Living Group to get the property sold again. This was Fred's 8th time trusting John and his team to get the job done. With John Leahy's VIP seller program, he got the home sold quickly and for top dollar. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Talking with John, you got to understand, he just wants to help people in the DMV because he has amassed a wealth of knowledge in the DMV. He understands this market. He understands what neighborhoods are going to go fast. He understands what neighborhoods you might be able to take advantage. And especially if you need to figure out how much your house is worth, you need to go to his website, check out the home valuation tool. It's johnsellsdmv.com, and then click on home valuation. Figure out how much equity you're sitting on before you make your next move. Maybe it's a lot. Maybe John gets you into the dream home you've been looking for. That's why I would call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The New York Jets are scheduled to interview Ron Rivera for their head coaching job this week, according to Tom Pelissero. 6 former Florida State basketball players have sued Seminoles coach Leonard Hamilton, alleging he failed to make good on a promise to get each of them $250,000 in NIL compensation. Starting pitcher Trevor Williams is coming back to the Washington Nationals, 2 years and $14 million. Commanders are into the postseason after defeating the Atlanta Falcons 30-24 in overtime. Quarterback Jaden Daniels with 3 touchdown passes. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Because I'm happy. Let's get to some of these phone calls. Our guy Tailgate Ted is on the line. What up, Ted? How's that victory cigar last night, bro?
It was damn good, man. A long time coming.
I bet. What's your credit pie look like? You sound worse than that other dude.
Yeah.
How late were you out last
What's up
night,
with that
Ted?
damn voice, Sid? We already know you have a deep voice.
I got back at 3 last night. It was a nice 14-hour day at Northwest Stadium, guys.
Oh,
Damn,
man.
that's about as long as I was there. What the hell? Why were you there so late?
Tailgating, man.
Tailgating, victory cigar, and playoff berth, 11 wins. I mean, JP, 25 years we've
Sure.
been through hell.
Sure.
I'm celebrating every minute I can, man.
Oh, yeah.
I like it, man. I like it. Let's hear the credit pie, Ted.
50 to Jaden, definitely. 10 to OZ, 10 to Ertz, 20 to Josh Harris for saving us and rescuing us. We all owe him a big birthday present. And the last 10 to all the fans that did not let that weather stop them from coming to that game last night. There were a lot of season ticket holders I know that did not show up to that game, but true diehards came out, and you could hear them throughout those stands. And it was just an amazing sight to see.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I know it's not FedEx anymore, JP, but Northwest was bumping, man.
It bumped. It bumped. Listen, man, I always believed that whatever the hell the stadium's called could bump because I've seen it bump before. And last night we saw it, man. It happened. It was pretty electric, Ted. Thanks for calling, bro.
That's it.
I know this means
Appreciate
a lot
you, boys.
for you, buddy.
Yes, bro.
It means a lot for a lot of people, dude. Drew Cohen, I know he was there. Drew,
Yeah.
what time did you get there yesterday, dude?
We were there about 1:45,
What time
Damn.
were you allowed into the lots?
3 o'clock.
So you just chill in waiting to get
There's
in?
a line. Look, we got a van full of tailgate stuff. We can keep busy.
All
It's
right,
not
Drew,
a problem.
will you travel to the playoff game, Drew?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it, and it's like, some ways I want to see Philly, but I'd rather go to LA or Tampa, so it doesn't matter who we play. I'm ready.
I think maybe we do this as a topic tomorrow or something, because there is certainly a discussion for like who is the best playoff possibility.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I just go back to Tampa week 1, and Washington lost, and Tampa outplayed them undeniably.
Mhm.
This is a different team, man. I think you'd love to get another crack at Tampa.
Oh, yeah, the floaties are packed, JP.
The float, I got lots of floaties. Jeff will bring them down. All right, Drew, give me your credit pie.
All right. So, like a lot of people, I mean, I got 50. I got to give the majority to Jaden. So I went 51% to Jaden for this game and for the whole season, right? And I know he's got a lot of support and infrastructure enablers with the Harris Group and Peters and Dan Quinn, and I think that makes it, the next couple of years look friendly. But Jaden by himself, I mean, the guy has winning in his DNA, and for this organization, which for 25 years has had losing in its DNA, I mean, this changes everything. So, man, that dude rocks, and man, I'm glad we have him. I think we're set up. But then back to last night, I mean, I think OZ for balling out against his old team 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
That's good. And then Ertz, I think Ertz should take a Zoom call for Sirianni every week. 'Cause that really helped. And then Quan for the interception. And then I was going to give the rest of the 19 to the defense, but because they were pitching a shutout, but I got to take 9 back because they couldn't stop those 2 fourth down plays to win the game at the end. So they get 10. And then I leave that last 9, 5% for all the fans. I mean, the stadium was full, and I know there's always going to be other team fans in this NFL that we have now, but the ratio of Redskin fans to Atlanta, or Commander fans to Atlanta fans, that was the best mix that I've seen there since the stadium opened. So that was really good. And then my final 4 will go to you guys for really connecting all of us to the team, making it feel personal, and B. Mitch, much respect for putting your dignity on pause for a moment this morning and showing those Tutu pictures. I mean, I think this has just been a great season. So,
Appreciate it, brother.
I'm a dessert guy, and I still hope there's more credit pie this year. But I got to say, right now, I'm pretty content. I probably like Chinese food. I think I'll be hungry again for more in an hour. But, man, feels good at the moment. So,
Appreciate
thank
you,
you,
Drew.
guys.
Great call.
I think C-Rod did well. Third quarter,
That touchdown
C-Rod
run.
came in and did some things. He was just lowering the boom. He didn't care.
B, specifically, we could talk about Brian Robinson finishing 13 for 60, 4.6 per carry, and C-Rod being 5 for 16, 3.2.
And a catch for 12.
Rodriguez gave them super, super hard running at the goal line.
Yeah.
But I think a big part, listen, Robinson, he wasn't benched, let me be clear, but they went to Chris and they went to McNichols. I think it was pretty clear B-Rob's pass pro wasn't where it needed to be. Mm-hmm. And then C-Rod and McNichols were fantastic in pass pro when they needed it. Jaden took a big shot early in that game because B-Rob missed the block. Yeah. And I don't think they're going to tolerate that, especially with
what I always tell you about the running back position.
Running the ball is the third most important thing.
There you go.
That's just something to kind of watch. But to your point about Chris Rodriguez, certainly he looked really, really good last night. Also, Lampville, we haven't made any progress on food. We can't get Paisanos to deliver to us. Drew Cohen just brought up Chinese food. Didn't sound terrible. Just saying.
That our pizza.
Yes. Okay. What am I doing here? Lawrence is on the Beltway. Lawrence, what's up, man? Credit pie.
Man, how y'all doing, man? Belated Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance to you two guys, man. I love the show. I call a lot. You guys are everything, man, and you do make it enjoyable. And so thank you for that, man. Let me tell you this, man. I haven't been this excited since sitting in the freezing rain on January 4th, 1992, the great seat cushion game.
Wow.
And yeah,
wow.
At RFK, man. And me and my brother, we sat there in that rain. It was cold. We was wet, but it was a great, great day. And that's the level of excitement that I got right now, man. But as far as for my pie, I'm giving 90% to JD, man. You know, he's teaching this team how to expect to go in and win.
Yo, but that's a great point. But what's crazy is he's also learning it at the same time.
Yeah.
Like he's the teacher and the student.
Absolutely. I love when something goes wrong and he just looks and he smiles. You know, he just smiles and just keeps it moving. And that's incredible, man. So he gets 90%. I'm giving 5% to his durable knee. Because the way that joker bent back, something should have happened and it didn't. So I got to give that knee 5%.
Hey, that's youth right there, brother.
How about that? And I'm going to give 3% to Zach Ertz for catching that ball the way he did, and 1% to the coaches, and that last percent goes to that dazzling light show in the beginning when they came out and the pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
They got some stuff.
And yo,
they
the
got some stuff
pyrotechnics at the end when they won the game, they shot off the fireworks. They did a light show also like midway through the third or fourth quarter, which was dope. Thanks for the call, Lawrence. That's a really good call.
You got
dude.
it.
Appreciate you, brother.
Here's the plan here. We're keeping the phone lines open all day. All right. But coming up next, our guy Daniel is an engineer here and happens to be a whiny Falcons fan.
Yeah.
We're going to give him an opportunity to claim whatever it is he's claiming that Atlanta got screwed out of. If you're on hold, stay there. We're coming to you. David Archer is going to join us at noon. We're doing phone calls all damn day. The Giants probably played themselves right out of the first overall pick. It's a good day for us. It's a bad day for White Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
All we need to do is figure out lunch. Nobody go anywhere. Dude, I weirdly watched a making of this song on Instagram with Rick James. That was a wild ride. Speaking of wild rides, our guy Daniel is an engineer here for Odyssey 106.7 Fan. Now, you do engineering for all of the stations, correct, Daniel?
I do. Yes.
All right. It's remarkable. Engineers don't understand how to speak into a microphone. Now, Daniel,
he know how to make stuff work.
That's right.
You know how to talk and all
make
that.
the microphones work.
Daniel is from Hephzibah, Georgia.
Hephzibah, but close enough.
Just outside Augusta.
H-E-F?
H-E-P-H.
Hep.
It's like Jeff.
You keep saying Hexava.
Jephheph. Got it. Hephzibah. Did I get it right?
That's pretty much right.
All right.
Yeah.
Next to Augusta.
Yes.
You are an Atlanta Falcons fan, correct?
I am.
And this morning, Daniel said, y'all cheated. In what capacity did the team with 13 penalties cheat compared to the team with 4 penalties?
I did not say y'all cheated. So I congratulate you guys. I'm happy for you.
Sort
making
of.
the playoffs.
There's a lot of begrudging going on here.
Just a little bit. I'm just disappointed in our play. Like, I think our coaching lost us the game. And I think that we could have won that game. Although I'm happy for y'all that you guys got the win and you're in the playoffs. But coaching definitely, I think, lost us the game. There were a couple things that I had just a big issue with. Number one was the run was working. Bijan Robinson, it looked like they couldn't really do anything with him. We get all the way up.
4 carries in the second half. How do you feel about that?
Again,
He had
Well, your defense started giving them touchdowns.
He had 82 yards in the first half, and he got 4 carries in the second half.
That proof is in the pudding. And then in the most critical juncture where we needed the score, now Brian was saying that it was a good play. I don't know. I have to go back and look at it. But the play that they chose to run, the direct snap to Bijan, I just felt like that was unnecessary. You got a rookie quarterback. You need to make things as simple as possible. You're having success in the run game by just handing the ball off. It got you all the way to the goal line. So why is it at the goal line you feel the need to do this trickery?
But they did one earlier, and he walked right in the end zone.
Well, I'll go back and watch it.
And if he catches that one, he had some blocking out there.
But
I think he saw it and tried to run before he got the ball.
Possibly. But I just think
it was a little high, but he still could have caught that.
I just think it was unnecessary, though.
Well,
I mean,
also, he could have just thrown it out of bounds, and then he doesn't take the big loss. He's a running back. He doesn't know to do that.
Yeah, he's in running back mode.
I don't disagree that it was an unnecessary play call. How about how Raheem Morris handled the end of game?
The clock management.
The clock stuff.
That was bad, too. Even more of a problem that I had, and this has really been a problem for us all year with just our defense in general, but the tackling. Like, I'm looking at all of these players, they're basically trying these hit stick tackles and instead of wrapping up. And that was
the league now. Like, I was talking to the guys yesterday, defensive backs seem like they don't want to touch the ground.
Not at all.
You ever seen guys tackle and push the guy down, but they still on 2 feet?
And
football is about getting in the dirt.
And that was another critical juncture, too, because where I forget which receiver it was the fourth down conversion. And they stopped him right in front of the line, but he makes a reach to get the first down. And when I looked at the replay, so the initial guy got his legs, and that's when he went to reach. But the defender that came in tried a little hit stick tackle instead of wrapping him up. And I'm like, if he had wrapped him up, who knows? But that probably could have been the difference between him being able to stretch to get a first down.
I'm pretty sure that
I'm just seeing this all over
Talking
the
about
game.
Jeremy McNichols.
Probably.
Well, and I mean, even the Rodriguez touchdown, the first guy hit him at like the 6 and just wasn't able to get anything done. So
running backs don't go down first time.
So let me ask you this, Danny. You grew up in Georgia. I know you've moved around a bunch. You lived in Hawaii at one point.
Why you moved back here? Why you staying in Hawaii?
Come be with you guys.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, if I was in Hawaii, I wouldn't come be with you.
Who wouldn't leave Hawaii to come back to D.C.? Now that you're removed, though, from Georgia, does any part of you just want to become a Commanders fan? Are you ready to quit the Falcons?
No, I can't quit the Falcons.
We're here to convert.
If anything,
exercise the Falcons.
If anything, it would be the Ravens because.
Get out of here!
I'm sorry.
Get out of here, Daniel.
We ain't talking to you no more.
You don't know how to speak into a microphone, and now you want the Ravens. Your Falcons just lost.
Boyd got to him before us.
Poet is a
Poet back
converter.
there, yeah.
Poet can convert people.
Yeah.
What do you think of Penix?
So I love Penix. I've always been a Penix guy. From the beginning, I've been saying that.
Always what? Since last year?
Well, since his college days, I've been saying that we needed to draft him, and we did draft him. I'd like to take credit for that. But even when we got Kirk Cousins, in fact, I've been having frequent conversations with Grant and Danny, and I've been telling them that Penix needs to be in the game instead of Cousins. And I've told them it's not necessarily because Penix is a better quarterback, but we know what Cousins' ceiling is. If he couldn't get it done with Justin Jefferson and the offense in Minnesota, then my line of reasoning is, what are you expecting that he's going to do to turn the corner in Atlanta? And obviously, he's a good, decent quarterback, but the expectation isn't to just be a good, decent team. We're trying to turn the corner and actually make something happen. And in this league, you have to have playmakers to do that. And to me, Kirk Cousins is not a playmaker. Like if a play breaks down, he doesn't make something out of nothing. And I think Penix has the potential to do that. Obviously, he needs to grow, but he needs to be given the opportunity to just hit the ground running and do that, like Jaden Daniels.
Jaden, I think they kind of protected him early on, and now he has just complete full run and has shown he is in complete control. Penix is a different player. He's got to win from the pocket. Last night he was just too erratic with his throws, but he's a really talented player, and I think he'll get it done. I think you're right. I think they probably should have gone to Penix earlier because whatever happened in the second half of the season, Kirk was just cooked.
Erratic.
He couldn't step and drive. I love Penix with that big sweeping lefty motion. God, I love watching that. Danny, last chance. Do you want to join the Burgundy and Gold?
I'll give it some thought.
All right, get the hell out of here. David Archer joins
You're
us
not welcome
next.
here anymore.
The New York Jets are scheduled to interview Ron Rivera for their head coaching job this week. Also, former Jets coach Rex Ryan said today on ESPN New York Radio that he expects to interview for the vacancy with the Jets as well. 6 former Florida State basketball players sued Seminoles coach Leonard Hamilton today, alleging he failed to make good on a promise to get each of them $250,000 in NIL compensation. Trevor Williams is coming back to the Nationals on a 2-year deal worth $14 million. Commanders down Atlanta Falcons 30-24 in overtime. Tight end Zach Ertz on the offense having quality players.
I think it just speaks to, one, the players obviously going out there and preparing a certain way, but also the coaching staff using players to the best of their abilities. And one of the things that I love about Cliff is he's never going to ask a player to do something that he doesn't have a lot of confidence in. You think that's obvious, but that's not necessarily always the case. And you see guys playing really good football because they're asked to do things that they're extremely confident in.
Commanders can move to the 6th seed with a win at Dallas and set up a game against the Rams or Tampa Bay. Elsewhere, Giants beat Indianapolis 45-33, Philly over Dallas 41-7, Minnesota beat Green Bay 27-25. Red Wings beat the Capitals 4-2, but Alex Ovechkin had 2 goals in 2 games and needs 25 to pass Wayne Gretzky. Capitals welcome Boston Bruins tomorrow night. The Knicks and Wizards tonight 6:45 on Team 980. The Monday night matchup at 7:30 on The Fan is Detroit against San Francisco. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Everybody that's on hold, stay there. We're coming to you. I promise. We're doing phones all day. But right now, we're catching up with David Archer, Falcons radio analyst, former Falcons quarterback. We are excited to talk to David and just about the level of quarterbacking he saw last night. David, how are you, man? Thanks for the time.
Good to be with you guys.
Well, dude, obviously that was a wild game. The Falcons kind of dominated the first half. Washington came all the way back in the second. What did you think of the Commanders' ability to pull off that win?
Yeah, I was impressive. First of all, I was impressed with the crowd. I thought that the fan base, I was fortunate to, misfortune probably, to play in Washington as an opposing player, and then a chance to be with the Washington football team in the late 80s, early 90s, and see that crowd base when they were going to Super Bowls. And last night felt like one of those moments. That was a great crowd. That they really helped their team last night. And so kudos to the Washington Commander fan base, first of all. Thought it was a really cool atmosphere. Felt like a playoff game.
Did.
As far as the team, they have taken on the persona of their coach. Their coach is a tough guy. He's a guy that he puts his arms around all the players. We had him here in Atlanta. He took us to a Super Bowl. I love what he's doing up there. He's got a good young quarterback, and there's a number of good players on their team. But they play as a unit. They play together, and that all came when you come back like that in a game. You're down 17-7. You're able to regroup. You had a lot of things go against you. I don't know what the officials were doing. We had a game like that a couple of weeks ago against Minnesota, where the officials decided to take over the game, and those were two of the best teams in the league in Atlanta and Washington in penalties against. And last night Washington got annihilated by penalties last night, which was crazy. Yeah, crazy. Atlanta both those teams were averaging 6 or less penalties per game Atlanta against Minnesota had like 13 penalties against Minnesota up in Minnesota a couple weeks ago, but something happens to the officials. But anyway, they overcame all of that. It was a classic, really fun game with two teams that have two bright stars at quarterback.
You mentioned Dan Quinn, and a lot of people want to talk about them losing the Super Bowl, but hell, it's not easy to get to a Super Bowl. So
Sure.
he did a lot of great stuff there. What is it you think it is about Dan that makes him be like they get a player to follow him so quickly?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know that you can necessarily put your finger on it, but he's an inclusive guy. You almost feel like there is coaching going on. There's obviously development of players, but there's also a collaborative feel where you feel like you're involved with game planning. You feel like you're involved with what's going on in practice. If something doesn't go right, there's an adjustment made. You're a part of that. I think that's something that makes you feel like, you know, you're in it, one for all for one. And I think that's what Dan's about. He talks about brotherhood. He talks about everybody, you know, being in the fight together. And I know it's a lot of times it's rhetoric, a lot of times it's just saying stuff, but he got the guys down here to believe in it. And I think he's doing that in Washington as well. And you obviously have to have players that can go make plays. And the young quarterback, I mean, Jaden Daniels is a heck of a player. He took the game over in the second half. Yeah. We really did a decent job in the first half, Atlanta did, in, you know, kind of keeping things under range. But we knew at some point he was going to take off. He was going to start being the dynamic athlete we saw at LSU and win the Heisman Trophy last year. He was going to do some of that. And could we find a way to keep him hemmed in? We couldn't. You know, and that was just a fact of the matter. And he took the game over. But as far as Dan goes, he's a fun guy to be around. And I think that makes it fun to come to work, you know, and sometimes that can be drudgery when you go in there and it's not a great work atmosphere and there's a bunch of people griping at each other and, you know, people in the building don't like each other and all that. He doesn't allow that kind of stuff. And you can see it's definitely permeating there in Washington.
Yeah, man, it's interesting you bring that up. I'm talking with David Archer, who is the Falcons radio analyst, played quarterback for the Falcons, was quarterback here in Washington in the late 80s. One of the first things DQ did, and I was kind of like skeptical of it, is he moved all the lockers around. It was no more position groups. It was everybody just kind of intermingled. And I one of the players last night referenced how much that has had an impact just on getting to know each other. And it's just, there's a little bit of willing to push back on conventional wisdom that you see from DQ, and I think it's really, really worked. I'm curious, as a former quarterback yourself, what you thought of Jaden Daniels' level of play last night.
Yeah, I thought he tried to stay within the confines of what Cliff wanted to do with him in the first half. I think they felt like they could maybe hurt Atlanta, drop it and throwing, him staying in the pocket. Atlanta does a pretty good job of playing match coverage. They'll play some zone, they'll play some man, but a lot of times it's kind of a match zone. And I thought that they were really well prepared to take what Atlanta was giving them in the passing game. They struggled to get the run game going. I know that Cliff Kingsbury continued to kind of probe Atlanta. You know, they went to some Wildcat, did some stuff with Robinson. But ultimately, the problem was going to be Jaden Daniels. And I thought they saw a glimpse of it. They ran one zone read play in the first half, and Jaden kept it. And I think he picked up about 20 around the left edge. And I said, uh-oh. You know, I looked at my broadcast partner. I said, they just discovered, you know, they need to let their guy go. And so they took the reins off of him. And I don't know that it was necessarily verbally said, but I think Jaden felt it. I think certainly Cliff felt it. And whether they actually said something, said, hey, you find room, take off. Because Atlanta was trying to rush him. They were trying to rush on his level, trying not to give him lanes. That was something they'd worked on all week long. We brought Emory Jones in. We actually signed a guy to try to play Jaden Daniels in practice, you know, so it worked for half. But ultimately, he got to be the guy he is. And it's what he did to Philly the week before where he took off. And we had I don't think there's a lot of teams that are going to have an answer for him. the biggest thing they're going to have to govern there is he's not the biggest guy in the world from a body standpoint. You guys have been covering him all year long.
Yeah.
And he's a tough kid, but you're going to take shots in the National Football League you didn't take in college. And so he's got to be careful with that. But the dude's a tough guy. He's a smart guy. He's a much better passer than I think anybody knows. I think he's going to be a dynamic passer. I think he's far and he's well beyond what Lamar was coming into the league as a guy that could run, throwing the football. He has a much better understanding of throwing the ball. And look what Lamar's turned into. I think that's what you're looking at with Jaden Daniels.
I think Jaden he has learned to protect himself. But yesterday, I think he felt I have to take some chances for us to win this game, and that's why he put himself in harm's way. I think a couple times.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that there comes a time, Brian. When you play the game, there's some times where you got to throw caution to the wind. I remember taking off and saying, "Hey, I got to go get this first down," and that's what he does. I think he understands. He understands the tempo, the tempo of the game. He understands the moments in the game when he needs to do that. And certainly at the end of the game, in that final drive in overtime, I thought he did some really good stuff there to create the opportunity to win the football game.
Yeah, I think what you see with Jaden is just this absolute competitor, and whatever needs to be done in the moment, he'll respond and do it. And it's pretty remarkable to see that in a rookie. As far as, Atlanta's had a hell of a schedule. Like there's what the Falcons have been ups and downs throughout the year. At one point, it looked like they would run away with the NFC South. Now, I don't believe it's not for certain yet that the Falcons, they're still alive, right? Depending what happens with Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa's got to lose the Saints, and based on what I saw of the Saints yesterday, that's not going to happen.
No.
It looks like the Saints have mailed it in, and knowing covering football the way you do, for us to have to depend on the Saints here in Atlanta, is almost like eating spinach or something like that. I don't know. It's just not going to work, But they're not going to beat Tampa. We'll have to play. I think it'll be a real challenge for Raheem. And this is professional football, and so you get ready for the next week because you're pro. But the guys that was really a deflating loss for Atlanta last night. They laid it all on the line last night. They knew it was a playoff game. They knew that this was the game that potentially was going to get them into the playoffs. I think they could beat Carolina. So they were really down after the game. So that'll be a bit of a challenge for the players themselves and for Raheem and his staff to get these guys ready to play this next weekend. I know they know there's a little bit still on the line, but that was a tough one last night.
Well, especially to have a 10-point lead at halftime and then to tie it up at the end. I get that's got to be a really tough locker room to be in. But David, considering you are the Falcons radio analyst, you've been watching this team for years and certainly all this year. Atlanta's played a pretty tough schedule. They've played the Chiefs, the Steelers, the Eagles, at Minnesota, play the Chargers, at Denver, like a lot of tough games on that schedule. I'm kind of curious for our audience where you think Washington stacks up against some of those better teams the Falcons have played.
Yeah, I think that the first thing you start with is the kid at quarterback. I think that you've mentioned he's a gutsy guy. Brian talked about how he's a guy that's going to understand, hey, I got to go get this game. I got to put my team on my shoulders. I need to go do that. I think that staff there, Cliff Kingsbury, they've enabled him to feel comfortable doing that. I mean, sometimes rookie quarterbacks are reluctant to take the reins as the leader and load the team on their back or do things athletically because they're taken away from the great players like Terry McLaurin or whoever it is. He's not fearful of that. They've done a good job of enabling him in that regard. But I think in the National Football League, it's a given Sunday. We know that. I think Washington is as good as anybody they're going to play. They've played against the best. I mean, Philly's a good football team. Played Philly to the wall twice in 2 games. So we played Philly up there and beat them late in the game because Saquon Barkley dropped the pass in the right flat. We were able to come back and win the football game. it's that given Sunday, that weekend, whoever you get. I think Tampa is hot as can be right now. I think Baker Mayfield is one of those gritty guys that just got to find a way to beat you. So I think it's wide open. The Lions are limping into the playoffs because of their defense. They're going to have to play really good offensively to beat everybody. Minnesota seems to have that, Minnesota and Kansas City seem to have that horseshoe up their rear end where they keep finding a way to win games. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the playoffs this year, but Washington could very easily make a run this year.
David, that horseshoe in Kansas City is number 15.
I think you're right. That dude just finds a way to win games, and maybe number 5 in Washington is one of those kind of guys.
I hope he is.
It's crazy to think that he kind of seems like that type of dude. Hey, David, just curious, how do they handle this Kirk thing? What do the Falcons do there?
Yeah, that's guys. That one's above my pay grade.
Well, he's walking away with a lot of money. I can tell you that.
He had a lot of money before he ever got here, Brian.
Yeah.
You know that. I mean, dude's walked into a pile of money. Every room he walks into is like Monty Hall standing there ready to give him some money and let's make a deal. So
he gets the bag.
But yeah, no question about it. It's a sad deal because guys, you guys probably were around Kirk when he was there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to meet a more quality human being than Kirk Cousins. I mean, and the dude has been a really good player. I have no idea what happened to him in like week 10, week 11 of the season. It was like he quit. He says in his press conference after he lost his job, I didn't forget how to play quarterback. That's what it felt like. It felt like he forgot how to play. And you mentioned that schedule. We played ourselves in position 6-3 through 9 games. All you got to do is win a couple of those games, and you're going to walk into the playoffs. Tampa's way behind you. You beat Tampa head-to-head twice. But we just bled that whole thing away, and then Kirk just lost his way. And as far as the money goes, yeah, that's one of those deals where there's a lot of different things, after June 1st and all these kind of things. But it's still going to be a huge chunk of change Atlanta's going to have to swallow. But hey, that was the bed they decided to get in, and somebody's going to have to pay for that.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky situation for the Falcons.
He's going to walk away and he's going to get about 70.
Right.
That tells me the league makes a lot of money.
What is the Atlanta fan fallout to kind of some of the time management from Raheem last night?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here with the fan base. I was listening to a little sports talk radio here in Atlanta on my way into the Falcon camp, and they're not happy. You played some QB too, Brian. When you sit in meetings and you listen and you learn and you try to think about clock management as a player. And see, back when we played, you didn't have guys talking in your ear or anything like that. You had to kind of know the game. You had to kind of know when to burn timeouts and things like that. And whenever you got to that 40-second range, time became the premium. Downs weren't the premium anymore. It was, and if you had timeouts, multiple timeouts, certainly you're trying to save one for the field goal. But if you had multiple timeouts and you completed a pass inbounds with less than 40 seconds on the clock, you've got to burn a timeout, you know, and to save the time, because you see teams rush the line and kill the clock with grounding the ball. Obviously, downs aren't the premium. Time is the premium. And yeah, Atlanta bled off about 17 seconds there and ultimately cost them. Now still, we got the penalty there, whether that was a penalty or not. I mean, the ball was thrown about 10 feet over the receiver's head on the play, but they called PI there to give us a chance to kick a field goal. But, it was not the best moment from an operation standpoint. Let's put it that way.
I agree with that. Hey, David, we really appreciate you making time for us, man. I look forward to, I was saying this last night. Interestingly enough, we know a couple people involved in Falcons ownership, Dominique Dawes and her husband. And Atlanta is an NFC team, but I never got beef with the Falcons. Like last night, you want them to lose, but in general, I'm cool with the Falcons.
Totally.
And I'm a big Penix fan, and I hope that all works out down there, man. I love watching a big lefty like that just sling it. I hope it works out for you, dude.
Yeah, he's got a chance to be pretty good. I appreciate it, man. Dominic goes to all the games too, so she's a very active minority owner. We're excited to have her. We're excited that she's involved with the team. But appreciate you guys. Good luck in the playoffs, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you, David. Take care. David Archer, Falcons radio analyst. Give him a follow at Archer QB16. Phone lines are packed. We're taking all your calls the rest of the show. Damn it. And Alex Ovechkin can't stop scoring.
There you go.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Falcons on Sunday Night Football last night 30-24. In overtime, they improved to 11-5, the first time with more than 10 wins since 1991. They clinched a playoff berth, and they currently hold the 6th seed. And heading into the last week of the season, they would face LA in the wild card round as things currently stand. Next week, the Commanders take on the Cowboys in Dallas at 1 o'clock. Other NFL news, the Jets are going to interview former Washington head coach Ron Rivera for their open head coaching job. And Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and 49ers, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards take on the Knicks tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Up in here, up in here. Act a fool. It's going to be quick. Woo! 12:30 in the District of Columbia. People have been on hold for a while. I'm just going to let them talk.
Let them talk, bro.
My man Eric is in Stafford. Eric, how far
I wore a damn tutu. Let them talk.
What up, Eric?
What's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call. Man, what a game. What a team. The Commanders are here to stay. You know, my credit pie goes 60 to Jaden Daniels, 20 to OZ and Zach Ertz, and 20 for the defense. I mean, the coaching staff.
All right.
Jaden Daniels, he's proven week in, week out, nothing is too big for him. No moment under the lights is a big moment for him. He knows how to control the game, and the way he distributes the ball, phenomenal. It's good that Zach Ertz was able to, be that security blanket for him since, they were, on Terry McLaurin most of the game. And then the coaching staff to go on 4th down several times, making adjustments. It's been a while since we had a coaching staff that's done here, that's done that in DC for a while. So that's all I have to say. I'm proud of the Commanders, and whoever we play in the playoffs, it doesn't matter. We'll take on anybody. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Eric. I totally agree. I mean, the mindset of like trying to get of course you want the best matchup, and I think this organization, a lot has changed since week 1. If they got a chance at Tampa, a lot has changed since week 1.
Oh, yes.
But dude, it's the playoffs. You're going to play a good team, and you got to go try to beat them.
Beat whoever you see.
It's not that complicated. PFF just put this out. Their highest graded players from last night against the Falcons: OZ, Olamide Zaccheaus, 84.2, Jaden Daniels, 82.2, Bobby Wagner, 80.2, Sam Cosmi, 75.1, and John Allen making his return last night at 73.8.
All right, Big J.
Yo, some of those holds on Cosmi
was a bunch of BS.
That's kind of what I thought. Like when he gets inside on a D tackle and then he moves his hands and the D tackle drops, that's not a hold.
No.
It's not a hold.
No. Hold is wrap your arm around his neck when he's trying to get
when
past
the guy's
you.
getting past you and you stop his ability to
Yeah.
get past you,
Hold
that's holding.
is when the guy, just like when a guy is leaning on you in the post and you just move, they call it pull a chair from under them, right? and the guy falls. Is that your fault?
No.
That he was leaning on you and you moved out the way and let him fall? But we see referees call that sometimes on the player that moved. And the same thing in that game. That dude was leaning. He was very chest forward. And he was heavy. And he just fell. You know? You can't call that all the time.
I am with you. Tim is in Mississippi. What's up, Timmy?
What's up, guys? Good,
What's up,
so
man?
good to be on. So good to be on with you guys. I'm a Skins fan down here in Mississippi.
Oh man!
And if I could, let me just tell you a couple of things real quick, and I'll get to my credit pie. But real quickly, I'll be brief. I promise. First time ever caller to any radio show in DC. So I'm excited. But listen, I grew up in Mississippi, and in 1983, my parents said we're moving to DC.
Wow.
We moved up to DC. The first game I ever saw, I was a Cowboys fan, of course. You know, B-Mitch, you're either Saints, Cowboys, or Falcons. So I was a Cowboys fan. Didn't know better, sorry. So we move up to D.C. I get invited to a watch party for the Super Bowl with Joe T. and Rigo. Watch Rigo break the tackle, watch Joe T. do his thing, and I have been a fan for 41 stinking years.
There you go.
So love it. I moved back down to the. I came back down to school. I was a spoiled Redskins fan. 1983, I just moved there. We win a Super Bowl. 1987, I'm a senior at Yorktown High School in Arlington. We win a Super Bowl. I'm a senior at Ole Miss down here in the South. In '92, we win a Super Bowl. Go Rip! I mean, I was a spoiled young 22-year-old.
Been a long time since then.
Dude, JP, it's been awful. So I'm down in Mississippi. I'm still living back in the old days when you can't watch the Skins. I can't watch them because all they show is these other teams. The best invention ever made was DirecTV and the NFL ticket. Ever since they started that, I was a subscriber, so I got to watch my Skins every week. The problem was we stunk so bad for so many decades. I'm 55 years old now. It's what's happened. I watched Jaden Daniels last year. LSU came to play Ole Miss. What a shootout game that was. So when all this draft was happening, I was fired up. I was really hoping we'd get him. He is amazing. So real quick, I work at a college. I'm a fundraiser for athletics. We have a banquet every year. 2 years ago, guess who I had a part in getting to come speak to our banquet? Freaking Joe Theismann. He came. And I got to wear his ring. We got pictures. I visited with him. I said, Joe, I'm a big fan. And I felt like a kid again. And that's kind of, as you can tell, how I feel now. But it's been great watching this team. I'm so excited. The victories, I watch them every week. So anyway, Brian, I went to the Saints game a couple weeks ago. I saw you guys doing your pregame show down there. I feel like I'm a 55-year-old man, but I feel like I'm 15, 17 years again. So old again. So it's been really great.
We're glad for you, Timmy.
Anyway, love y'all's show. Here's my credit pie. I would love to give 90% to Jaden Daniels on his own because he carried that team. He did so great. But I'm going to be realistic, be fair. I'm going to give 50% to Daniels. I'm going to give 20% to the defense because they stepped up in the second half. Zacchaeus, I'm going to give him 10%. Boy, he stepped up. Ertz, 10% to Ertz. What a catch in the end. And, man, he was running after the catch, yak after catch yesterday.
Yep.
That was awesome. McNichols, I'm giving 10 to McNichols because on that effort, on that 4th and 2, for him to duck under that last attempted tackle and to get that first down was freaking unbelievable. I was running around my house last night, hugging my kids. My college kids, they're all in college, but I was hugging them like I said, it's just awesome. I don't care who we play. It's all gravy for somebody like me right now. Do you understand? It's
Yes, sir.
Gravy.
Thank you,
So
Tim.
it's great.
Appreciate
All right,
you,
bro.
bro.
Appreciate you, Timmy.
Love you guys.
All right, bro.
My man Tim was fired up.
Hell
man,
yeah,
so.
he is.
And understandably, man, 11 games, dude. Nobody expected that.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? Wednesday's New Year's Day. Landfill, see if we can get Greenberg on Thursday. Because I remember Greenberg said, he's like, if you like this team, you're better off going alt lines heavy on the win total and getting some plus money. I believe Greenberg put something in at 11 wins to make some real cash.
Greenberg should send us some food Thursday.
Yeah, Greenberg.
He got hit.
What do you think the chances are Greenberg would drive to Ashburn and do the show with us out there?
Let me see what the analytics say. No chance.
I think Greenberg might live out that way, though. I don't know, but I agree with you. Probably no chance. Who wants to get nuts? Shout out to Rick Snyder, who took a picture of our guy, Commandante Tequila, and said, what'd he say? I have no words. Now, Commander responded to it, thought it was funny.
He just said no words. Commander looked like he was walking, like my coach used to say, he looked like he was knee walking drunk.
Hello, Commander. How do you do, sir?
Pretty good, you guys. How's your great morning or great afternoon, man?
Oh, yeah. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I haven't slept yet, but I'm awake drinking my coffee.
Cool.
Hey, I got four different pies.
What?
Okay, I got a pumpkin pie with whipped cream.
Quattro.
For Jaden Daniels, you know. Then I got a big old huge double dip chocolate cream mud pie for the offense and for the defense. And
Jeff's
then
ears
a
perked up at mud
blueberry
pie.
and the blue. Yeah, somebody's supposed to bring it in. I don't know, but an apple pie with blueberry in it for our coaches. Man, this game was awesome. The fans never left the stadium this time. Everybody stood there after overtime and after the game. Oh my God. I've never seen it like this in my life, to tell you the truth.
I love it. What time did you get out of there, Commander?
I left there like 2:00. I didn't get here to the house almost 2:30.
Commander,
Yeah,
what did you
I'm
think
bent up,
of Rick Snyder posting a picture of you yesterday?
Oh, that was funny because he said they posted a picture. I got my kids at the house. My kids seen it. He woke up and they sent it to the picture to my wife, and I didn't see it till after the game. And my son posted it with the picture saying, I don't know my dad no more.
Thank you, brother.
My kids. All right, you guys take care.
Happy New Year, Commander. Commandante getting it done.
I tell you, boy.
What am I gonna do here? We can do this. No, Mama's gonna take a minute.
Neil, Landfill said Neil had him over 9.5 wins.
I think he might have had it all to 11. Los is in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Yo, gentlemen, big shout out to your boy Ryan, man. I was tailgating with him yesterday. I'm not sure you know
Who,
Ryan,
the Stallion?
right? Yeah, the Marine, man, the Congress Marine.
Oh,
you know?
sure. Yeah. Not Stallion, actual Marine.
No, not the Stallion.
Yeah,
No.
okay.
But yeah, big shout out to him. Was tailgating with him yesterday, man. I was at the game, lost my voice, man. When we won, man, I was crying. My girlfriend was right next to me. I was crying. She's like, "Why are you crying?" I'm like, "This means something," you know. I was like, "This never happened," and I got to see it live. You know, I was like, yeah. But look, a big credit pie goes to Jaden Daniels, Zach Ertz, the offensive line, and a piece of pie with an ice cream on top to McNichols, man. That guy is running like he never wants to get cut from this team ever again. He's gonna stay on this team. We're gonna resign him. But I'm looking forward to the future, man. To more games like this on primetime. You know how long it's been since we've had a primetime game on Sunday night? It's been at least 2 or 3 years. So like this, for us to be on national television, an ownership putting money in a stadium for us to actually have a light show, fire, and you know, proposals on the field. Man, this is a Disney movie going on right now.
Yeah.
It really is. Yo,
Revo, congrats, brother.
Thank you, Los.
Congrats, man. Shout out.
All right, man. But you know what? That's the second guy told me he was crying. I got a text from Devon in Rockville. He was like, "Man, I had tears in my eyes." Tell the truth. You were crying. You cried too?
My eyes watered up yesterday.
Your eyes were sweating?
Bro, I was just at one point, I was just standing in the stadium, just taking all the energy in, bro.
And your eyes started sweating.
I started coughing so I could just wipe my eyes without, fully tearing up.
Yeah.
It's all good though.
Just say you were crying.
But I was almost there.
Grown man cry.
Now we win a playoff game. Oh, we go to the Super Bowl. I'm gonna stop talking. Let me
relax. Jeff.
Yeah,
relax.
Jeff, damn. Got to put it out there though, Jeff. Got to believe to achieve.
Got to believe. There's no. I mean this seriously. Like we saw them play the Ravens. They've beaten the Eagles. There's nobody they can't compete with. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. I'm not talking about New Orleans or any other thing, but like whoever it is in this wild card round, the only thing we know for sure is that they're going to this wild card round.
Yep.
And we know for sure it'll be Tampa, LA, or Philly. you don't walk into any of those games
Thinking
feeling
you don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as 5 is playing, and that's not to take anything away from everybody else involved, because a lot of people are involved in huge games and wins.
Believe me,
and
everybody else
comebacks.
knows if I just do my job, he'll make me look good.
As long as 5 is playing,
Yeah.
phone lines all damn day. It's B. Mitch and Finley. and 2 front teeth. And shout out to White Brian real quick. Running the hell out of the stream. Whole bunch of people in the stream. Man, it's holiday week. Nobody's at work. People are in the stream. We appreciate you. Yo, White Brian, how you feel about that big Giants win yesterday, pal? I know that one must have meant a lot.
Yeah, sure did. Feeling great.
They went from the number 1 pick to right now number 4. Widely considered to be a 2-quarterback draft. Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. I'm not entirely convinced I'd love either of them. I think both of them would be the 5th best prospect in last year's draft.
Probably
lower.
a solid guard available there, though.
Maybe lower, honestly.
You could be hyped for that, though.
Landville, you might be known as a hater to some. Would you take Shedeur or Cam Ward? Obviously not over Jaden.
Yeah, of course not.
Drake May?
Yes, absolutely.
You would take one of those. You would take Drake ahead of those 2, you're saying?
No. I would take either Shedeur or Cam Ward over Drake May.
I would not.
If Drake May is so bad that you wind up with the number 1 overall pick, you'd have to be high to pass up one of those guys.
So you think New England should just go quarterback again?
Yes, and if they're in the same position next year, do it again.
I don't
If your
agree.
quarterback sucks so hard, you get the number 1 overall pick, you need a new quarterback.
Would
This
you-
ain't hard.
Would you take would you take Cam or Shedeur over Penix?
Yeah, I don't know. Penix looked pretty decent. Does need to hold on to the football a little bit more. I think he fumbled a couple times yesterday, but he looked pretty decent in these 2 games.
What about Caleb?
I don't think Caleb Williams is as bad as the record is.
I agree. I honestly think Caleb's worst trait, besides just being in a terrible offense, terrible situation, is holding on to the ball too long. And I think Shedeur does the same thing.
Well, yeah, they have the mindset they always want to make a big play.
Right.
You have to learn when you just start making the play, that's there, the big plays come easier.
Totally. I still like McCarthy. I mean, I don't know. The Giants, though, White Brian, that's your team. I noticed you rocking your Giants beanie when you walked in this morning.
Oh, you took it off when you saw us, though.
I saw him wear it, but he took
I
it off.
immediately
quick.
asked him about the Giants when I saw him earlier.
I am proud that he's realizing to start dressing a little schlubbier. Today, gone is the button down and sweater, just wearing a hoodie today. Hasn't shaved in at least 3 or 4 days. You're starting to really become a radio guy, Brian.
Looking just like JP.
You're starting to fit in, which is bad news because your wife's not going to like it. But whatever. You at least you look cool around here. Seriously, that's a really dumb move for the Giants yesterday. And then Daboll tried to have a victory parade. What do you make of all of it?
Yeah, it's just a disaster. They do this every year. They suck in the beginning, and then they win a meaningless game in December, and they mess up their draft stock.
Hey, Brian, we felt like that for a long time. So now you're living what many fans in this town have been living. It may last for 22 years, 25 years.
I don't want it to last for 22 years.
So he's about to cry, don't you?
Yo, he does sound like he's about to cry.
I don't want it to last for 25 years.
Shout out to White Brian. Go Giants. Really, really cool, crazy moment last night. So we were live pretty quick after. All of us were. You were too. There was a lot going on that field, especially when a game goes that late. And so there's people running around. There's just chaos everywhere. And I don't know if you noticed this, B, but Johnny Newton, who's a big fella, big D lineman, just jumps up in the stands, and he must have been chilling in the stands for like 15 minutes.
Hey.
He was just chilling. And a lot of the players kind of run over to that area behind the end zone because that's where a lot of the friends and family and girlfriends and wives are. But Newton was just chilling. And then a few minutes later, somebody said to me, yeah, Revo's about to get engaged. I was like, what the hell? And I look over, and Jeremy Reeves is surveying the stands
To
in that
find
end
out,
zone,
they pull out the stand.
trying to find his at the time girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I'm watching. And then I realize, I'm like, yo, this is about to happen. And I've known Revo for some years. I know, how close to this decision I think he's been. And then sure enough, I watch, and Reeves gets his girlfriend's attention, brings her down. And a lot of times you'll see players and their girlfriends or wives or whatever, they'll lean over the railing to just like give a kiss and a hug. And he's like telling her, like, no, come down here. And she's like, what? And he finally kind of like picks her up and brings her down onto the field. At this point, like everybody's circling around. You can see something was going on. Revo gets down on a knee, has the ring. I mean, where did he keep that ring?
He had somebody holding that
I'm
for
guessing
him.
the equipment guy was holding it. The woman is obviously just elated, says yes. The moment's incredible.
She said yes.
Yeah. And then what I thought was really cool, and I imagine a lot of people know this, but Jeremy Reeves and Tress Way are incredibly close, right? And they've both been here a long time, special teamers, and their work goes hand in hand with one another. And so Tress kind of hears about it later as Reeves and his girlfriend were walking up the tunnel. Or fiance at this point. The best was you were like, yo, is he taking her into the locker room? Wasn't that your reaction when you saw Reeves coming up with her? But Tress runs up from behind him, grabs him this big hug. She does like the universal woman that just got engaged thing, showing the ring. It was just such a
It was cool.
outrageously cool moment on an outrageously cool night. And just a lot of fun. It's hard to get moments like that, man. You can't manufacture that.
You can't manufacture it. No, and it's like you make that plan, you wanted to go perfectly, and bam, it went perfectly. Now, we all kind of felt she would say yes. Like sometimes I wonder when they do it, because I've seen a couple of people in the stands and they break down and the woman say no. Or try to hide from the camera because she wasn't supposed to be at the game with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's what you wonder, like, you really felt that much and she don't even really like you. But nah, Revo, it was cool. It was cool.
There are moments in life you cannot manufacture. Last night was one of them.
Yeah.
There are people in life you cannot manufacture. One of them is Rev T. He leads off the calls when we return.
Reverend.
It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders beat the Falcons last night on Sunday Night Football 30-24 in overtime to clinch a playoff berth. They improved to 11-5. It's the first time with 10-plus wins since 1991. They currently hold the 6th seed after the Packers lost yesterday. They would currently face L.A. in the wild card round as things stand. Commanders take on the Cowboys in Week 18 next week in Dallas. 1 p.m. kickoff next Sunday. Some other games around the NFL yesterday. The Eagles beat the Cowboys 41-7 to clinch the NFC East. The Packers lost to the Vikings 27-25, meaning the Commanders were able to move ahead of them in the NFC playoff picture. And the Giants held the number 1 pick going into yesterday, but they beat the Colts 45-33. They now drop down to the number 4 pick. Other NFL news, the Jets are going to interview Ron Rivera this week for their open head coaching spot. And Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and 49ers, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards take on the Knicks tonight at home, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It happens. B. Mitch Finley. Crank this, Landfill. This is a jam. This is Jaden, all Commanders fans across the country. We're going to make it. Baby, we can make it if we're heart to heart. All right. Is everybody ready? White Brian, you ready? Nothing's gonna stop us now. This song makes me think of one man, a man of the cloth, a man built to bring people together, Mr. Rev T. Hello, Reverend. How do you do?
I've been traveling, I've been searching, I've been marching, I've been preaching, I've been teaching, I've been sometimes say people I've been reaching. But one thing that's definite and good and true that they came out my mouth through my actions, through the way I talk and I walk with this burgundy gold, that's damn sure true. And I've been telling these people to do what, JP? Believe.
Believe.
And I've been asking the question from the jump. I just ain't jump on no JD5 ship. I've been asking these people for week 1. I've been saying, what? Why not us? Why not us with our offense? Why not us with our defense? Why not us with our special team? With old 12 man. Oh, they've been standing on it like they can. Why not us right now? In this moment, in this presence, in this time, in this place, command the nation. J.P. Finley, B. Mitch, Jeff Walker, Landfill with the Sheffield, my 1067 The Fan family. Ask yourself, ask your neighbors, ask all these families in the DMV right now. Why not us? Why not us? Y'all know who the people's hype, man, and I ain't never showed them my words. LA, Philly, wherever they going today, I'm trying to get there somewhere in the atmosphere. Why not us? Why not us? The people's hype, man. Say it with me, y'all. Rev T.
Hey, Rev, you
Why
gotta
not
add
us?
you gotta add White Mike to the crew.
White Brian.
White Brian, I mean.
And
White
White
Brian.
Mike too. Why not us? Why not us, White Mike? Why
Brian,
not us?
Brian.
Please, baby, march with me. Ow! Love somebody.
Love somebody. Appreciate you, Reverend. White Brian, do you prefer White Brian or White Mike? Do you have a preference?
Honestly, either one's fine.
Okay, great. Now that may confuse
I never
some
nobody
folks.
want to call you a different name. Just your name Brian, right?
Yeah, his name's Brian, and he's White Brian because you're Brian.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Brian's
name
already
is
spoken
Brian,
for.
right?
Yes, his name is
He's
Brian.
like, either
White
one
Mike
counts.
when the vodka hit.
Oh, when the vodka hit,
When the vodka hit, that's when he White Mike.
You guys doing shots in there? I know Tarek dropped off Irish red vodka. I mean, that's if there's anything this day needs.
How does that taste, Jeff?
I ain't tried none yet because nobody wanted to take a shot with me.
Man, you ain't pour it.
That's true.
Okay, let's do it.
Mama Stu is on the line.
Mama Stu, where you been?
Hello, Mama.
Oh man, the plantation got me locked down a couple days a week, so I can't call in during the times. I'll be bad. I listen to y'all though at my desk.
All right.
But listen, guys. First of all, my heart can't take it. Like these guys be coming down to the final seconds of the game. But one thing I know for sure, that kid number 5, if he got the ball, forget about it. The game is over. I done seen Joe Theismann. I done seen what's my man? Doug Williams. I done seen Mark Rippon. This guy, I've never seen anything like it. Like, this guy is amazing. I am pumped. I was so nervous yesterday. I had butterflies the whole game. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is, oh my God, let's go. We in the playoffs, baby. And one more thing, fun fact. Did y'all know that me and Rev T are high school classmates?
Whoa.
Yes.
Hold
that
up.
is my
You and
guy.
Rev T were classmates?
Yes, we went to Woodrow Wilson Senior High School. Go Tigers. It's so hard to be a Tiger.
Up on
so
Nebraska
hard to be
Ave?
a Tiger. So hard to be a Wilson Tiger.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's called Jackson Reed now.
No, not when I went there.
Fair enough.
Not when I went there. I love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And Brian, I must say, you look awfully good in that tutu.
Oh boy. Here we go.
I love you guys. Y'all have a great show.
Thank you, Mama. Appreciate you. Jeff has informed me that Jeff never got to do his credit pie. So, Jeff, please.
He made sure you remember that.
Please, Jeff, without further ado.
For my credit pie, it's going to be very simple. I just want to give 100% to God for all the misery that we went through the last 30 years, for the coaching regime that we just had, for the ownership, because whatever happened during then, it's led to now, and I can only be thankful because, the horse is always ready for battle, but victory comes with the Lord.
You love that.
You're a fool.
You wanted to make sure we got that in?
Yes.
Is that what that was all about?
Because God in 2024, he looked down on the Washington Commanders organization and said, I'm going to bless these people with their quarterback, and we got him.
Got him, bro.
We got him.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
I got you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey.
That was Jeff. Let's go to Luke in North Carolina. What up, Luke? How you doing, bud?
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
What's
Thank
up,
you
brother?
so much for taking my call.
All right.
Long-time listener, die-hard fan for a long time. I mean, for as long as I can remember. I'm 33, so this season has been the most exciting and energetic season I've ever experienced. So I just feel like we're so fortunate as a whole fan club, really, to be experiencing what we're experiencing, to have the presence of now, and to really understand what we've been through, and then to for me personally, I've always followed him really deeply and always pulled for him super hard. Like, my best friend's a Giants fan, and it's kind of, I was able to text him y'all do this every year. You freaking are terrible, and then next thing you know, you win a game and then you ruin your draft shot, just like we used to pretty much. But it's just exciting. I've always pulled for the Redskins so hard. 2 years ago when we weren't that good, I'm like, all right, $100 a game that we're better than you, to my best friend with the Giants. And of course I owed him some money that year. But anyways, I appreciate y'all taking my call. My credit pie is going to go I did really, of course, obviously 51%, I'd say to Jaden. He took that game over in the end and really was just like, you know what? We'll put it on me and we'll do this. And so I'm like, of course, I get 51%. But I was really like, when halftime came around, we were down 17-7. I looked at my girl and I said, all right, I'm not used to us coming out of half. Like, this year is totally different, right? But prior, I'm like, there's no chance. I'm like, this is really all about coaching right here. Like, we're going to really find out how we look after this half because I really believe in this coaching staff. And so, like, to get present in that moment and call it out and then to see the turnaround that we had, I had to give percentage to Joe Witt, who I thought, had a great game plan in the second half, really adjusted some things. And I thought we really – just the fact that after we got the ball for 8.5 minutes, so another 10% will go to Cliff then because I thought in the second half we changed things up. We were able to start getting some yards. Something happened with Chris Rodriguez coming into the game, so he should probably get a little percentage, but I didn't put it on there. But I could sum up the whole game like 100%, honestly, to one play, and it's only because this play kind of ignited the inspiration to realize, like, this defines the entire season, and that was Jeremy McNichols on 4th and 5, and he catches that ball, and he's got to beat 2 guys. And I'm like, there's no way. And the way that he stood on his feet, the fact that it was like, keep fighting, the grit, keep pushing, centered and intentional. Like, I feel like our whole season has come down to
intentionality, bro. Intentionality.
Yes, sir.
They've been
Yes,
preaching
sir.
that since August. Thanks for the call, Luke. Appreciate you, bud. One of the parts of that I really liked was Luke kept mentioning his buddy that's a Giants fan that he likes to talk trash to.
Was it you, Mike?
So,
Brian?
Yeah, White Brian. Are you the Giants fan that he's been talking trash to?
No, but I might as well be.
Brian, just so we're clear real quick, the Giants won yesterday to get to 3-13.
And dropped from number 1 to 6, right?
Number 1 to number 4.
Wow.
And your guy, Brian Dable, took a whole bunch of victory laps and just said, this is what happens when you get good quarterback play. Not to mention he had already started Drew Lock at various times. So I just checking in on you. Big Blue, you took your beanie off. Is that because of the headphones?
Yeah, we'll blame it on the headphones.
White Brian's so nice. It's hard to talk
trash to him.
Yeah.
He just agrees to all your trash talk.
Marcus, what up, man? You got a credit pie?
Yes, I do, guys. First of all, happy holidays to all of you guys. But I wanted to say right off the bat, the man that I call Josh Harris, a.k.a. Boss Hog, because that's what he is, the Boss Hog. I give him 50% because it started with him. It started with him, guys. I mean, let's be real here. Bringing in the right people, those people drafted JD5. So without Boss Hog, none of this really happens. And I give 50% to the coaches and the players. I'm gonna make it real easy on you guys, but I'm happy the Giants fell from the first pick to the 4th pick. That's fantastic. I am very happy that they're miserable. Giants fans are pissed. And this Cowboy game, guys, we have to really watch it because Dallas would love to end the season sweeping us. They would love to ruin the party. We don't want to go into the playoffs getting swept by the sorry Dallas Cowboys.
No argument there. Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy. Our guy Justin is down in the RVA. Justin, what you got, bud?
What up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, guys?
We good, man.
Hey, I just wanted to give my credit pie. I'm 26 years old. So, I mean, it's been nothing but pain and misery my whole life. It's almost like Bigfoot. My dad's always said, oh, yeah, you hear that it exists, a winning team, but never seen it. Last time they won a playoff game, I was 8 years old. I want to give 100% of my credit pie to Jaden Daniels. He's brought me so much hope and excitement this year. I mean, I thought this year was going to be a rebuilding year, like we'd win 6 games or something like that. Maybe we'd have another bust rookie like we've had in the past. But, I mean, it's been absolutely amazing. I mean, and even more than that, he's an unbelievable human being. You hear him in the press conferences and the post game. He's even keel. All he wants to do is win. He doesn't care about personal accolades. I mean, it's just a dream to have a quarterback like this. I hope he stays healthy and just keeps progressing because it's been an amazing season.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Justin.
For the call.
Thanks for listening,
yes,
bud.
Sir. Mm-hmm.
We're going all over the country today. Now we had a Luke in North Carolina. Now we got Luke in Colorado. Luke, you're up.
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
How are you, buddy?
B. Mitch, longtime fan. Watched you live in '95 down here in Mile High.
Live in '95.
look at that.
You had a monster
Yep.
game in that week, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, freaking John Elway threw a Hail Mary to beat the Skins that day, but I was locked in, long time, career-long Skins fan from that day.
Very cool. What'd you think of yesterday, bro?
Oh my goodness. What a win, what a season. You know what I mean? I got my credit pie here. I got Jaden getting 50%. Just like the other Luke said from North Carolina, that the halftime adjustments I thought were crucial. I thought when they came out in the second half, put the clamps on the run game, gave us a chance to get back in the game. The third quarter was unreal. You know what I mean? Basically having the ball the whole quarter. That O-line, a couple of O-linemen going down a little bit. I thought they came in, the backup O-line, so I'm going to give the O-line 5%. I'm going to give the coaching staff 10%. I'm going to give the defense 5% for the big improvement in the second half. And OZ, I'm going to give him 5%. I would have bumped him up to 10, but he had that little drop, you know what I mean, right there in the crucial moment. But still a solid game, breaking a lot of tackles, running hard, nice little picking up the slack for Noah being out. Zach Ertz got the game winner, so he's got to jump up to 10%. And, can't forget about Mr. Harris, you know what I mean, 10% in the ownership group. I saw Magic tweeted out a dope tweeted after the game.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I got, guys.
I love it, man. Appreciate you, Luke. So Luke is a hardcore burgundy and gold fan living in Denver, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he referenced that famous 95 game B had in Denver playing for the Skins. Now, Jeff, are you available to answer a few questions here, Jeffrey? Now, Brian had one rush for 36 yards and a touchdown in that game. Pretty damn impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Another catch for 14 yards. So on 2 touches, you had 50 yards from scrimmage.
Yeah.
That's a YPC of 25 yards.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Now, Jeff, you were quite a football player in your days at Fairmont Heights, right?
Yes.
And did you return kicks and punts?
Actually, I returned one kickoff in my high school career. You wouldn't believe how far I went.
House call?
No, I wasn't
You
there.
stumbled on your legs and fell.
Nah, somebody ran up on him, caught him from behind.
47 yards.
And dropped
47
him.
yards.
40. Look, we were
And you
getting
got caught.
Yeah, we were getting smoked. Let me.
I'm not sure I'm going to care about this whole story. I'll give you a chance, but
Hey, look.
it's going to be a quick trigger here.
So, I get the ball.
Okay, I'm going to go back to talking about Brian.
No,
in
you
Denver.
go to.
We're talking about an NFL game in Denver.
I channeled my inner B-Mitch before I even knew him.
You're going to ruin the bit.
Okay,
Please.
go ahead. I'll save it for off air.
Yeah, I can't wait. B-Mitch had 5 kick returns for 188 yards in that game.
Mm-hmm.
That's good for 37.6 yards per return in that contest in Denver. Now, Landfill, I ask you, if I told you B-Mitch had 1 punt return for 52 yards, surely that got to the end zone, right?
Sure.
Nah,
52-yard punt return, you got caught?
out of bounds. I didn't get caught. We were running and they were all there, and I got tackled.
I'm just saying, 52 yards,
get
that's got to
caught.
be a house call, B.
This dude here trying to find a way to mess it up. That was over 200. 200 and what? Almost 300 yards.
Return yards, you are at 88 plus 52. I think that's 240. And then another 50 from scrimmage. Pretty good.
Come on, Jay.
It's 290. I'm just saying, if it's me and I account for 290 yards, total yards, 1 touchdown, man,
I ran a touchdown and
that.
got us up. They stopped kicking to me after a while.
I mean, the fact that you only have 1 punt return, yeah, they stopped kicking to you. How many times did they punt?
I know they punted one time.
That dude wasn't lying when he said B-Mitch had a hell of a game. Let me track punts. This is me nerding out here. Yeah, dude, they just stopped kicking to you.
Oh, yeah.
The guy, Tom Ruin, punted twice. Only one of them was in bounds. I'm just saying, B, 52-yard return. You got a house call that, man.
That's what they say, Jay.
Who was special teams at that point? Severe? Who was the coach?
94 or 5?
95.
Might have been Rodriguez at that time.
Would he give you a hard time or just be happy with the return?
No. You get a 52-yarder, you cross the midfield. Boom. I ran through traffic, Jay.
Yeah, I guess I just demand excellence. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up a W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which players will score a touchdown, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders improved to 11-5 and clinched a playoff berth with their overtime win over the Falcons last night, 30-24. They're going to face the Cowboys in Dallas in Week 18 next Sunday at 1 o'clock. Some of the notable games around the NFL yesterday: the Eagles beat the Cowboys 41-7. The Eagles win the NFC East. The Vikings beat the Packers 27-25. With the Packers loss and Commanders win, the Commanders now hold the 6th seed in the NFC playoff picture and would face the Rams in the wild card round as things currently stand. The Giants held the number 1 pick going into yesterday's game, but they beat the Colts 45-33. They dropped down to the number 4 pick. Other NFL news: the Jets are going to interview former Washington head coach Ron Rivera this week for their open head coaching spot. And Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and 49ers wraps up Week 17 of the NFL season. 8:15 kickoff right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards at home to take on the New York Knicks. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stat for you here, B. Jaden Daniels has now thrown a touchdown pass in the last 30 seconds of 5 different games this season, a new NFL record. I mean, we can think about them: Eagles, Bears, Falcons.
Yesterday, right?
Yeah, Eagles, Bears, Falcons, easily. I'm trying to think.
Didn't he do it against the Bengals?
Bengals. I don't know if that was the final 30, but they did it in the loss to the Eagles, and they weren't able to get the onside. But yesterday, one of the most telling moments to me. Bo Nix is good. I want to be clear. I'm not taking shots at Bo Nix. That Bengals-Broncos game Saturday night was an awesome game. The Bengals coach deserves to be fired 8 times over for how he tried like hell to blow that thing. But yesterday in Landover, you heard MVP chants for Jaden, and they're legitimate. He's not going to win it. He hasn't performed at that level that some of these dudes have, but he has performed at such a level he deserves to be in that conversation.
What he has around him and what they have around them.
But B, I did want to zoom out a hair and talk about the NFL. We've done, 3.5 hours of nothing but last night's game.
Yep.
I was driving in this morning and I had the NFL station on Sirius on for a little bit. And there's this like preconceived notion. White Brian, see if you give me MVP odds right now. That Josh Allen should win this award. And I don't want to get overly caught up in the MVP award, especially whenever you get voters, man. That's going to just impact
everything. It seems like they're trying to promote who they want to win it. And not
it seems like there are people that really just want Josh Allen to win this award.
If you go look at the stats, Lamar has more passing yards, more touchdowns, less interceptions. Josh has more rushing touchdowns. But they told Lamar that you run the ball too much, you need to become a better passer. And now that he's starting to pass, that's what you want to give him. He has a higher percentage. Josh's rating is 101.4. Lamar's 121.4.
You know who's everything you said
and
is
Joe
correct.
Burrow is killing all that.
The best quarterback in the NFL this year is Burrow.
Yeah.
He is outrageous. And he's just not talked about because they don't have 10 wins and might not get in the playoffs.
But see, the thing for me,
defense
Jay,
is awful.
But see, when I look at this too, though. Joe Burrow has had some amazing numbers because he has to score, and all he's doing is throwing the ball big time. If Lamar is not on the Ravens, they are not winning 11 games.
I think if Lamar's not on the Ravens and they have just like good quarterback play, not excellent, because Lamar is excellent. I think with Derrick Henry and with that O-line.
I don't think they win 11 games.
I don't either, but I bet they could win 8 or 9 and still be in kind of contention. I'm not necessarily making a case for Lamar or Burrow, but this notion that it's got to be Allen when Lamar's playing at that level and Burrow's playing at an outrageous level, I can't wrap my brain around it has to be Allen.
No.
Now, if any of the three, what are the odds right now?
Josh Allen's minus 320, Lamar Jackson's plus 250, and then Saquon Barkley is 16 to 1.
That's plus.
Where is Burrow?
Burrow is after Barkley at 30.
Burrow won't be in it because they're not winning.
Yo, they can still get in. They can still get in
They
next
can
week.
get in, but you're talking about double-digit win teams. And I think
it seems agenda-driven with Allen. If it's that
it's very agenda-driven because he all of a sudden has a year when he's not throwing interceptions. But let's be real.
He's also been excellent.
He's thrown 29 touchdowns. Lamar has thrown how many?
So Allen has 28 touchdown passes.
28, yeah.
Lamar has 39. Lamar and Baker Mayfield are tied for second with 39. Burrow has 42.
Yeah.
Burrow has 42 against 8 picks. Lamar has 39 against 4 picks. Burrow's leading the NFL in yards by a wide margin.
Yeah, 4,700, 4,600.
46-41. I mean, he's got roughly 39 to 46 is 7, right? Burrow's thrown for roughly 700 more yards than Lamar, but also significantly more attempts.
Yeah.
And that's not even to mention Saquon, who went over 2,000 in 16 games, which is worth mentioning.
Yeah.
If he ends up breaking Dickerson's record, that's going to be in 17. I don't think Dickerson's wrong to think it's kind of unfair to compare the two. I don't understand. Give me those numbers one more time. I can't wrap my head around how Allen is such a significant favorite. I get that
he's
Bills,
a favorite because those who vote and those who make that want him to win.
I think the Bills also probably have less talent than some of these other teams we're talking about. Certainly Baltimore.
Not defensively. They get the ball a lot. They get a lot of possession.
He's minus 320?
Yep, minus 320. Lamar's plus 250.
Because
and then where was Saquon?
Plus 1,600.
This is where I get lost. All the time you tell me what analytics and stats and everything say, and when you look at the true analytics and stats, he's not winning. And now it's because of what somebody like. It becomes subjective at that point.
He's got another 530 and 12 touchdowns on the ground. I mean, the touchdown total on the ground. Allen is excellent. I'm not knocking Allen. I just don't understand how this is so one-sided. I really don't.
Well, I'm going to go with him and Lamar.
I might go Burrow, dude.
But I'm going to just say, because Burrow has all his throwing. Lamar has more passing and more rushing.
He doesn't have more passing.
More passing yards than
Burrow?
No, I'm talking about Allen.
Okay.
So since Allen is the favorite, that's what I'm competing against. He has more passing yards than him and more touchdowns. He has less interceptions than him. He has a higher percentage completion rate. His quarterback rating is higher. Now, when they run the ball, he has about 300 more yards than him rushing. Now, Allen is getting in the end zone because every time they get down there, they use his big body to get in the end zone. Lamar still has six rushing. He has 45 total touchdowns, whatever it is, and Allen has 40 or 42. Whatever.
I think, dude, and everybody will deny it and tell me I'm crazy. I think it's just fatigue because Lamar's won it twice, and they want somebody else to win.
There should never, ever come into you voting for somebody to win it.
What should happen and what will happen are different. I agree with the fact that Michael Jordan didn't win 10 straight MVPs is the biggest example of MVP fatigue. Like, you know what I mean?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I had a conversation about this morning with some guys in my riding crew. And Dan Orlovsky is acting like he has to be the only one to win. Dude, you crazy. Like you said, Joe Burrow is having an amazing year as well.
I think Burrow
and
deserves
to
it.
Ignore what Saquon is doing is asinine.
Yeah. I care more about wins and losses and winning in the playoffs and all those things. And frankly,
that is something that affects both Lamar and Josh Allen.
But isn't wins and losses the reason why Allen's the favorite? They have clearly the best record of the three teams: Bills, Ravens.
Yeah, they're 13-3. The Ravens
Bengals.
are 11-5, and the Ravens have had a couple really bad performances in which Lamar was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Raiders loss, Lamar was really bad, whereas Allen's been good throughout, and their losses are only to good teams, unless you want to say the Rams aren't, but the Rams are going to be in the playoffs.
Although I agree, first and foremost, the fact that Saquon Barkley is not even like in the conversation is absurd.
I don't listen, bro.
There's obviously a quarterback bias.
Just rename it a quarterback award. Just enough nonsense.
I've said that for like the last 20-something years.
Do the same thing with the Heisman.
Fascinating to watch. Dude, all of a sudden, Detroit's been the best team all year. They have what I think could be a tough game in San Fran tonight. And Detroit is looking at the 5 seed. Isn't that kind of wild? Like,
if they lose.
If they win. The Vikings now have the head-to-head on them. And they get to play them next week.
Yeah, they have to win next week.
I mean, that game next week is going to be massive. Just a massive game next week. The Vikings, dude, nobody wants to admit it because it's Sam Darnold or whatever your bias is towards Minnesota. Maybe you hate purple. Maybe you hate Kirby Puckett. Whatever
I think
it
they got
is,
a great defense.
that Vikings team is loaded.
I think their defense is magnificent.
Yo, their offense is really good.
I think Darnold hasn't been exceptional. He has a defense that gives him the ball all the time. He has 2 receivers. You can just throw it anywhere in their vicinity, and they're going to catch the damn ball.
For a lot of the season, you were right. But Darnold over the last 6 weeks, he's just listen to the numbers. He's completing 68% of his passes, 35 touchdowns against only 12 picks. He's been great. Like in the last 6 weeks, the INT total's way down. I mean, I think he has maybe 2 turnovers in the last 6 weeks. And the touchdowns are just stacking up. Not to mention, of every playoff team we're talking about, do they have the best receiver?
He's about to have 4 or 5 interceptions because JP going so hard on it. Watch.
I think at some point
I just think that
you got to admit that Darnold's balling.
He's balling, but you also look at the history of a person, and eventually they always wake up. I'm telling you,
we said that about Goff. We don't say it anymore.
When your defense gives you the ball I thought Goff was good when he was in L.A.
Yeah.
You know, Goff took you to a damn Super Bowl. But I still feel when your defense gives you possession after possession after possession, as an offense, you're supposed to be good.
No argument there. The defense in the last 6 weeks has actually started to decline from their early season numbers, and the offense has started to carry them more.
Yeah, the referee makes sure of that.
Okay.
The whole league is offensive bias.
I think Minnesota is legit, and nobody wants to allow for that. I think they're going to be the 1 seed.
You think they're going to win the Super Bowl?
I don't know who's going to win the Super Bowl. I think it's hard to go against Kansas City.
I have not gone against them all year. Because everybody kept saying, "Oh, they're not that good." All they did is win.
A month
and
ago,
now their offense has gotten better.
A month ago, though, I said I thought the Vikings were going to be the 1 seed. People thought I was nuts. Now, currently, they are the 1 seed. And I don't know that that's enough to carry them. If they are the 1 seed, you'd be talking about the winner of, if it held the way it is right now, you'd probably be talking about the winner of Washington, L.A. going there. If my bracketology is correct. It'd be, or no, I guess they would get the 7, right? They might get, because I think they reseed it depending who wins. If it was Packers-Eagles and then the Packers were able to beat the Eagles, I think the Packers would go to Minnesota. Yeah. And you saw yesterday, Green Bay put together a hell of a comeback late in that thing. It was too little too late. If you're Andy Reid this coming weekend, you've clinched everything. Carson Wentz, your starting quarterback?
Pat goes in for a little bit. Gets his feet wet.
Half
the game. Yeah. I'm calling plays that's going to be cool for him because I still need him to get a better rapport with our receivers that's been out all year. Then I pull him out and let Carson finish it up.
AFC North. The Ravens are now 1 game clear of the Steelers. The Steelers, for seemingly like the 5th straight year, are kind of falling apart late in the year. Baltimore plays Cleveland at home to finish out the season. Pittsburgh, I think it's Cincinnati. Ravens going to win that division?
I think Cleveland is not going to beat the Ravens.
I agree.
Yeah.
At what point you got to ask some questions about Pittsburgh? They're good. They win, but since Roethlisberger's been gone, and even the last couple years with Ben, you hit Thanksgiving, they hit a wall.
But I think overall they got to play better overall. But they are always there. We started off the season by thinking they were done. Thought Russ couldn't play. They showed up. Injuries derail a lot of teams late.
Certainly. Last one, and I don't know what they'll be in the playoffs. I know I wouldn't want to play them. How good of a coach is Jim Harbaugh? Chargers have clinched the playoffs, 10-6.
Harbaugh is a former player who very much has the mindset like other guys like Dan Quinn that played college and stuff, like Joe Gibbs who understand. You got to make sure your players understand you truly care about them. Harbaugh walked in here and immediately, you watch how all his players respond to him. All of these coaches who want to act like they're separated from their players and act like they all everything, you're idiots. I don't care who you are. I said over and over again, I've seen many great coaches, but they always have great players on their team. I've never seen great coaches without great players. But I've seen great players without great coaches.
You know what helps? Getting rid of the dummy, Staley, and
Yeah,
getting the
he was
smart.
rather dumb.
Yo, like Herbert, Derwin James, they got talent, man. All right, nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. Talk a little Ove. Be Mitchell.
love little kids, man.
I'm reading now from the Associated Press, Steve Wino, article he filed last night after the Commanders clinched a playoff spot. That guy's an absolute beast. He's a tough tackle. He's hell on wheels. Atlanta Falcons coach Raheem Morris said Sunday night of Jaden Daniels. Hell on wheels, baby.
Hell yeah.
I feel like you could have been described as hell on wheels once upon a time, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, I think so.
We're running out of time. Let's make some bets.
Heard it here first.
All
Gather around, gather around.
Just so everybody knows from Coach Prime, this impacts you, White Brian. It will be multiple idiots that will say things that totally aren't true regarding where I would like Shador and Shiloh to play in the NFL. If I say it, I will say it directly to whom it may concern, not an attention seeker. I do know NFL commissioner personally. Good luck with all that. All right, who's betting what tonight, boys?
All right, since I lost last week, I'm gonna go. I mean, since I won the week last week, I'm gonna go ahead and take Missouri in the Music City Bowl. And then I'm going to take the over in the Knicks Wizards game.
Knicks Wiz again. Yo, the Wiz gave the Knicks all they could handle Saturday night. I watched that.
Yeah.
OT.
They got to stop that.
Detroit -3.5.
I'm also taking the Lions.
I don't want to do what I want to do. White Brian, you got a pick?
Auburn Tigers -37. War Eagle.
Damn. Now you claim
They
you're
what?
very
-37.
Why you mumble so much? Enunciate.
Who they
son.
playing in basketball?
Yeah, they're playing 2-10 Monmouth at home.
That's tough travel for a Jersey team.
Damn. That team shouldn't even be playing football.
Basketball, dude.
Who you taking? You took somebody in basketball?
He took Auburn in basketball.
No, I'm talking about Jeff.
Oh no, I took Missouri in the Music City Bowl.
Yeah, give me Iowa.
You going to take an L?
Just saying, I was big, boy.
I don't know. I don't want to do this, and be honest with you. And this doesn't technically count as a system pick unless it hits. Give me the Niners plus the 3.5.
You can't say it doesn't count.
There's-
It's a system pick.
It's a holiday break.
No,
though.
you
There'll be
say
no students there.
You're getting points at home at night. Did he say that?
Yeah, but there's no students there, so it doesn't count.
No, dog.
You got to have students there for it to
No,
count.
no.
Landfill.
Your system pick
It's
must
only
not
a
work.
system pick if it hits.
That's crap.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. Shout out to everybody who called in. Thank you to David Archer for joining us. Sincere thank you to Brian Mitchell, man of his word, wearing the tutu. Bigger thank you to Stevie for having a tutu ready made.
Yes, Stevie, we got to talk.
it when the tutu was waiting for
We
him.
got to talk, Stevie.
Shout out to Alex Ovechkin. You are a badass, sir. It's the year of DC.
Hell
Commanders
yeah.
win 11, maybe 12. Ovi breaks a record. Great day to have a
Let's
day.
go,
Great
baby.
Danny. Great and Danny next. Last show of the year. We'll talk to you Thursday. Love you guys.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by Gridiron IT, tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. The Commanders are going to the playoffs after they beat the Falcons last night on Sunday Night Football 30-24 in overtime. They improved to 11-5 on the season, their first 10-plus win season since 1991. They currently hold the 6th seed after the Packers lost yesterday. If things stood through Week 18, they would go on the road to face the Rams in the wild card round of the playoffs. The Commanders have one more game left this season. They'll take on the Cowboys in Dallas at 1 o'clock next Sunday. Other notable games around the NFL yesterday: the Eagles beat the Cowboys 41-7. The Eagles clinched the NFC East crown. The Vikings beat the Packers 27-25, giving the Commanders the opportunity with the win last night to move up to the 6th seed. And the Giants beat the Colts 45-33. The Giants held the number 1 pick going into the game yesterday. They dropped down to the number 4 pick now. The Jets are going to be interviewing former Washington head coach Ron Rivera this week for their open head coaching spot. And tonight, Monday Night Football, the Lions take on the 49ers. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards at home to take on the Knicks. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. Federal Integrators, you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game. They know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
A pleasant Victory Monday and a good afternoon to the Commanders fans listening all over the DMV who are elated to see their team heading back to the playoffs and having won 11 games for the first time since 1991. Welcome in Grant and Danny on The Fan. You know, with this being something of a historical show, that Danny was going to be out, unfortunately. So he is ready for the new year. He is getting his staycation in. He'll be back in just a couple of days. Linnell Willingham hanging out with me today. I'm Grant Paulson. We will take you up to 6:30. Lay of the land here is this. It's going to be a bit of a party, I will say. We'll get back into our normal, more measured, analytical way of viewing this football team and detailed analysis as the week goes on, as we get ready for Week 18, a chance for payback against the Cowboys, an opportunity to secure the 6th seed this weekend. But today will feel a little bit more celebratory.
It's appropriate.
We're going to let our hair down, Linnell.
Let's do it.
We're going to unbutton our shirts, maybe even let a little loophole out in the belt.
Who cares?
Kick back and have a little fun. We got a hell of a rundown, by the way. Caught up with a few guys in the locker room. We got some players calling in as part of the celebration as well. Brandon Coleman at 3 o'clock, left tackle. Noah Igbenogany, the corner, at 3:30. We're blitzing at 4 o'clock. We got Jamison Crowder. I think this is his 3rd iteration as a Commander.
I'm about to say.
He's on the show at 4:30 today. Our weekly appointment with Jay Gruden to break down Jaden Daniels in the offense at 5. And normally we talk to Austin Eckler at 6 on Tuesdays. We can't do that because we don't have a show tomorrow on New Year's Eve. There's going to be a college football playoff game taking place, matinee style, on this station. So Austin Eckler joins us today. So we'll get an answer from him. He's eligible to play against the Cowboys for the first time.
Let's see if he's back. Hope he's back.
Is he coming back? Is he going to help? Are the playoffs a possibility? Make sure you're listening at 6 o'clock. So there you go. Brandon Coleman, Noah Igbenogany, Jamison Crowder, Austin Eckler. It's like a team meeting on the Grant and Danny radio program. But Linnell, they did it. They are headed to the playoffs. They beat the Falcons. They've won 4 in a row. They're 11-5 for God's sake. They're 8-3 in the NFC. They're 7-2 at home. They're 4-0 in December.
They did it.
I'm about to say, strike up the band. None of this sounds real. Can I be real with you and give you like my honest thoughts? And we were talking about it before the show started. Even in my wildest of dreams, and I'm talking good REM sleep, you had a good meal before, I would have never thought that this was possible. And I know I did the bit, 9-10 wins beginning of the season. I'm a fan first. I say it all the time. But to watch this group week in and week out, and I'm going to sound like cliche here, brick by brick, just I feel like they're improving is the amazing thing about it. And it all starts with the quarterback. Having a true one-of-one guy under center is a great feeling. Chiefs fans across the country, I know what you live on a day-to-day basis. Bills fans, I know what you now live on a day-to-day basis. Once again, Grant, with all the marbles on the line, Jaden Daniels proves he's that guy.
So that's a great point, actually, because we do, I think, right now, feel like we've got the thing that the Chiefs and the Bills and the Ravens have had. Now, where I'm not going to go yet is like there's no need to. There's no reason to. I don't need to work in Sharpie. I don't need to build with cement, right? Next year will be next year. They're going to have a lot of things to figure out this offseason.
Schedule gets tougher.
Schedule's going to get a lot tougher. There'll be adjustments made to a unique offense that nobody had seen, which is going to present its own challenges, not only for Daniels, but they're going to be more talented around him. You got an offseason with a ton of money. You got draft picks. So if they have another prolific offseason, if Adam Peters hits more home runs and doubles and triples like he did this past hiatus, they'll be in a really good spot. But today, to me, is not even to worry about that. In this moment, right now, they've got the answer key at quarterback. And you do have that understanding of like, so the Ravens have done this for 10 years almost, right? Like
my entire life, it feels like.
This is what the Chiefs' existence has been like every single day since Patrick Mahomes took over as starter. But yeah, the final drive last night was a thing of not just beauty, but to me, it was a thing of like a level of football that isn't the NFL. I said this yesterday when I was driving home talking to somebody. I said, that final drive felt like Jaden Daniels walked out onto the field. He got in the huddle and he goes, see that end zone down there? I'm walking that way right now.
Yeah.
6 and 7 yards at a time. I'll just be running on every play.
Methodical.
You guys can come with me or not. But when this drive ends, I'll be dancing down there and everyone's going to be cheering. It was like a high school football, best player on the field, hero ball, 6 runs for 42 yards. He also went 5 of 5 passing.
No big deal.
Screen to Robinson, a little check down to Rodriguez who made the hurdle. I mean, it was mostly stuff around the line of scrimmage, but it was well designed like the whole day was. Cliff Kingsbury had a hell of a game, I thought. Great plan. He did a really, really good job. Has all season long, deserves a lot of credit. But that was Jaden Daniels just saying, our defense will not have to do anything else. We win the toss, we win the game.
So let me ask you this, because in real time watching it, we're doing the in-game show. We're at Tom's Watch Bar last night. It's just a madhouse in there. You kind of lose the moment at times with the atmosphere. Like you forget you're doing a radio show and you're dialed in. When we won the toss, did you feel like, it's over? Because it's gotten to the point with me now where he's done it so many times this year in those gotta have it moments where I was like oddly confident in our ability. And look, I was disappointed at the entire team's effort in the first half. I thought they just didn't come out the way that I expected them to in a gotta have it situation. But you fast forward to the end of it, all the highs and lows that you get in an NFL regular season game. And when we won that toss, I said, well, this is it. This is what dreams are made of.
I'm going to go back even further to the Eagles game last week.
Okay.
The moment Devontae Smith dropped the football.
Yeah. Was crazy, by the way.
And they were about to kick a field goal to go up now to a point where Washington would need a touchdown to win. They're extending a minimal lead to now a field goal is not going to be able to win this thing for Washington. The second he dropped that ball, I said, they're going to go win the game. And think about what that means. Daniels had just thrown a bad interception. And in my mind was not, I got a young quarterback who's going to be rattled. Yeah. In my mind was, you're giving him another shot. You're giving this offense another chance. So that was last week. The first of 2 straight games where they came back from down 10 for the
Yes.
first time in franchise history. Oh, by the way, 13-point deficit, fourth quarter, no problem. They beat the Eagles. They got no credit for it because it was Kenny Pickett, even though Philly hung 40 with Pickett and another donk, was not even as high as him on the depth chart yesterday.
Tanner McKee.
But I digress. So then you fast forward to last night, and the answer to the question you asked me is absolutely. When they won the coin toss, I did think they were going to win. I couldn't guarantee a touchdown. I did not feel confident they'd go the length of the field. I thought there was a good chance, but I knew they'd get points. Like that, to me, especially with the new rules, this is the league. You start at the 30. A lot of times they get a decent return there at the 34 anyway. You're one throw away from midfield. You're a scramble away from the 44-yard line. So I thought they're surely going to get a field goal. Can they make a play? Can Penix, who's been inaccurate off and on throughout the game, maybe give him a gift and pick a ball off? But I had all the confidence they were going to win. And part of that is, look at their home slate. My buddy and I were talking about this yesterday. My brother actually went to the game, and I've been getting all kinds of reports from him on the vibes. You guys were at the game. I'd love to hear from you as we went on today at 800-636-1067. Because I don't know what it was like on TV or how it translated, Linnell. It was amazing in-house. Being at that game, the crowd, the energy, the pizzazz, the electricity, it felt like a playoff game, and it felt like a legit stadium. Talking to Jamison Crowder in the locker room, he was in Buffalo when they made a playoff run at one point. He comped what he was feeling in the stadium last night to Orchard Park.
It's the ultimate compliment for you guys out there, man. Like, we have created and cultivated something that, like, is special and other people want to be a part of. And I said it before when we were doing the rundown earlier. When Quan Martin catches that pick, I rewatched it last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning. You hear it erupt in there. And, like, I don't know if anything's, like, comparable to it, man. It was one of the loudest pops you'll ever hear at a Commander game.
5th play of the game.
Early.
And you're right. It was like, you're not a wrestling guy, really.
I'm a big wrestling guy.
Are you?
I'm a Grant Paulson.
I didn't know that
I'm a
about
wrestling
you.
Mark.
Okay,
I
good.
fall asleep to 2000s wrestling.
So, like, Royal Rumble 1999 when the glass hits and Stone Cold's
Oh, my
coming
God.
out.
It's
like, psh, and, like, everyone hears the music, and it's like, number 29 entering the Rumble is Stone Cold. It was like that when he caught that interception.
100%.
Great return. Set him up at the 38. They go on to get points. But what I was thinking about, as my brother was telling me how amazing the vibes were, he hasn't been at the stadium in years. Last time I got him tickets to a game, you'll remember this. Mark Sanchez started for Washington. Josh Johnson came in. They lost by 100 to, I think, the Giants in that game. Like, Adrian Peterson had a long touchdown run. That was like the highlight.
Yeah.
Memory serves. But he said, like, nothing about the experience felt like it used to when he was there. It was just so much better. And I said, well, you know why? Part of it is that they're spending a lot of money.
Yes.
Credit to the Harris ownership group. You know, the light show that they did, the new LED lights.
Which looked amazing, by the way, on TV.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And they put together a nice video, and they had Frankie Louvu, speaking of WWE, doing like a Wyatt style, like, lights out.
Oh, wow.
And then the lights turn out for several seconds. Like, it was cool. But think about the home games this year. They went 7-2. They beat Cleveland by 21. They beat Carolina by 33. They win on a walk-off Hail Mary. They pummel the Titans by 23. They had a 13-point fourth quarter comeback where they basically walk off on the Eagles, and then they walk off on an overtime clincher to get into the playoffs. You think you had a little bit of fun at home this year?
I'm about to say.
That was 6 different games I just rattled off in a 7-2 slate at home that were either them just bludgeoning teams or amazing finishes. So the atmosphere was elite last night.
Moments have been created, and I think it just all goes to big picture how I feel about this year. And that's been the most difficult thing for me, is to look at this year as just this year, because it's hard not to look ahead. You have, you know, organizationally, like, everything is in place. Head coach, ownership, GM, you've got the franchise quarterback. But the different, and I think this is what you're alluding to, the different moments within this season that when you're going through it in real time, it feels like it's an entirety of a season, right? It's been special to watch. And, like, as a younger fan, I don't know if anything is comparable to this. 2012 is what everyone points back to. But the thing I would say about 2012 is, like, the gas or the air rather came out of the tires fast, right? Like when Haloti Ngata hits Robert in the knee in that game at home against Baltimore, and then Kirk goes down and wins it in overtime, obviously. You felt good, but you knew, oh, Robert's hurt.
By the way, speaking of Robert getting hurt, how about when Daniels got folded up like a chair last night? I posted a picture of how his body was contorted. And the picture is petrifying as a still frame. At full speed, I don't know if everyone had the same thoughts I did, but I'm watching that and I went, oh my God. No.
Literally.
My heart sank into the place I can't talk about on the radio.
Yeah,
and I said curse words, but I was under my breath. I'm like, you gotta be. And all I could think about was like, some idiot on Twitter is going to put the side-by-side pictures. And I'm like, don't do this to them.
Yeah.
And I don't even mean me. It's not about. So these fans, like, they just
We've been through enough.
Started to think they could believe again.
Come on now.
And you know what happened? Old Gumby popped right up. Like,
dude.
Like someone had just breathed near him.
Yeah. It was
he
no
didn't
big
get
deal.
Folded up. His leg, his cleat wasn't underneath of his butt while his knee was contorted in a way and mangled and bent up.
So I'm so scarred, GP, that I'm like, well, okay, he's up. He's shaking it off. I'm watching every step after that, just under a microscope.
Oh, you're like, but he's definitely tore something.
I'm about to say, can we get the MRI? Like, I'm waiting for the end of the game. Bad news with the MRI, but after
he
that
ran
play,
for 127 yards after that play.
which is insane, to show you that I'm fine. It's no big deal. I've been
Second
here
highest
before.
rushing total by any player in the NFL this week.
That's
16 attempts. It was the first time he's run that much since week 1 against Tampa Bay.
And the thing that I continue to be impressed about, and I worried about this with him coming out because he's slight of frame. He isn't perfect at this. Let me get that straight. He still takes some hits that make you. But for the most part,
football's going to happen.
He's got this unique ability to avoid defenders. I compare it to Lamar Jackson. Lamar, I always give him credit. You can't hit him, but we know watching it, they look like they're moving at two different speeds.
Lamar does not get squared up very often.
No, it's hard to. You know how hard that is one-on-one in an alley with that guy?
Yeah, and Jaden's the same way.
Yeah.
Daniels hops. He skips.
Yeah.
The thing that he does that's so amazing as a runner, and like people will be like, yes, that's true. Like, you don't think about it, but he does this all the time. He has this innate sense of when someone's diving at his feet, and he like skips.
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that?
Yes.
It's always like right at the sideline or as he's getting right out of the pocket, and a defender will come like sweeping with their arm, and he'll just kind of like jump over their arm like it's a jump rope. His timing on that, Kevin Harlan style, eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah.
Like he always jumps at the perfect time. But he's never really hit the speed switch that many times this year.
I thought he was last night on that one on the left sideline.
The 25-yard run.
Yeah, I thought I thought he was out of there with that.
I wonder if that was his like fastest sprint speed of the year, because he did kind of.
So he's been clocked at like 21.7
Right.
by next gen.
He's got the speed. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I saw him against Florida. I mean,
Yes.
he can do it. But it's not the Robert Griffin like straight line thing. It's like that water bug.
He
like
can boogie
hop,
a little bit,
skip.
man. It's different.
But buck 27 on 16 runs, and he stood in the pocket and made throws. 24 of 36 for 227. I felt really good about him throwing the football against Atlanta.
Mhm.
Number one, they're a terrible defense. But number two, they give up the highest percentage of completed passes in the NFL.
Yeah.
Their whole deal is short and intermediate's yours. We're too deep with our safeties who are ball hawks.
Yeah.
Combined 6 interceptions. And that's what they want to be. And so they gave it Washington over and over and over again. You want your little stop routes to Olamide Zaccheaus? Here they are. By the way, shout out OZ, former Falcon, revenge game.
Back-to-back revenge games, GP. That's what the hidden storyline and all this. Back-to-back.
8 for 85 and a touchdown. And he had a second one that was called back on the Cosme hold.
So to what you said about Jaden, kind of taking what Atlanta was giving him, they weren't going to give up the big play. Cliff kind of alluded to that, during the week, like if there's anything he could do to like improve, or what does he have to do to continue this pace? It's like not getting bored with doing the routine stuff. And it's so hard, I think, with young quarterbacks, especially in a situation, right, Grant, where you're trailing and you feel like you're chasing points and you want to put on the cape and you want to be Superman, to have the discipline to continue to go where coverage is dictating. It's next level stuff. And it's the reason I think all of this is sustainable. What he does above the neck, I continue to believe. I say he plays in the most quarterback-friendly offense, but like the amount that they put on his plate in terms of what he is asked to do is a lot.
So there's 3 things I love about him. The third is on the field, he's the best athlete.
Not even close.
So like that's both passing and running stuff, but I'm gonna separate that. Number 1 is the stuff that you cannot judge pre-draft, that you'll never know unless you're in it. And that is that he is exactly what you need to be a franchise quarterback based on what we hear and what we're told, which is what we have to go off of, as a worker. We've heard it from day one of training camp, when he shows up, when he leaves, how much he studies. That's number one. Number two, and I really didn't get to see this until the last few weeks, because to his credit, he'd done such a good job avoiding the really bad plays.
Yeah.
He responds. He doesn't flinch. Like, he threw 2 terrible picks against the Eagles.
Yeah.
We never even think about them because he threw 5 touchdowns. The interception, and they fooled him. They did a good job. Give Jimmy Lake, the D coordinator for Atlanta,
Little
credit.
sim pressure.
Ellis kind of on the line of scrimmage, drops. They bring another linebacker. He didn't see it. He throws a bad pick. One too many slants on that drive to Crowder last night. So what? It's a 3-touchdown game.
Yep.
He's never fooled again. He goes back to the sideline like everyone that's
It's
young.
immediately me.
Exactly.
My bad.
But all the young
Love
guys
that.
like can do the tap the shoulder, like the tap the chest, and grab the iPad and be like, "Oh, I got you," and then throw another pick a minute
Right.
later. You know,
Yes.
he learns so fast, and he just never seems fazed by anything. I love that about him, and it's one of the biggest reasons for the second time in a decade the Commanders are playoff bound. It's
crazy.
We can open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys for the first time today at 800-636-1067. If you were at the game, I want to hear from you. What'd you make of what seemed like just an unreal environment? I loved everything about last night, from when I got out of my car in the parking lot to when I waddled my fat butt back over to my car and got back in and got home close to 2 a.m. last night. It was just a joyous,
I can't believe
celebratory
that.
evening.
I keep asking the dumb question of what did we do to deserve this? We only stunk for your entire life, kid. So I guess we're kind of due for like the football gods to be on our side. But boy, does it feel good.
If you wait 30 years, good things can happen.
I'm about to say.
And if your owner sells, and if you get the right GM, and if you get the right quarterback, even you can win 11 games.
Come on now.
800-636-1067. What are you feeling on a day that you've been waiting for decades? Let's face it. You're listening to Grant and Danny Linnell's In Today on the Fan.
It's the left. Inside, it is a keeper. It's Daniels throwing. Touchdown, Zacchaeus.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back. Linnell Willingham's in today with Danny out. I'm Grant Paulson, and we are partying like it's 1991. That's the last time Washington was an 11-game winner, and they're not done yet, by the way.
No, they're not.
They got a real good chance to get to 12 against a Dallas Cowboys team that just gave up a 40-burger.
Not good.
To the second and third string quarterbacks of the Philadelphia Eagles. But as we welcome you back in, phones are jam-packed. The question for you guys is, what are you feeling? You've been waiting for this for a long time. What are the emotions like today? 800-636-1067 is the number. I mean, for me, so I've been going to almost every single home game since 1999. And my earliest memories of this team are probably starting around the 95 or the 96 season.
Yeah.
But I've been watching games on my mom's lap. She was the bigger Redskins fan than my dad was. Sundays were laundry day.
Okay.
I had 3 siblings, so it was a family of 6. We would drag everything out of the laundry room, put it in piles in the living room. We'd sit there and watch football all day, and me and my mom would watch the Redskins. And that started probably around, right around 90, 91. Your boy's not old enough to remember being in diapers. I posted a picture.
But I saw that.
Of 3-year-old GP.
Those Paulson jeans are strong. Look just like Truman.
I look a little bit like my little guy. Who yesterday, by the way, as I was leaving to go to the game, came up to me and he's like, Dad, you got to help me find my Jaden Daniels jersey. It's like, I can't find it. I'm like, okay.
What am I going to do?
The possibility of not being able to wear it during the game was just too much.
Yeah, would have broke his little heart.
But for me, it's just, I'd say, almost like a relief in a weird way.
Yeah.
I
hear that.
That I got to see it. That you kind of come to this epiphany somewhere along the way with Snyder. I may never see my team actually be great.
That's tough.
And I always thought there'd be a year where they got hot and beat some bad teams or whatever and got to 11 wins. But this is not that. Like this season in a vacuum may end up being that when we look back, who knows? But this is a sustainable model. This is an ownership group that gives you a chance.
Yep.
This is a terrific football person, general manager who's running a player and family first culture. This is a head coach that the players love and believe in. This is a quarterback in year 1 of hopefully 15 that will give them a chance for many, many years to win every game they play in. It's all the stuff that I dreamed about forever, and I was pretty sure I'd never get to experience. And now that I'm here, I kind of don't know what to do with my hands.
Literally, I'm about to pinch myself. I hope the stream can see that. Like, because it's just this. I'm like you, younger fan, but you're obviously a little bit older than I am. But I was also told, growing up in a house full of Cowboy fans, my aunt and uncle raised, they're big Cowboy fans. But Linnell, the reason why your team ain't ever going to be good, so you might as well convert. We can get you a star right now. The reason your team's not going to be good is because the owner. They'll never change the name. The owner's a bad guy, and you'll never have success, and they can never get a quarterback. And so when we're going through this in real time, as you said, I don't know what to do with myself. I think, I'll be real. I was debating whether or not I was going to share this on the show or not. Your boy had a little bit of, there was some onions getting chopped last night when I'm sitting up at 3:30 in the morning, rewatching, because I love watching the TV copy here in Tirico. He's awesome.
By the way, that is a sneaky, really good thing about this game happening the way it did in primetime. My 99 team, my favorite team ever, they clinched the playoffs, Linnell, on ESPN in primetime on Sunday Night Football. Brad Johnson threw a touchdown to Larry Centers, number 37, the fullback. And I still remember the call. It was like Paul McGuire, Mike Patrick, and Joe Theismann. And the call was right before the touchdown. I think it was also an overtime game. I don't know if anybody's drawn this link yet, but that was the 99 clincher in primetime.
History just repeating itself.
Against San Francisco, right, 25 years ago. But the call right before that was, do you think the Redskins know what's at stake here? And then he's like, Larry Centers, wide open, and he goes into the end zone. But my point is, Tirico, who's a Hall of Famer, with a voice where you know it's important, and the 1 seed, and doing it on NBC in front of the country makes it better.
Yes.
But apologize. So keep going. So you cried last night.
Yeah, and I was sitting there thinking, like, what the hell are you crying for, kid? But, like, whether it's good or bad, this team That's why I'm so passionate while on air. For years, right? Like they controlled my day-to-day emotions during the fall, right? And I like not like I'm walking around flipping people off when they lose or I'm some angry bear, but like it stings a little bit after a loss. And when you've had so many losses and so many bad seasons piled up on each other, like I've gone through, 2012 feels like forever ago. 2020, you knew you had no business being there, and it was kind of like, COVID doesn't really count. 2015, Deshaun Jackson ruined it all for us. But like, it was like, for me, I guess the culmination of like, wow, like this is the thing that everyone told me was not possible is actually happening. And like, I'm still, cognitively aware enough to understand it. I literally thought there were times, man, in high school, walking into the cafeteria, all my friends are like Eagle fans, Cowboy fans, and they just win and win and win. And I don't know what it feels like. So I would like do skits and bits, and I would like do cadences of other quarterbacks to avoid talking about my team because we were so embarrassing. And now that I'm the guy that has the quarterback, like you said, that everybody wants, we're that family now.
NBC flexed Washington in the prime time.
Yeah, like what?
So people could see them do that last night.
It's crazy.
So that they could get a little bit of the Jaden Daniels magic for their TV ratings.
He just put on like he always does.
We had it in 2012 for a very quick glimmer.
Yes.
And it's looking like this time around could be more sustainable. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to jump in. What are you feeling today? We're going to be celebrating and partying throughout the show. You'll hear from Brandon Coleman, the big left tackle, the rookie. By the way, he had the biggest smile in the locker room. I said to him, I'm like, dude, rookie year going to the playoffs. I was like, that this is not really this easy, right?
Yeah, right.
And he just, his like ear to ear,
Lit
just
up,
like when the Grinch smiles in those pictures, it's funny. Let's go to Vic in Akakeek on G&D. What's up, Vic?
Grant, Janelle, what's good, y'all?
What's going on, brother?
Go ahead, man. You're on the air. Let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, forgive me. So, yeah, I'm excited. I feel this is a long time coming. It's been 26 years for me. Like I told y'all before, 26 years ago, I asked my dad who we were rooting for. He said the Redskins, and then Randall Cunningham tore off up in it for like 300 yards passing, like 100 yards rushing. So, and I remember that game too, Grant. When Larry Sanders caught that pass on the backfield and ran for 30 yards to the end zone, and Joe Thousand says, and the Washington Redskins are headed to the playoffs. I remember that game.
So good.
We playing the 49ers. But it to me is just a testament of what I've said since I've been calling the radio for over 10 years, that if we actually had a organization that was about accountability leads to excellence because it happens over time. And if you have an organization that's about accountability leads to excellence, then you'll get a coaching staff that has that. And we've made the playoffs when I didn't feel we were that talented. And we missed the playoffs when we were more talented. So I felt that if we actually got a competent coaching staff that actually wanted to do football the right way, we had a good chance of winning a 10-plus games. And you can go back and listen to the recordings, but I said we can win 10-plus games, and I'm landing on 11. I said that on 2 shows, and that's what we did this year.
Yeah, sure did. And they did it, to your point, without one of their most talented rosters around the quarterback. Yesterday, you had Michael Dieter finish for Biotish at center. You had Trent Scott finish for Lucas, who was in for Wiley at your third right tackle.
Not a good spot to be in.
And that was for a good stretch of the end of the game into overtime as they're marching down the field. It was the Olamide Zaccheaus and Jamison Crowder show at wide receiver in the first half. Terry McLaurin caught 1 ball for 5 yards.
Credit to A.J. Terrell. I just want to say, I don't know if America understands that, like, he is one of the best young, talented corners in this league. It's nothing to sneeze at, Terry having that type of game against Terrell. But to your point, I think it just, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on in the show, I think it just really highlights the job that Adam Peters and company have done. And I don't want to just say it's just Adam either, GP. The pro scouts, the guys, the players, helping get the guys ingratiated and all that. Like, it's been really interesting to watch. And I remember when Zach Ertz was signed this offseason, I went, just Zach Ertz. And he comes out and scores 2 touchdowns in the biggest game of the season. It's crazy.
But he's been invaluable all year. He's an easy guy to make fun of. And fans have taken their whacks at the pinata because he's not a 92 on Madden and it's not sexy and he doesn't run a 4.2. And so you're not in the cool kids club. But all he does is run good routes, make pretty consistent, sure-handed catches. Yeah. Does a great job in zone, finding the right little areas to settle it and throttle it down, make himself available to the quarterback. and then so many things that he doesn't get credit for in a game, in a box score, all week long as a leader. Now, this is a guy, the pelts on the wall are real. He has had more catches in a season than any tight end in the history of the league.
It's crazy.
116 in a season in Philly. And so last night when it was winning time, who were they feeding down the middle of the field? He made 2 great catches, including the game winner in a small window on a beautiful throw. But people sleep. There was like a 100-mile-an-hour fastball thrown at his shoelaces on that drive as well that he kind of went down to the ground to catch.
No big deal.
Made it look easy.
Yeah. That's what he's done all year, man. He's a pro's pro. I think to your point, like the relationship him and Jaden have built has been amazing to see. I remember in camp, and you said this is your first day out there. You said, has he been hitting these deep overs to Ertz all summer? I said, GP, this is the thing. And we didn't see it early on. It took Ertz a little while to get going, but he's been dialed in ever since.
Yeah. They had a good plan last night offensively.
Oh, for sure.
I think Cliff Kingsbury deserves a ton of credit because, for everyone screaming about needing more help, needing more wide receivers, they go get KJ Osborne. They parked him for 2 weeks, and then he barely played last night.
Big holding penalty he had, too, in crunch time. Yeah.
He did. But Zacchaeus, Crowder.
Bryson Tremaine was getting snaps.
Is it better to have better players? Sure. Would it be awesome if T. Higgins was opposite Terry McLaurin? Of course. But the scheme works. They get these guys
100%.
open. They're not hurting for production. They throw for 225. And the other thing is, you would think McLaurin going 1 for 5 in a game is a death sentence.
Yes.
You shouldn't be able to win that game. The difference is your quarterback ran for $127. If he runs for his normal like 30 to 50, it's a whole different ball game.
For sure.
You're taking another 10 points off the board, but you scored 30 with Terry McLaurin basically being shut out last night. What are you guys feeling today? That's the question. 800-636-1067. Top of the hour, I want to get into who in the organization do you think deserves the biggest attaboy for the 2024 season? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Riders taking half the quarter. Daniels. Left an open first look. Now fires. Touchdown. Zach Ertz breaks free. Has a big catch on the drive. And has the touchdown.
The pass protection on that touchdown throw to Ertz was fantastic.
Brilliant.
And it wasn't stellar circuit to circuit last night. Jaden Daniels was sacked 5 times. One of those, he ran out of bounds for a loss of 1. There were 4 pretty true sacks. Had a loss of 13 on a sack, had a loss of 7, had a loss of 10. There were some breakdowns. But on that play, what was a 5-step drop in the pocket, he had all day. And it was kind of longer developing. And he waited. And you knew someone was going to come free.
Eventually.
And Ertz did for that touchdown. And it was a big one to get the Commanders back in the football game. Capped their first drive of the second half. In fact, that drive, which made the score 17-14 in the third quarter, was a 15-play drive for 84 yards. It was a net of 69, but there were penalties in there as well. That drive changed the whole game. And the play, I think, that was the turning point, they come out of the half. They committed a ton of penalties in the first half. I think it was like 6 for 60. The first play of the second half is a penalty. They're behind the chains, 1st and 20. Then an incomplete. Then a 2nd and 20 sack. And now it's 3rd and 20, whatever. 3rd and 22, I think it was. And on 3rd and 22, Jaden Daniels is sacked. And it's about to be 4th and 30. There's a 5-yard infraction for contact downfield in the secondary that frankly had nothing to do with the pass rush getting home. And it's Danny and I have talked about this, Linnell. If it's been one time, it's been probably for 5 hours on our show's history. The dumbest rule in the league, maybe, that a 5-yard infraction,
no matter what,
gives you an automatic first on a 3rd and 30, basically.
So I'll say this. It's about time we're on the right side of these things, right, GP? It feels like my entire childhood growing up, we were always getting worked by the refs. And when we would lose close games, fans would say, oh, you see, it's the refs. Not the case. We're finally living right, is what I would say, man.
Well, good fortune.
Yes.
Some fortuitous, I would say, and lucky moments. That they've lived a charmed life for much of this year. You need to. You got to be good and you got to be lucky.
That's what
they have been both a bunch. I mean, look, I would say in the league today, a 55-yard field goal is about a 50% proposition.
Feels like it.
It just so happens you're playing a team that's had kicking problems all year, that's on a street free agent who you cut in training camp and didn't get anywhere near kicking a 55-yard field goal. Thank God Raheem Morris at the end of both halves,
I mean,
inexplicably didn't know what to do with his timeouts. He just wanted to take them with him into the locker room.
And his explanation post-game was interesting, to say the least. But this is, to me, where the game was won at. You possessed the ball, and let's see if my math is right here, for 14 minutes and 50 seconds during the third quarter. Like, that's insanity, Grant. They
ran 29 of the first 32 plays after the half.
That's crazy.
Washington.
It doesn't happen often, and it's one of those things where in a game without De'Ami Brown, you're kind of limited when it comes to your explosives. How are you going to, fill that production void? And they just methodically worked the football down the field all game. I love what you said before we started. Jaden kind of in that third quarter, second half, really midway through the third, decided, I'm just going to take over. I don't know if I'm a quarterback. I don't know if I'm just a football player out here making plays, leaving people in his wake. It was awesome to watch.
The final drive, his position was football player.
Yes. I love the way you put that.
I don't know why people take offense to this.
Yeah.
That's your own problem that you need to work out for yourself. I'm just going to be over here having a grown-up conversation. Like, I hear people still go, they bristle when you call him a running quarterback. Shut up.
Well, what is he? If he's not a running quarterback, then what is he?
I heard it today.
Yeah,
driving in. Like, you can't call him a running quarterback. The guy that ran 16 times for 127 yards.
That guy? Right.
That's your problem. You work it out on your own time.
Yeah.
Don't call him a dual threat. I'm sorry, what? Yeah. Is he a threat to pass? Is he a threat to run? That's called a dual threat. For some reason, complimenting a running quarterback for their running ability is taken as some slight against them as a passer. You're doing that. I'm not doing that. You're putting that into the world. I'm not. Yeah, he's a running quarterback. He's the best one in the league other than Lamar Jackson right now.
I would even take it a step further. His skill set is and I'm not hyperbolizing this, is if you had to build me a quarterback in the lab, I'd make him a little heavier, obviously. He's light and slight of frame. He's what you want. This is what the game is. You have to be able to create plays off schedule. You saw it on the other side. Mike Penix was a statue in the pocket. And I love me some Mike Penix as much as the next guy. It's my third-ranked quarterback coming out. You have to be able to show off that quote-unquote dual threat ability, or you're not valuable. Mahomes does it in crunch moments. Allen does it in crunch moments. Lamar does it routinely. I get annoyed with what you said, too. Like, I don't like the fact that people bristle at it. I don't know where it comes from, but here's the thing. We were talking about that moment where, like, the earth kind of stood still when his knee gets bent back. Even if he did, knock on wood, right, suffer the debilitating season-ending injury, I still think he's got the mechanics and the football smarts and the poise, touch, anticipation, all that to be able to survive as a pocket passer. Now, they'd have to severely upgrade the talent around him to live like that, down in, down out, game in, game out.
Yeah, you couldn't do it in this iteration with this group.
But he can do it. It's
because
not his
in
fault.
the games where Pittsburgh or Philly or whoever has kind of kept him in the pocket, the offenses look very, very different. But he doesn't need to be able to do all that right now.
Exactly.
He's got the other thing, and he could do both.
It's brilliant.
Gets you a QB who could do both. And that's your point. In 2024,
you need it.
You need to be able to be a football player and a playmaker, and he makes them right. There were just dead plays at times that he makes good plays. They, by the way, were 3 for 3 on fourth down last night. They're 19 for 22 on the year on fourth down. Almost a third of their points on the season have been scored after they convert a fourth down this year on drives.
That's crazy.
They're not good on fourth down because, like, Dan Quinn's going for them. No. They're not good on fourth down because Terry catches the ball on every single. They're good on fourth down because of Jaden Daniels.
Point blank.
Because I'm not allowed to call him the running quarterback. Well, as a defense, are petrified that he's about to run.
Exactly.
That's why they're good on fourth down. And again, last night, 3 for 3. And one of them was the best design on fourth down I've seen all year.
Oh, I love it.
It was
I know
like
what you're talking about.
3-option RPO. He rolls to his left, threw the touchdown to Zacchaeus across his body. But he had Benson. They're not allowed to throw to him. God forbid he ever caught a pass. But he was there.
I thought last night was the night.
he was there for a first down catch in the flat.
Yeah.
He could have kept the ball and kept running, or he throws it to Zacchaeus. So it's like 3 options.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Even on the touchdown to Zacchaeus, it's like, hey, I'm right over here to the left. But I guess he's not in Daniels' line of sight. He makes a really difficult throw, honestly, with a defender conversion. So, yeah.
The party will continue. We're going to talk to Brandon Coleman, Noah Igbenogany next hour. I want to hear from you guys at 800-636-1067 on this next, though. Who gets your attaboy? You got to pick one person. Think about this like like the old Nats Fest where everyone has like a booth and you can only get one autograph. Okay. So you got the Harris ownership group, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, Jaden Daniels. You can only go up and dap one of them up for this season. Who gets your attaboy? G&D with Linnell Lynn on the Fan.
And with only 30 carries all year, remains the back. He's got the pitch. Rodriguez in the open field for a tackle to the end zone. Washington leads.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. No Danny today. Linnell is in. The Commanders winners for the 4th straight game, for the 7th time in 9 home games, for the 8th time in 11 conference games. They are playoff bound. They will play. As of now, it would appear they'd be the 6th seed, which is huge.
Yes.
We can get into why and those permutations as we continue today. But it looks like they'll avoid Philly. They'll avoid a 7-2 matchup, and they might get a chance to play in LA against the Rams. And I'm not sitting here telling you all of a sudden that like you're getting to play the Cleveland Browns or something. That's not the point, because the Rams with Matt Stafford and Sean McVay have won a Super Bowl. There's a lot of guys with hardware in that locker room. And Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua,
real deal,
in the receiver room against Michael Davis or Benjamin St. Juste if Marshawn Lattimore's not back.
Well, Danny said Benjamin St. Davis. It's a good bit.
They're similar enough after yesterday. Although I will say, before we get to Brandon Coleman, you cannot tell me that Michael Davis is better than Benjamin St. Juste.
I agree with you.
I mean, I guess you could tell me that. You'd just be wrong. Or
100%.
Let me go young, physical, lengthy.
Thank you.
And I'll take my penalties because he's there.
Yeah.
Davis has been benched pretty much each time he's played this year.
And the first, you know what's crazy? I think his performance last night was worse than what we saw him in week 2 against the Giants, where he had zero interest in tackling Malik Neighbors. Now, to his credit, the Colts didn't have any interest in tackling Malik Neighbors either this weekend. But like to what you said, I look at Juice and go, well, darn, if you can't play over this guy, you want to talk about being in the Chateau Bow Wow, the doghouse. I mean, might as well cut him.
Well, that's coming, maybe.
I mean, seriously, I'm not even trying
They didn't need a roster spot.
No.
He's got that going. Like, he is still active. So, like, you think about Fidarian Mathis or Jamin Davis before that or Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah.
It was go to the bench, then you become inactive, and now when I need a roster spot, you're gone. It happened with all those guys.
Yes.
The fact, though, that without Marshawn Lattimore, you need a corner on the boundary. And as much as I love Mikey Sanders still, who's had a whale of a rookie year, who's a really good player, that's a championship player in college, who's going to be a reason this team wins a Super Bowl if and when it happens in the next 5-7 years, whatever. He had a rough night last night.
Yeah.
Between the neutral zone infraction that cost 4 points, the getting undressed by Drake London on a 4th and 11, where he got beat on a really good route by a really good player. But like, it wasn't like, I mean, he's their corner 1 now. That's a tall order for him. He was drafted to be a nickel. But on the other side, if the Falcons' plan wasn't already, find 24, throw it at him. They started doing that at the very end of the game.
And it worked.
And if they had an overtime drive, they would have done it again. But you just cannot convince me. I know everyone likes to make their jokes, and he's the whipping boy. Largely, people overrate how bad he is anyway.
Yes.
But St. Juste will make a play for every couple he gives up. I've not really seen that from Michael Davis.
Michael Davis looks like he shouldn't be in the National Football League anymore. I'm being honest with you. He does not look like an NFL pro at this point. I'm more so with you. I can't go
that far because, like,
dude, what does he do well though, Grant? He's not tackling. He's nowhere near the guy in coverage.
Well, I think he's
like a special teamer.
He can play teams.
That's his role.
And B, I don't get mad at Reed Doughty for being Reed Doughty. I don't get upset when Stephon Heyer walks through the door. When I open up
deep cut
the office door and I say, "Is Stephon Heyer?" at the doctor's office, and then Stephon Heyer stands up. Yeah. What I'm saying is Michael Davis isn't supposed to be playing last night outside on the boundary in crunch time against Darnell Mooney. Yeah. That's their problem, and it's Lattimore's problem that he's hurt, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Yeah. But you know, I kind of, when I critique, I try to do it as the performance, not the player. Yeah. I don't know that Michael Davis is a bad football player. I know he had a bad game. I don't know that Michael Davis cannot play in the league. I know that last night, that wasn't good enough. Yeah. And that's where I'm at. But Benjamin St. Juste, who is everyone's LVP this season, there was a series, just as an example, where on 2 straight plays, he made great stops in the running game. And then on the touchdown 3 plays later at the end of the series, he's running over as the last guy right near Bijan Robinson. And I see a bunch of people on Twitter like, Benjamin St. Juice. They just love. I was waiting after Michael Davis gave up the 25-yard completion for someone to blame Benjamin St. Juice because he was looking at him weird or something.
Quite literally. And it's weird. I agree with you. It's like a weird obsession within the fan base about not liking this guy. I think
and he hasn't played well.
He hasn't. But to your point, it's not that he hasn't played well. We all get that. I just refuse to think, and I was arguing this before when Lattimore was about to return to the lineup. I was advocating for him to stay outside with Marshawn Lattimore and kick Mikey back inside. Clearly, that's not the route that they went. I just continue to believe that there's no way he's as bad as we make it out to be. And I remember 2022 like it was yesterday. I remember him playing blanket coverage against Justin Jefferson. I remember him with the game-winning stop in the Chicago game. Like, he's shown it before, but with that position, Grant, you know it, confidence.
Well, he
has none of it.
I totally agree.
And in the summer, and I'm not trying to get the guy's personal life involved, but, like, I'm trying to give you the full context. He had a baby this summer. Like, he's progressing in his young life with his wife. Like, he gets a lot of crap on the internet, more so than I've seen with anybody on a Commanders team in a while. And Forbes got it bad.
I was going to say Emmanuel Forbes probably
got it bad.
But that happens. I mean, heavy lies the crown. Like, be a quarterback in this league, throw one incompletion, see what happens. I mean, everybody's got it, all 22 access now, and everybody is an expert, like they're a linebackers coach in the film room. It's not that fun, but you get paid a lot of money. It's a job a lot of people would want, and heavy lies the crown. So I'm not making excuses or playing a victim for him. All I'm saying is I've watched both of them enough this season.
Yeah.
I don't call the shots. But if I did, Benjamin St. Juice would have been on the field at the end of the game, not Michael Davis last night. But it wasn't perfect.
No.
They're not good enough that they're going to go out against a game over 500 Atlanta team and it's going to look perfect or they're going to overpower or dominate. No. They have major problems running the football traditionally. Like, their quarterback can scramble all over the place, but running the ball is not coming easily. And we're talking about it right now. But on the outside, covering good wide receivers, that's scary, among other things that they've got to clean up. But this was Brandon Coleman in the locker room last night, the rookie left tackle, right after finding out he was headed to the playoffs.
Brandon, you're playoff bound in your rookie season, just the way you drew it up. What do you think?
Man, it's nuts, man. I mean, I never really focused on, like, postseason, anything. It's kind of just like a week in, week out thing, especially with how long the season's been for me. And now that we're here and you kind of realize, like, postseason is a thing and all that stuff. I mean, it's great. I'm really excited for the guys that have been here that kind of been going through some things, and now they're able to go to the playoffs and are in the situation they're in. I'm really, really happy for those guys.
To be able to clinch the way you guys did at home, pretty packed house tonight, prime time, overtime, walk off. Like, kind of can't draw up a better script.
No, I mean, I'm happy for the fans. I mean, this was a crazy game to play in. I know it's even crazy to witness that. And just happy that all those fans were there. I'm really proud of, like, the energy and the atmosphere that they brought. I mean, it felt like one of the crazy games I ever played in. And I'm glad that I'm able to be here and play in the stadium.
First half was inconsistent offensively, but then in the second half, you guys went on 2 long drives, 31 plays. I think at one point you had outsnapped them like 37-3 to start the second half in terms of plays.
Yeah.
Did you feel that momentum shifting early, or, like, what do you attribute to being able to stay on the field and kind of take the game over with those 2 touchdown drives?
Yeah, I mean, it's making those adjustments. You know, they had a lot of movement going on in the front seven, and just being able to make those adjustments in the passing game, also the run game, be able to start dominate is big. But it was also just knowing, like, our philosophy coming in was just not measuring our blocks, just going and running off the ball and hitting somebody. We kind of just fed into that in that second half. Started trying to just run through somebody and make sure our combos go up to the second level, and that's what we feasted on the whole time.
Jaden had never rushed for 100.
Yeah.
That changed tonight. Well over 100.
That's right.
And overtime was kind of just felt like, to me, it looked like best dude on the field, high school football. We're just going and making plays kind of thing.
Yeah.
What'd you make of his performance?
Yeah, I mean, super proud of him, man. Being able to be that poised, the way he ran. You know, obviously, he put his body on the line out there, you know, not protecting himself in certain situations. But, I mean, that's just the guy he is. Like, he puts his body on the line to make sure that we're able to win. I really respect him and the poise that he has and what he does on the field.
Lastly, you got one left. Cowboys next up. Chance to get even with them after the game here. But, I mean, as a player, do you care a whole lot about, like, 6 seed, 7 seed? I mean, is it obviously you want to win because you want to get to 12. That's the next one.
Yeah.
But, like, what matters to you in terms of, like, playoff permutation type stuff?
I mean, I haven't looked into it very much just because it's been a pretty long season, so I'm just looking kind of at the next week. But, my whole thought process is we got one game left. I mean, it's one game to be able to go out there and do what I love and prove, that I'm the player that I am. I'm going to do it to the full of my abilities, not just me, but the whole team. We're not going to go out there, take it easy. We're going to play like we do and not going to ever give that up.
Well, appreciate the time.
Appreciate you.
Brandon Coleman now 11 starts, 15 games as a rookie for the Commanders. They may have found their long-term answer at left tackle in the third round. Just another win on the ledger for Adam Peters. Speaking of which, there is a real possibility here that Peters is the executive of the year in the NFL.
I'd love it.
There is a legitimate possibility. I wouldn't bet on this, but it's a viable candidacy that Dan Quinn would be the head coach of the year in the NFL. Jaden Daniels will be the rookie of the year.
Standing on it.
In the NFL. You can put that in pen as we talk here today. But they're not going to sweep that way. But when's the last time you could say that? I mean, they haven't had a GM in my lifetime, really.
Well, yeah, I was about to say.
They blew out Charlie Casserly in 99. He was the executive of the year. And that following offseason, when Dan wanted to spend $100 million, he blows him out. He's out of the organization. That was the last time they had a true general manager that ran a football operation without ownership dictating terms. So they could have the GM, the coach, and the rookie of the year. And that isn't even to give credit to the Harris ownership group for all that they've done in setting the culture, in hiring Peters and having Peters run the search that led to Quinn and run the draft process that led to Daniels. But I say all this, Linnell, to set up this question. I want everyone to think about this like rooms at a convention center. Okay? You get a ticket.
I'm following.
You get a ticket to go into the DC Convention Center, and you have just enough time to go to one person's room and give them that like half bro hug thing that we like to do and say, "Attaboy, man.
You did a good job.
What you did for me this year, I got to thank you for it." And it could be somebody else if you want it to be. But I think Josh Harris, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and Jaden Daniels. The four amigos, right? The
four amigos.
The four legs of this table, so to speak. At the most important roles in football, owner, GM, head coach, quarterback. Who gets Linnell Willingham's 2024 attaboy?
It's a tough one for me. It's a tough one for me. I'm gonna go Dan Quinn. And here's why. I remember the search for the head coach. And when we landed on Dan Quinn, I'll be real, right? I'm a man first. I said it all the time. I'm open, honest, and transparent. I was not steamed up for Dan Quinn. I felt
that makes two of us.
I'll be honest, and this makes me look like even more of a boob. I was all in on Raheem Morris. I thought Rob was going to come back.
Ooh, that's a tough day for you.
I know,
God,
right?
Did he stink up the joint with his
awful last night.
Time management.
But Dan Quinn coming in here and cultivating a culture in which guys feel like, hey, I'm important. Hey, I'm a part of this. I think it starts with him. The cliches and the sayings all over the building and on bumper stickers, T-shirts, anybody, anywhere, anytime. After week 1 against Tampa, I rolled my eyes because you got dog walked. But
that was Rivera's Commanders.
Yeah, that was Ron's Commanders.
I mean, I don't mean like the players. It was obviously a new roster. But that was the same game we watched all of last year.
Pretty much.
It was just was there an off season?
No, that's what I'm saying. So with that, I gave him week 2 against the Giants to obviously eke one out. Then against Cincy, I'm like, oof. Okay, they're getting guys to buy in. They're punching above their weight class. That Cincy game, right?
Yeah.
I feel the same way. So his ability to squeeze the most out of guys, I think is huge. And then something I said dating back to camp, GP, when I first went out there and I got to see how practice was run. Stark contrast from Ron Rivera's quiet practice where everyone was just clapping like a church mouse. His ability to put this staff together, I think he deserves a ton of credit for. And I look at him as kind of the architect of the staff. And I think the staff is the reason everyone's playing so well. Not to take away from the players.
I think that's a great take. The staff he built was awesome.
Yeah. Ben Johnson could have did that. Rock couldn't have did that.
Right. I tip my cap to Dan Quinn. He built a hell of a coaching staff. So when they hired him, and vocally I was not excited about it. There's 2 reasons for that. One is my philosophy that I would never hire a defensive-minded head coach.
Ever.
Full stop.
Okay.
Now, I love Mike Tomlin.
Yes.
And
There are
if he were-
exceptions to the rule.
If he were available, I might consider that, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a 100% foolproof thing.
Yeah.
But if you look at the last 20 years, and we don't need to re-legislate all of this, there just aren't examples of defensive-minded guys who get hired who sustain winning at the highest level. It doesn't happen because as you lose coordinators and offenses take on different iterations, quarterbacks suffer for that.
Right.
And I just don't think it's the best practice. It does not mean you cannot win with a defensive-minded head coach or you can't have a great year like the Texans did last year. It means it's really hard to carry it over. You are already seeing the Raiders might fire Antonio Pierce. The Patriots might fire Gerard Mayo.
It should.
I actually love DeMeco Ryans. I love him.
I agree.
They've had the most disappointing season maybe in the entire league. Like, it is really, really hard, I think, in that regard. But Quinn hired the perfect staff. And the one thing that happened when he got hired is the amount of people around football, both within this organization and from outside, that reached out to me that were like, dude, you will love Dan Quinn. He's the best dude in the world. Everyone who ever meets him loves him. People want to run through a wall with, like, this guy's different. I don't disagree with it. I understand all of that. My problem has always been, what if Cliff leaves? What does this look like?
Yeah.
And in time,
That's fair.
We'll figure that out. But he's done a hell of a job. And he deserves full credit for building a culture, for coaching, for changing a building.
Yeah.
I had someone tell me that they were in the building. I think it was training camp. Start of training camp. This is actually a great story. I don't know if I've told this on air. Maybe I have. But this guy was not on the staff, but was in the building at this moment. And Dan Quinn did this thing where the entire team was in the big meeting room. Every coach, every member of the staff, basically. And he called up all of the janitors. And he introduced them one by one with their names on like a PowerPoint behind them. And he made everyone give him these big ovations. Wow. And those people, like a couple of them started like bawling.
Like they've probably been there for years and they've never been recognized.
They felt seen.
Yeah, for the first time.
I'm getting chills thinking about this.
That's crazy.
Like, that's real. That's real S. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Dan Quinn. That's so, like, I can do my, like, I prefer Ben Johnson. Like, and I feel that way. Like,
you're entitled to that. And I see why you feel that way.
And I'm going to be real with my takes, even if it upsets people. I think I'm playing the percentages. But, like, that plays in a building in this, like, macho modern day gladiator, like, let's go win one for the Gipper world. They love it.
It's huge.
He had a hell of a year. I'm going with Adam Peters. Adam Peters is so good at what he does. As much as Dan Quinn's responsible for that culture, the sneaky culture builder is Peters, I think.
That handsome blue-eyed devil.
He's the one with his wife that went and met Dan Quinn when he got off the plane in the snow.
The big old bear hug. I remember it.
Right? Like, everything they do is familial. He's the one that's reaching out to a player's dad after he gets hurt with a text to say, hey, x-rays are negative. Your boy's going to be okay. Like the dude's 11 playing Pee-wee football. He is the one last night in the locker room who's passing out drinks to the offensive linemen so that they can do their cheers. And like Allegretti and him are getting, I don't know if it's like Xander, whatever, but they're like bonding over that and doing shtick. Like, Peters is about the players. He's one of the guys. And oh, by the way, he crushed it in the offseason.
Didn't he?
He crushed it. Jeremy Chin, Frankie Louvu.
Yadish.
I mean, over and over again, the draft. Peters gets my attaboy. Quinn gets Linnell's attaboy. Who gets yours? Where's Jaden at, by the way? How about Josh Harris? The ownership group. They gave you the damn light show last night. Trent and Danny on the Fan.
Daniels escapes. There's a lot of room if he can get away from that hit. He did. And there he goes again. First down. Takes it out of bounds at the 43-yard line.
Mike Tirico on the call on Sunday Night Football. How about the Commanders? Monday night winners over the Bengals. Jaden Daniels' best game of the season. And then last night in winning time, puts the team on his back in prime time. On Sunday night, 127 yards rushing, the second most in franchise history, I believe. Robert ran for over $130 in the Vikings game where he ripped off like the 80-yarder. So a little bit of an asterisk. I mean, not that he didn't earn it, but it was one run kind of did it. But that was the most dominant half of football by a rushing quarterback you've ever seen. Because if you think about it, he really didn't run that much in the first half. I think that 25-yarder down the left sideline was in the first half, but that was like the only run he had.
Yeah.
It was basically 100 yards in the second half of the game in overtime.
Which is awesome. And what I think is most impressive about that, GP, is you could tell like a switch went off in his head. Like, okay, we're in a little bit of a lull. I got to, throw on the cape and be Superman here. And he does it. I think him picking his spots the way that he did in that second half is most impressive, and it shows off something else we don't talk about a lot, it feels like, with him, or maybe we do, and I'm just missing it. Football awareness. He just always seems to make the right play one way or another. But here's the reason why Dan Quinn gets my attaboy. Would you come back from break saying? Winning time moments. I'm a sucker for his cliches. 100%. I admit it. He's got me reeled in. At first, I was joning on him for it. Like, honestly, because they weren't winning.
Joan, but they just don't do anything for me. Like, here's the thing, though, I have to acknowledge is that while I on the outside can sit here and roll my eyes that it's not a thing and it doesn't matter. Like if the kicker doesn't miss from 55, if Michael Penix doesn't miss 7 throws, if the Falcons don't have terrible clock management, you lose the football game. Players love it.
Yes.
And so it does matter to an extent. You know what I'm saying? Right, but like the Tell the Truth Monday and the, let's all go to the bowling alley Tuesday and the wacky Wednesday and thorough Thursday. Don't care about any of that. Anytime, anybody, anytime, anywhere on a wall. I would do the same stuff if I was a coach.
Yeah.
If I was a high school football coach, we're all wearing that T-shirt. That's not why they won, though. Right. I think in his mind it is. And so maybe it's like one of those things where it's like, did I lose the weight because I ate better? Did I lose the weight because I was in a better mental place? It's like, if you think it's because you thought good things, then what's the difference? Like, no, they won the football game because Jaden Daniels ran 16 times and was awesome.
But to his credit, like I do get it. Like it does have an impact on the players, and I think it is a big part of it. I just think they like each other a lot too.
Totally.
And that could go.
You got a dude proposing last night, bro, who's getting mobbed by his teammates.
We're an hour and a half into the show. I can't even believe we're just bringing it up. That was highlight of the night, by the way. Like that's awesome stuff, and it couldn't have happened to a better dude. Like Jeremy Reeves and his story is ridiculous. I love it.
I just looked it up. Daniels, had 2 carries for 24 yards in the first half. So he ran for 103 in the second half in overtime.
42 on the 70-yard drive, which is that's like him saying, would you say, I'm just going to be an athlete?
42 in overtime. We'll get to Noah Igbenogany from the locker room representing the secondary and the defense that stood tall because while they had some moments they wanted back, the Penix touchdown at the end of the game to tie it. Obviously, I thought Raheem should have gone for a 2 to win it. He didn't. You can put that in the pile with his halftime, first half clock management, second half clock management. But the defense did, to their credit, stand tall enough to escape at the end of regulation. Because just like the Eagles game, when the offense got the ball to go win it and they threw a pick, and then the defense kind of bailed them out, and then Jaden went and won the game.
Yeah.
Same thing yesterday. The offense, people sleep. They get the ball back with 1:19 to go get a field goal. You basically got to get 30 yards at that point. It's not that big of an ask.
Yeah.
They go 3 and out in 25 seconds.
That was before half you're talking about?
No, the end of the game.
The end of the game.
1:19 left. Sack, incompletion.
Oh, yes.
Throw to Terry.
Quick 3 and,
throw to Zacchaeus. They go quick 3 and out. And with 40 seconds left, the Falcons get the ball back.
And march right down the field.
And if Raheem would have burned a timeout, maybe it's a whole different conversation today. But give the defense credit. They did just enough to make sure that with the assist of Penix missing Mooney, with the assist of Raheem not burning the timeout.
That's the thing that I worry about, though, Grant. Real quick here. Like, when they get into the postseason, I don't want to look too far ahead. I know we're celebrating. When they get to the postseason, your game plan the last 2 weeks has been to stop the opposing running back and make the quarterback beat you. And the quarterbacks haven't because they're Mike Penix and Kenny Pickett. Matt Stafford's going to – I'm not going to say what he's going to do. I worry about the game plan defensively moving forward. We'll move on, but like,
So I agree.
worry about that.
I'll take my chances against the Rams, though.
Yeah.
I got 5 on.
Well, that's the difference maker.
I mean, you have an opportunity.
He makes you right.
You have a chance to win a playoff game. They haven't done it since 05.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know if you watch Rams Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams were awful against the Cardinals for about 90% of that football game. Now,
how much you chalk up to the division game and
a lot of it. But my point is, so you're going to be an underdog on the road in a playoff game. You mean in the season when you were supposed to go 6-11?
That season,
I might not win that playoff game. I'll take my chances. It's house money, and it's not in Philly, playing them for the third time.
Yeah.
It's not in Detroit. So if the Rams beat me, cool.
Yeah.
Good job, Sean McVay.
Attaboy.
But I think they have a real chance. You're live. You have an opportunity. And now you're potentially like, I'm just making up the next matchup, but like you're a Sam Darnold bad game away from an NFC championship game.
Don't get me excited.
Let's go to Nate in D.C. on Grant and Danny.
What
Who
up,
gets
Nate?
your attaboy?
What up, y'all? Originally kind of took my attaboy, Danny. I was going to give it to Adam Peters, but this is the next man up lead, so this is my next pickup. I'm going to give it to Bobby Wagner. I think, to be honest, at his age and the position he plays at, he could have easily came in and just took the money, been out there for the snap, but he made a real difference on the field.
Baller.
Even in games where, he balls out and he sometimes has flashes of his old form. So,
And Nate, I
it's
think he is the
infectious.
alpha in the locker room too. Like he is. I have a man crush on him. I just realized, like, I find myself just kind of admiring
Bobby Wagner.
like everything he does. Like I like the cologne he wears. I like the dresses. How he dresses. Like I am a Bobby Wagner mark. I watched a nice piece on NFL Network about him as the Walter Payton Man of the Year, and the passing of his mother who had a stroke, and what she meant to him, and all the work he does off the field. He's the third-rated PFF linebacker this year,
which is crazy at his
He's going to the Hall. He's one of a bunch of guys, by the way, that have signed one-year deals. On this team, there's a lot of them. They got some things they're going to have to iron out here to keep this train on the tracks. But it's a good problem to have. Real quick, and I don't want to get into all the specifics of this because it's a little bit of a, behind the scenes, but there's this movement in the NFL to not have reporters do interviews in the locker room, which has happened since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Reporters don't necessarily want to be interviewing players in the locker room while guys are coming out of the shower in towels, but there's really no other access point where the players are guaranteed to be. And if you had it in another area, they wouldn't necessarily come in. They could avoid it.
Right.
And you wouldn't be able to get the access that leads to the interest. And for a lot of reasons, that's how it's done. Well, there are players around the league that are trying to get this done and are telling guys, especially young players, hey, it's okay to tell reporters, it's up to you. I want to do this in the hallway. I want to get out of the locker room, whatever. So I know that at one point, several players in the Commanders locker room were doing this thing where, not like a big deal, but some of the guys were like saying, if it was a young guy especially, hey, go out into the hallway and do that. So we're trying to, as a team, kind of start this movement.
Yeah.
And at one point early in the year, Bobby Wagner started doing an interview in the locker room, old school, like how dad did it, how grandpa did it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reporters was like, do we need to go into the hallway? He's like, I'm a grown ass man.
Love that.
I'm going to talk to you where I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And to me, that is just my guy. You know what I'm saying?
He gets it.
Absolutely. And by the way, every game, win, loss, 12 tackles, quiet game, he stands at his locker and he's the last guy to stop talking.
Yeah.
I get steamed up for
big
Bobby
fan of
Wagner.
his, and I think we maybe sleep on the impact he's having on Jaden as a leader. Dan Quinn kind of alluded to it this week, not putting the pressure on him early to lead, and now him and Bobby have had this back and forth, which I love and think is hilarious. But in real time, I think it's helping Jaden grow and become more comfortable as a leader, as if he needs to, as if he's shown any ability of not being comfortable.
Right. Well, the other thing too, I think you're right about that. I think he rubs off on you in that way. I was surprised actually, now that I think about this. So John Allen came back yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was the leader of the huddle right before they broke and left the field.
Yeah.
He was the one screaming at everybody and they're all
Let's go.
gathering around. That's kind of been Wagner while he's been out.
Yeah.
And a little bit of Luvu in there too. But I'm surprised. I guess, it's lifetime achievement. So Allen comes back and hops right back in the middle. But it feels kind of like it's Bobby Wagner's locker room at this point.
I pick up what you're putting down with that. And that's not a bad thing because he's done some damn good things.
You'll hear from Noah Igbenogany next. Who gets your attaboy? Peters, Quinn, Daniels, Josh Harris. Any love for ownership setting this whole thing up? What was Dan doing last night, by the way? Oh, I hope he was miserable. I mean, there's no chance he was watching the game. It's got to be like...
You don't think?
No, because I think it's like you break up with someone and you just... Even the sight of a picture of them is like a stab to the heart.
Sends you into a rage.
You hear them. You hear a song that you remember being on in the restaurant one time before you guys went home and had a lovely Valentine's Day. And like the song makes you want to cry.
Yeah.
Like he must have just had all the TVs turned off, sitting on
Poor
a yacht
guy.
somewhere in some weird country.
Poor guy.
I hope he had
him and Vinny Serrano.
I hope he shed a tear last night at what he lost. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
extreme gratitude for the players that are here. Like, to be able to coach these guys and be on this journey with them, there's tons of things that we're going to improve upon and get better at, and that begins tomorrow. But tonight, they'll enjoy this win. It was hard fought, and knowing that I know what they stand for and how close they are. Like, there's some really cool teammates here, and those are the things that can separate it. You know, a team, if you're excellent in the locker room first, you got a real shot to, do some things on the field.
That's Dan Quinn, who is playoff bound in his first season in the nation's capital. An 11-game winner, no Commanders or Redskins head coach has ever done that in year one. First time in 33 years. We're kicking it like it's 1991 today on the Fan. Linnell's in, Danny is out, I'm Grant. By the way, 5 pass breakups of throws from Michael Penix by the back 7, including a nice Quan Martin interception to get the game started. That was a bad ball, almost like a miscommunication, but it was just, it was thrown right to the chest of Quan Martin and then returned it inside of Falcons territory to set up the offense beautifully. So about 5 minutes into the game, Washington had already picked off Penix, rookie in his road debut, and had taken a 7-0 lead on a clinical first drive.
And it feels like after that moment, they hit a little bit of a lull. And like, this is how I described it last night. They gave the first punch, but Atlanta punched back. And I think their ability to keep swinging and fighting down the stretch is why they were able to get over the hump. I just still can't believe that we're sitting here 3:50 p.m. Eastern time, day before New Year's Eve in 2024 with 11 wins. It is hard for me to wrap my mind around.
Yeah, it's worth like a couple of times just doing the smell the roses thing, because it's like, that's not analysis to say, oh, it's crazy that we're here. But if you don't do that, you don't kind of recalibrate properly. Yeah. We're having a conversation before the season. What do we think? And I remember at 7-10, people were like, oh, you're being a homer. I thought because I said 7-10, I was like, maybe I was out of training camp. I'm feeling good or whatever. Like, no, they just won 11 games, and they're going to win 12, by the way. Side note. Yeah. They're going to beat the Cowboys in week 18. They're going to be the 6th seed. They're about to be 12-5.
How weird does it look when NBC throws up the graphic last night and we've got 11 wins?
It's a show.
It looks incredible.
Yeah.
Nothing I've ever seen before, literally.
It was fun. Remind me, you were where last night watching the game?
Tom's Watch Bar. We were doing the in-game show. Myself and Denton. So that was the thing. Like, that's why I had to go back and rewatch it when I got home at like 2:30 in the morning.
Well, I just told you in the break, I think I'm going to rewatch the game tonight.
You have to.
In its entirety. Because I watched the condensed game today before our show.
You missed the sneaky stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
But I want it all. Yeah. Like, it's one of those, like, just bathe me in at night. I want to see the coverage of Jeremy Reeves getting engaged after the game. Like, I want the whole deal.
I found myself watching our favorite Jack Collinsworth and company recapping the game last night for like 30 minutes after the game.
Well, how could you have missed that?
I mean, you just couldn't miss them.
I bet Jack was breaking it down.
Can I rain on the Jack Collinsworth parade for a second? NBC did a terrible bit last night. Remember when Jaden wore
You mean having Jack Collinsworth involved?
Well, I know what you're talking about here, Leno. This is terrible.
It blew my mind.
Wait, what happened?
That they were like kept harping on it. So remember earlier in the year where Jaden wore the Doug Williams jersey?
Yes.
They had Doug on the set last night. So, hey, Doug, what'd you think of Jaden wearing your jersey to the game tonight? And Doug was like, oh, I didn't know he did it again. I was like, whoa, NBC, like, correct yourself here. This was weeks ago, and they were staging it as if it happened last night to, like, fit their narrative of happy-go-lucky Washington.
Do you think that they purposefully lied about it?
Darius, what do you think?
I think
they had to have known.
I think there was a botch.
I mean, that is nefarious. Sure. I think they just saw the video or had the video. Who asked him the question?
I think it was Tony.
Was
it Tony or was it?
It was either Dungy or it was Collinsworth. Yeah. Okay.
I guarantee a producer just got in their ears like, "Hey, we got video of Jaden coming in a Doug Williams jersey. Ask him about it." And they don't have all the information, and they assumed it was tonight.
And Doug kind of like no-sold it. It was like, I thought he already did that earlier this year, and it was like the most awkward bit.
It was not.
It was crazy.
It was tough. Yeah, it was tough.
And I noticed stuff like that because, like you, Darius, I'm sitting there. I need it, like you said, Grant. I want it all. I want to bathe in it.
Yeah,
like
I think I'm gonna watch the whole thing.
It ruined it for me.
The problem is I got the Lions and the Niners tonight, and if Ben Johnson's at the controls with his play sheet,
you just gotta watch.
I kind of like watching that.
Yeah, I understand.
So maybe it's gonna be a late night for your boy. I got a Caps alt cast tomorrow on Monumental Sports. By the way, Caps have a 12:30 game tomorrow afternoon at home.
No way.
So if you want to watch me and Tarek El-Bashir and Brent Johnson watch the game, we got Mike Canubala, Cap's great. I believe we're going to have a commander on as well. I will give you details on that as we get closer. But 12:30 tomorrow, the Deuce for Monumental Sports 2.
The Deuce.
We will be on. But this was Noah Igbenogany in the locker room after the secondary made just enough plays to escape with a win.
Playoff bound. You've been working all season for the chance to get in the dance. You guys locked it down. How's it feel?
Well, it feels amazing, man. Got the dub today. Tough win, tough game, but we pulled through at the end. We just got to looking for the next week. It's all about the next game now. So we got to move forward, and all we got is Dallas. So we got to focus on them. Not even the playoffs yet. We got to focus on Dallas and see what we get. So
I guess this is how the league works, but there were so many different pressure points in that game where it's just a roller coaster. Fans are watching going, they're going to win. And then it's going, oh, you got to be kidding me. They're going to win. As a player, what's it like being in a game like that where 6 or 7 different times in the second half felt like you guys were going to win or lose?
I feel like you just have to keep your composure. That's why I kind of like to keep, like you said, level playing field, because I know like how these games can get sometimes. And so you can't let the emotion of the game kind of bring you up and down, especially as a player. If you go out there and do your job consistently, I feel like you have to, kind of stay on one basic level of emotion. And just, whatever happens, whatever happens. Just kind of focus on what you need to do. Don't really be too emotional about it. I know the fans kind of go up and down with it, but as a player, I feel like you can't really do that. I mean, some people do. But for me specifically, I feel like I'm at my best when I'm just at a level playing field no matter what's going on. And whether we win or lose, just keeping that same level playing field. So
you guys had made so many big stops. Then they go from second and goal from the 26, they score. You guys get the ball back, and it feels like, okay, you'll go win the game. 3 and out. And now you're going back on the field, and your backs are against the wall. What was the thought at that point with like 50 seconds left?
Shoot, man, we got to fight. We got to fight to the end, and our coaches talk about it all the time, we just got to fight to the end, man, and when the game comes down to the end, if we have the ball, their offense has the ball, they feel like we need to go out there and win the game for the team. And, I feel like we did that today. We didn't do our best, but, we got a dub at the end of the day, so that's all that matters.
When you guys win the coin toss, the offense takes the field. Yeah. At that point, you're just a spectator like we are until you get to play again. What was your thought on that clinical drive?
I was, praying they scored, and they did. I had all faith in Jaden and our offense, and they went out there and they did it, man. But if there was an opportunity for us to go back on the field, I felt like we were ready. Yeah, we were prepared.
Lastly, you mentioned it's not about the playoffs yet; it's about the Cowboys. Obviously, that's because it's the next game. But is there for you a big difference or care about 6 seed, 7 seed, in terms of like where and when you'll play?
Man, I feel like the guys in this locker room, that doesn't even matter. As long as we get in and we have an opportunity, I feel like we can beat anybody.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
Thanks.
Noah Igbenogany, who's only 25. Darius just pointed this out to me. He was 20 when he got drafted. So a potential answer if Washington wants to keep him around. I feel like there's a lot of guys like that, by the way.
Yeah.
They brought in on the cheap for a year. Like Jeremy Chin, I want to extend.
Now. Extend him now.
Dante
I would do it during the bye
Fowler,
week.
10.5 sacks.
Yeah.
Had a sack fumble last night.
I think they get outpriced for him in free agency, but we'll see. Because pass rusher is such a premium position.
It's a marquee need for them. They shouldn't get outpriced. I mean, unless they plan on, I think you could re-sign him and draft a pass rusher in round 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
And feel okay.
I don't think he
should not be their best edge rusher next year. But if he's your second guy on like passing downs and get you 6.5 sacks, I think you feel really good about it.
I just don't want to play in every snap. I think he's not him in the run game. I worry about because he's a little undersized.
Yeah, they wouldn't do that. But just as a situationally used guy.
Oh, yes, let him go.
If you've got someone you draft early and or sign for big money and him, I could feel good about that.
You can work with it.
Grant and Danny. Danny is out today. Linnell is in. We got a lot still to come on this celebratory victory Monday. The Commanders headed to the playoffs. Jay Gruden in an hour at 5. Austin Eckler live at 6. Is he going to be back for the postseason? We'll ask him about that. You'll also hear from Jamison Crowder as well. Speaking of J-Mo, who's been the unsung hero for the Commanders down the stretch? All coming up on The Fan. Your Beltway Blitz is next. As Washington builds a foundation for success on and off the field, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. The sponsor of this show, Condori and Murad, will help you out. That is a law firm. Takes care of us at Grant and Danny. They'll update your last will and testament. They will set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They will give you a discount. In fact, one of the first people I heard from last night, I got a text from, was Wasim Murad, who hit me up, and he was going crazy. He was not even in the country. He's traveling right now, but he woke up at 4 a.m. to watch the game.
Love it.
And he was jacked up about the 11-win season for the first time. He's a little older than me since he was a little boy. Like the rest of you guys, he is spending the day, I'm sure, wearing burgundy and gold, celebrating. The first person I saw in the wild today in public, walking down Half Street here in the Navy Yard, was rocking Commanders gear.
Wow.
By the way, the name is not going anywhere.
No, it's not. They're winning. The merch is selling like hotcakes.
11 wins. You can't get into the team store on a game night, shoulder to shoulder, like Times Square. Everyone's getting their Jaden or their Frankie Louvu.
One complaint: why was the black jersey not in stock for people?
That was a frustration.
Like, come on.
My brother was trying to get a 4. He wanted a Frankie Louvu.
Little Uzi.
And there was no black jerseys to be had. I don't know. The Beltway Blitz coming your way in just a moment. Should let you know Jamison Crowder a little later in the hour. We're going to talk about the most unsung heroes of the Commanders operation down the stretch. And we got Jay Gruden at 5 and Austin Eckler at 6 on this Victory Monday celebration. But let's spin you around town. John Walton's the voice of the Caps. Caps back in action at home tomorrow afternoon on New Year's Eve day, 12:30 puck drop. John, last night, though, while most of us were locked in on the Commanders, the Caps were struggling. That was as bad a first period as they've played in a long, long time. Gave up 4 goals to the Red Wings. What happened?
Yeah, my feeling is on that is that it's a lot of things that aren't all that big a concern. It was not the greatest of starts, that's for sure. But Detroit had just made a coaching change. That's a fast team. The transport from Toronto to Detroit, 22 hours to turn it around. I actually thought they played pretty well in the last 2 periods and might have even had the better of the chances. But it's a game that got away from them early. You know, it's going to happen in the course of 82 games. I would think with a day off today, be able to come back and get at it tomorrow. I think they're going to be fine.
John, Ovi scored 2 goals in his return. Do you think that the players in the locker room at this point, whether they admit it or not, that you think there's a concerted effort to try and feed him the puck to get him to 894?
Yeah, and Linnell, maybe. I mean, when there are opportunities, certainly on empty netters, I think that's true. I think we saw a little bit of that in Toronto over the weekend. But I remember when he was leading up to 800, and it almost seemed like a galvanizing thing that the team was winning at the same time that he was pursuing it. And I'd like to think as we get into the second half of the season, we get a little bit more of that where, you know, they're going to have a line together, probably at least for the foreseeable, with Dylan Strome and Alexei Protas. Both are pretty good at getting them the puck. So I think there are going to be those opportunities. I think the power play, as it's been reconstructed, with Jacob Chikrin maybe getting a few more chances on the right side, maybe opening up a little space for him on the left. Maybe that leads to a little bit more on the power play too. But definitely not betting against him. 2 goals in 2 games certainly helps the cause, and I think he still has a very real shot of doing this season.
You mentioned Jacob Chikrin. How soon can they negotiate with him? Are they able to re-sign him now if he wanted to? I was reading somewhere that sometimes with play, I don't know the specifics, but like there's a date you have to wait until to try to agree to a new deal with him. Do you know the specifics on that?
The talks are ongoing. I mean, it can happen here at any point. He belongs to the Caps. So the difference between when you're a free agent and you are with the team, you can sign for as many as 8 years. If he's going to be a UFA at the end of the year. So if he opted to go somewhere else, he would have the option of waiting, and then he would potentially sign with another team, and he could only sign for as many as 7. So I would think that those talks are definitely happening. I think the hope is that given what we've seen offensively, the craziest thing about Jacob to me, and this is just on Caps history, because I would have thought that this might have happened before this, he has 10 goals in 30 games as a defenseman. That is the quickest to 10 goals in 50 years of Caps hockey. I was a little surprised that Larry Murphy was the record holder at 40 games. Not that Murph was not the guy because he scored a lot of goals, but that 40 games was the record up until Jacob just smashed it and did it in 30. So with Iafrate and with Green and with Hatcher, you would have thought maybe somebody would have done it in less than 40 games, but not the case. It was 40 from Larry Murphy, and now Jacob Chikrin has certainly shown the ability to put it in the net from the beginning of the season like no other Caps defenseman before him.
John, thank you. We will be listening to 106.7 The Fan and Caps hockey tomorrow afternoon.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, fellas.
12:30 puck drop. Let's keep the blitz moving. To talk about the NFL, we discuss these matters with our buddy Mike Jones of The Athletic. Mike, let's start with your take on last night's Commanders-Falcons game. That was a wild one in Landover. There were 3 or 4 different points where I thought, well, they let this one get away. Atlanta's going to win. And lo and behold, when the final second ticked off the clock, they went to overtime, and then they won the thing.
Yeah, I'm like you. I kept looking at my son saying they're not going to win this game. Like they're losing this game. And they pulled it out again. I mean, how just the football gods smiling upon them that they had a backup kicker who didn't have the distance to make that field goal because they did everything they could to move the ball further and further up with the penalties to try to help him out, and he still didn't make it. And then Jaden Daniels, I mean, what more do we have to say about this guy? What is that, 4 or 5 iconic moments that he has now delivered in his young career with the game on the line, just cool as a cucumber and just marching right downfield and scoring to win. It just pretty amazing. And I wasn't at that game, but just seeing the excitement in the stadium, I imagine that it probably has not been since probably like 2012 that stadium has rocked like that.
Yeah, it was absolutely awesome, Mike. Staying in the NFC, Saquon Barkley, big-time day yesterday as Philadelphia routes Dallas. He goes for a $167 on the ground, setting up for a pretty interesting Week 18 finale. He's 101 yards away from breaking Eric Dickerson's, all-time single-season rush record against the Giants. Do you think that plays into the decision as to whether or not he'll play or not? And do you expect them to try and go for that record Sunday?
I don't think that the fact that the Giants will be a motivating factor. If you remember earlier this year, he was playing them and he was really close to a record. I think it was for carries or touchdown carries in a game. And Nick Sirianni said, "Hey, look, do you want to go back in?" And he said, "Nah, man, let the young guys eat." He wasn't motivated by that. He also has mentioned, look, we want a banner up there. I'm not, the record wasn't his motivating factor, but again, you're that close to history. It's going to be interesting. I don't know what the right call is. It would be awful if he went out there trying to get 100 yards and blew out his knee. And then, because he is their MVP. He has added a whole new dimension of dominance to their offense. When the passing game isn't working, they put the ball in his hands and, everything clicks. So you got to be smart. And again, the record would be fantastic. But when you think that, okay, there's nothing really at stake here, it's a tough call.
Yeah. And he proved that he was their MVP yesterday because, a lot of times I think Jalen Hurts gets credit for all the rushing success of Barkley, or a lot of it, that he's the dual threat. But you saw Barkley without him yesterday run for a $170. And on top of that, Pickett and McKee combined for 3 touchdowns and 190 passing yards. The Eagles scored 41 points on a Dallas team that had been playing well. Hey, how about the Bucs and Baker Mayfield? They're back in front in the South after Atlanta lost to Washington. Baker yesterday went for 360 and 5. And Carolina played really terribly in the secondary. I understand that. But that's still a remarkable game. On the heels now, Mikey, of a awesome season for Mayfield. 2 straight years now in Tampa at the back end of what looked like a career that had been derailed. He's going to throw 40 touchdowns and 4,400 yards this year.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And also, what also makes it more remarkable, he's got a different offensive coordinator this year than what he had last year. And I know there was some carryover from Liam Corum with
Canales.
Dave Canales, but still different play caller, and he has just gotten even better. It's pretty remarkable. But what we saw yesterday was a team that understood what was at stake, and they're like, we're not messing around. We're going to take care of business. and see what happens. And it wasn't, they didn't fall into the trap of, of course we're going to beat Carolina. They played them close the last time, and they did not want it to come down to something close, and they really just opened up the can against them, and now they're in the driver's seat with a chance to win the division for a fifth straight year if they win this week against the Saints.
Mike, one more for you here. Kind of an off-season thing here. The Browns restructured Deshaun Watson's contract last week, and there was a report that came out this weekend. They're going to bring in competition for him next year. In what vein do you think they do that? And is there a situation where, he eventually works out there potentially as the long-term starter? Or do you think we're past that?
Well, I mean, the thing is he might not be ready at the start of the season because, it just depends on how he heals from this Achilles injury. And so they're going to have a competent guy there. They have to have somebody that is capable of starting and winning games. I don't know if he's ever going to be right because every year he's had a different injury, and it gets to the point where, there's physical toll, but then there's also a mental toll that all this takes, and so I don't know. I would be shocked if he ever is able to turn back the clock and be a star in this league. He might be a solid game managing type of quarterback, but we haven't seen anything special out of him in a long time.
Mike, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, I'll see you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's localize the convo. Liam Griffin has been on the beat covering the Commanders for the Times all season long. Liam, last night, the Commanders punched their ticket, 11 wins for the first time in 33 years. They are playoff bound in year one for Peters, Quinn, and Daniels. What do you think?
I think that they just keep doing it, and it's getting a little bit ridiculous. They just keep finding ways to win these football games. Just added to the Jaden Daniels resume. You have the Hail Mary. You have other, game-winning plays as time expired, and an overtime win just kind of seemed like it was par for the course. So this is a team that's finding more and more ways to win football games, and it's going to be important when you get into playoff territory.
One thing that was interesting about last night, if I would have told you, Liam, beforehand that Washington would have Terry McLaurin be limited to one reception, I think a lot of us would say that they were going to lose the game. Olamide Zaccheaus slept on storyline, back-to-back revenge games for OZ. He was big. Do you think he continues to step up like this for this team as they hit the playoffs?
I think someone is going to have to. It's kind of been a running storyline throughout the season of, okay, who is going to step up when Terry McLaurin is getting shadowed by the opposition's best cornerback. Yesterday was A.J. Terrell. But that's going to be something that they have had some success finding someone else to take those snaps. It was, the Olamide Zaccheaus game yesterday. Zach Ertz obviously had some incredible plays throughout the season. You've had Noah and De'Ami Brown. But I think with this hamstring injury to De'Ami Brown, Noah Brown's obviously probably out for the season still. I think you're going to see more and more Olamide Zaccheaus, and he's someone that they really like getting involved in the offense in different ways too. Dan Quinn has said that as far back as training camp. They like his ability with the ball in his hands as a runner. They had a jet sweep to him from the backfield yesterday and continue to get worked into the offense more because it's getting a little thin at wide receiver, and someone's got to step up.
43 catches for 450 yards on the season. He caught 10 balls in Philly last year. We've been mostly complimenting and celebrating the team today after they clinched. But what are some of the issues coming out of that game that bothered you?
The secondary is such a massive, terrifying concern if you're someone who wants this team to go deep into the playoffs. It was a lot of Michael Davis yesterday, which is not something that anybody who is rooting for the team wants to see. Without Marshawn Lattimore there, I think it is going to be incredibly hard for them to match up with any kind of number one receiver. That game should have been out of hand in the first half if Michael Penix was able to connect with Drake London and Kadero Hodge on a few more plays. They were open, especially in the corner of the end zone a few times, and they just couldn't quite connect. There was slight overthrows here and there, but they were getting open. Even Mike St. Risco, who's had a great rookie season, was getting beat quite a bit. And so I think this team, if they want to win a postseason game, they will really need Marshawn Lattimore healthy, active, and playing his best to have a shot. Because when you look at some of these potential playoff matchups, you look at the Eagles, they've got A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and their pass game runs through them. When you look at Los Angeles, same kind of thing. The usage rates for Puka Nacua are among the highest in the league. They are targeting him almost every drop back, and then they've got Cooper Kupp as well. And that is the number one thing for me, especially on defense, is that secondary. And then I would say the offensive line, but Jaden Daniels seems to not care what the blockers in front of him are doing, even if they're holding, even if they're letting free runners pass by with Tyler Biadasz sideline, he seems to make do.
Thank you, Liam. Appreciate you giving us some time, my man.
Of course.
That's Liam Griffin, Washington Times, and that is your Beltway Blitz. Vidarian Mathis has been claimed. Where is he headed? We're going to tell you when we return. Plus, you're going to hear my chat with Jamison Crowder from a victorious post-game locker room. That'll launch us into a discussion on who the unsung hero has been of this stretch run. A 4-0 December. We've heaped a lot of praise on Jaden Daniels, deservedly. We're going to talk a lot about him next hour with Jay Gruden and Austin Eckler, who's going to join us at 6. But who's the guy that's not getting enough credit for stepping up down these final few weeks? That's next on Grant and Danny. Linnell is in. I'm Grant. This is The Fan.
screen into the line of scrimmage.
McCaffrey motion 3rd and 2. Here's Jarrett on a jailbreak. Daniels outruns them all. Got the first down. Still going. Out of bounds at the 34-yard line.
The Commanders are an 11-win team. Wow. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Linnell is in, Danny is out. Final show, G&D style, of 2024. Because the Caps play at 12:30 tomorrow, and then there's a college football playoff game right here on 106.7 The Fan. So we will not be on tomorrow, but we will say our goodbyes for this calendar year at the end of this program. But we're going out in style, people, with the Commanders on to the playoffs. We'll get to preview a playoff game for just the second time in show history, for the second time in a decade. And look, far be it for me to be a party pooper, but 2020 doesn't really count.
No.
I'm sorry. You guys didn't get to go to the game.
Yes.
There were no fans in the stands. Landover, Maryland. Heineke does the pylon dive that everybody over talks about against the Bucs. Everyone acts like we almost saw Washington beat Tampa. They lost by 8, but come on. Did we ever really think the Commanders were about to win that game?
Guys.
Oh, Ron, I can't believe you have time to say, guys, you should be busy preparing for your head coaching interview with the New York Jets I read about.
Hey, Grant, Danny, how you doing?
Doing great. Thanks to the new operation.
Yeah.
Cleaning up a lot of spilled
Well, thanks to him, too.
Milk.
It wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for him mismanaging the roster the way that he did.
And I mean, I just got done looking at a bunch of stuff from the analytics of football.
I'm not going to be able to keep my composure. Everybody be dropping those in the back like that. No way.
The analytics of football tell you that Washington won 11 games and is headed to the playoffs.
They do.
Here's an analytic. They're the 6th seed right now, not the 7th seed. Because they got help yesterday from the Vikings.
Big time help.
Who poured it on the Packers. Sam Darnold was tremendous again.
Do you believe in that or no?
How do you not?
You kind of have to at this point.
I mean, it's a full
I feel like I'm still
season.
waiting for the other shoe to drop, but now, like you said, it's been a full year.
Like, do I think that he is above a dud? No. He had a couple this year that they overcame. There was a stretch of about a month.
Jacksonville, I think, was one of them.
He didn't play very well, and they just kept winning. But he's basically put up numbers comparable to what they were getting out of Cousins,
which is insane.
35 touchdowns, 4,100 yards for Kevin O'Connell in that offense. A few more interceptions than what Kirk was doing in his heyday. But I don't know what they do. I mean, the idea that you just move on from him because you have J.J. McCarthy sounds great.
Yeah.
And the logic is if you pay Darnold, you're either tagging him or giving him $40+ million a year.
Yeah.
I saw a rumor he might get $50 million.
Get out of here.
I don't believe that for 1 second. But I mean, he's played like a $50 million quarterback.
But where do we get this idea that 1 year of good play gets you the bag? I was annoyed when Jalen Hurts got his bag because it was like it was 1 year.
When it's 1 year of good play at that position, it depends. If it's franchise quarterback level play. So in other words, Cousins in a contract year in 2015 got the franchise tag on 1 year, basically.
Right.
Darnold is doing the same thing. I just think that the risk is too great when you haven't seen McCarthy do it yet.
To
let Darnold walk.
Yeah.
But they may be the first team that kind of says, you know what?
Well, don't forget about old sneaky Daniel Jones. If KOC could resurrect Darnold, what would he do with Daniel Jones, who, and this is going to sound crazy to say, has actually had more success in the National Football League than Sam Darnold?
True. I don't think he's as good a fit in what they do, though. To me, Darnold is a great fit in that offense. It makes sense. He is a play action.
Yeah, gets the ball out.
Accurate, short and intermediate. Obviously, he's done a really good job with his deep shots. Because Justin Jefferson's so special, because Addison's legit.
Right.
They got the weapons that they're going to elevate just about anybody. The assumption I think is going to be anybody could step in, though, and play at the level Darnold is, and that's just not true.
No, I agree.
What Cousins was giving them, what Darnold, which is almost similar, is giving them, it's not, you can't just do that. Darnold was a top 5 pick for a reason.
There's traits there.
But I bring up Minnesota because they worked Green Bay.
Yes.
Ended up being a close game, but they had a huge lead until the final few minutes, and the Packers scrambling back into the game. But Washington's now the 6th seed. So they're going to avoid a 7-2 matchup if they can beat the Cowboys, which means they got a real chance to end a playoff drought.
Oh, don't say that to me.
Dates back to 2005. I want to get into some of their unsung heroes. So let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines right now at 800-636-1067. The question's going to be, who is the non-star? I'll call it like the glue guy for this team that has been the biggest contributor and played the biggest role without a ton of fanfare during this 4-0 December. But in honor of that, Jamison Crowder, who's been monstrous for them with all their wide receiver injuries, in the locker room after the game last night. It was fun going down memory lane with him.
Second stint here. Third stint, I guess, right?
He's been here since 15.
It's crazy.
He's been here for 9, well, off and on, obviously. Played for the Jets, played for the Bills.
Yeah.
But actually, I was talking to Kirk post-game. Kirk Cousins, quarterback with the Falcons, now backing up Michael Penix. And he's like, I just saw J-Mo. He's like, man, did it do my heart good to see Jamison Crowder.
Yeah.
I love that guy. And he's like, Jamison caught the exact same play that we ran for him 50 times when I was here in like 2016. He told me what it was. I forget the name of it. But he's like, he ran that play twice. And I went up to him after the game. This was Cousins. He's like, and I was like, dude, you ran the exact same play. Zebra motion, cheat, blah, 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 blah. And like I was talking to Crowder about it. He's like, yeah, Kirk came running over to me to tell me about it. It's funny. This was Crowder after the game.
Jamison, when you came back to D.C. last year, it felt like great story, reunion. I didn't anticipate you fast forward a year, new operation, whole new roster, and you'd be one of the most key ingredients to the offense these last couple of weeks. It's a crazy league, man. What do you make of just the renaissance and the chance to really help this group down the stretch?
Man, it's just a blessing, man. Like I told some of the other reporters, man, I love it out here, man. I'm just glad, thankful to, come back this year, get the opportunity to come back this year and be a part of this, rebuild, man. It's been a special year. I've dealt with some injuries in and out, but, like you said, man, the last few weeks, man, I'm just thankful to get the opportunity to help out as much as I can. And it's been great, man. You know what I'm saying? To win tonight, man, that was big. We didn't play that well. And as a competitor, man, you kind of feel like that. But at the same time, you got to, take the win how you can get it, especially in this league. It's tough to win this league. So any win is a good win.
You're one of the few guys around here that has seen this place lit for a playoff push and what it can look like around here when they're rolling. What'd you make of the atmosphere tonight, the light show and the fans going crazy? It's a different look here.
Yeah, no, man, that was great, man. And that's what it's supposed to be like. You know what I'm saying? That's how it's supposed to be. I even say, man, like my year I went to Buffalo, man, and went to the playoffs, and obviously I broke my ankle that year, but I was just surrounded. And so the atmosphere was great. And tonight, man, was a definite playoff atmosphere. So the crowd, man, they really showed up, man. They came out there, they supported us. Like I said, we didn't play well. We had them on the edge of their seats, I know. But they that's how it's supposed to be, man. That's how it's supposed to be. So we're grateful and thankful for that, man.
What'd you make of, you guys get the coin toss, and then you go down the field, 12 plays, 70 yards, win the game, walk off, win the division. There's no asking the defense to make a stop in overtime. What did that say, not only about Jaden, who was 5 for 5 and ran for 42 yards, but just the whole offense?
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to, winning time moments. I know they spoke about that last week, but, man, when the game was on the line, obviously we didn't close out the game like we wanted to. We ended up giving them another chance right at the end of regulation, but we just knew, man, we had to go out there and execute. Jaden did a really good job of using his feet, using his capability, man, to extend plays. And then obviously, man, the last play right there, the Ertz was huge. So, I just think that everybody, man, in the huddle, you can feel it. Like everybody was just, once we just kind of lock in and, we know what we can do. So that last drive right now, excuse me, in overtime, my bad, we was able to, score. So it's a great feeling, man. It's a great feeling.
Last thing, correct me if I'm wrong, you 15 with this team, playoffs, right? Yep. You mentioned Buffalo. I know you were hurt. Might have been another one along the way. Maybe the Jets, did you get in? Or I guess no, they've got the
we
draft.
missed a year. Yeah, we didn't.
But just getting into the playoffs for you as a veteran and, not knowing like how many more years and playoff opportunities you have, what is that mindset like for you?
Oh, it's special, man. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the things that my receiver coach IQ when I was here, my first stint here, man, that's one thing he said. He said it's hard to get into that tournament. Like I say, man, I got in my rookie year. 2015, 2016, we missed it by a game, lost to the Giants at the last game of the year. And then 17 didn't make it. 18, we had a chance. We had the injury with Alex Smith and kind of things went downhill. And then, so, Jets didn't make it. Then I was able to go, like I said, I broke my ankle, but I was able to go with Buffalo. And just to be there, just to be in the atmosphere, like I said, man, that's what it's all about. And now that you're going to come back and be able to be a part of this and do it here, man, it's, for me, just personally, it's something special. Like I say, man, we've done things the right way this year. And now we're just, getting hot at the right time is what it's all about.
Congrats. Enjoy it. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Jamison Crowder. And if you would have told me 5 years ago that in 2024, J-Mo would be catching huge passes in a playoff clinching win for the Commanders, I might have just laughed you out the room.
Yeah. All-time good guy, though, Jamison Crowder. I just feel like just a respectable stand-up human and just always ready. He may be my unsung hero.
Yeah, that's the topic. And that's why we played that interview right now, is because we want to do this next. 800-636-1067. I want to hit the calls on this, so line them up on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. You can also give us your answers. We'll read some of them in the YouTube chat. If you're streaming the show, you can watch us on video in high def on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Who's the guy not getting enough credit during this stretch run? Grant and Danny with Linnell in on The Fan. The hour at 5, a little over 10 minutes from now. Former head coach Jay Gruden. Last time Washington got into and led a playoff game by double-digit points. He was the head coach back in 2015. They had the playoff appearance in 2020. You know, that 7-win Redskins team got into the playoffs under Ron Rivera. No fans were there. But you got to go back to 15 for the last real one. 9-7, 4 straight wins to get in. And then they were up pretty big on Green Bay at home.
Then Deshaun Jackson ruined it for all of us. So thank you, D-Jax. The new head coach, by the way, at Delaware State.
Jackpot.
Shout out to Jackpot.
Delaware State. What is their mascot? I'll give you $5 if you can name it.
They're in the conference of Howard University. You know, I do play-by-play for Howard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So the Hornets, and
I owe you $5.
their last head coach was so bad that even if Deshaun Jackson stinks, it's an upgrade.
Bet he would have called a timeout last night with 25 seconds to go.
I probably would have.
Might have known to do that. Raheem Morris got to go back to the drawing board on that one. Yeah. All right, so the question, 800-636-1067. We'll hit the phones first. We'll give you our answers in a moment. Who's been the unsung hero for the Commanders down the stretch? We're not looking for the stars. We're looking for someone not getting a lot of love. Chris in Hyattsville gets us going.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? First of all, I just want to say thank you, Jaden. Thank you. Because I don't think I could handle having to go to Dallas to win to get into the playoffs.
Can you imagine that?
That'd been awful.
I didn't even think about that. As a heavy favorite in a game where they have no business losing, they go to the Mike McCarthy-led Cowboys, and in a win-in scenario, or the Cowboys could ruin their season. No, thank you.
I would have. If that probably would have been labeled Snyder's revenge. Like right. I could just see them losing to spite us. But anyway, it didn't happen. Jaden, that's what he did. I call it Jadening now. When you go pick your team up by yourself and carry them into the end zone, that's called Jadening. I know he's gotten some cred, some pub recently, and some flowers, but I think Zach Ertz has had a really underrated season, not just on this team but league wide. He's no yak Zach now, but the guy is always open. He's smart as all get out. I think he is instrumental in making this. He's kind of like one of the glue pieces of the offense, and he is the safety valve, the check down that Jaden can depend on when all else fails. And he's been a monster in the red zone too. So I think some credit should go to Zach Ertz's way.
6 catches, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns last night, 60 for 610 on the year. He's had 3 6-catch games since right around Thanksgiving. And as they've come down the stretch, he's been a monster at 7 for 77 against the Bears in the game where they needed every blade of grass that they got.
Can I do this here real quick on the Great Danny program? I apologize to Zach Ertz. I did not think he was going to have production. No yak Zach is a good bit, by the way, Chris. But in all seriousness, he's been awesome. And I think what's really cool, like you said, when they really have needed him the most, he steps up. And when are you going to reveal to the people that you basically were psychic last week, you would toe mode, and you just basically predicted his stat line?
I feel good about that. You don't get to hit on many of those.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will have to. I'll get the audio to
At some
Darius,
point.
I guess. But yes, I called 6 catches for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns.
What are the lottery
Zach
numbers
Ertz as the breakout winner, and he goes 6 for 72 and 2. So blind squirrel found a nut. But I'll say this, Linnell, this is his best year since 21. That year where he played for both the Eagles and the Cardinals, he went 74 for 760 that year. Since that season, he's had 47 for 400, 27 for 187, and 10 and 7 games respectively. The difference is he's played every game.
Yeah.
I mean, when he's played 16 or 17 games, this is a 60-plus catch guy. Is he at the end of his career? Of course. He's 34 years old. He'll turn 35 in the next football season. He doesn't make plays after the catch. He's not leaving anybody in his wake, but he reads out zones really well. Yeah. He is a very quarterback-friendly target. He is a wonderful leader in the locker room. He has won. How many guys in that locker room were on part of winning programs, championship programs, have Super Bowl rings? He's a 3-time Pro Bowler. I said this earlier in the show. He has more catches in a single season than any tight end in history.
And I didn't even realize that until you said it. So good pull by you. But future Hall of Famer, will you sleep on it?
Yeah, he's a top 10 tight end all time in
Which
like
is-
catches and yards.
Yeah,
Let's
amazing.
go to Nate in DC. What's up, Nate?
What's up, Nate?
Hey, Grant, how you feeling? Hey, Lanier.
What's up, buddy?
So my unsung hero would have to be Tressway, because at the end of the day, we often overlook how important he is to our organization. We probably don't even notice that he's been with us for 11 years now, and he's made that position the most stable out of all of them over that time frame.
True.
And at the end of the day, it's like, you know, you can't ask for much more, even in the offense where we rarely punt. When his numbers call to punt, he changes the field for us. He buys our defense time. He buys our team time.
Nate, look at last night. Last night, they had to punt right before the end of the game after that 3-and-out. And when they had the 3-and-out in 29 seconds, they gave the ball back with like 45 to play. The Falcons were going to get the rock. Tressway boomed a 60-yarder. That's a huge moment.
It's crazy.
I mean, it's funny to say this with a punter, but like that's your take the field, go make a play, Jaden moment. You're running out there cold. You haven't punted much all night, if at all. Trying to remember if he'd even punted in the game. And he runs out there. You've got to kick he punted once earlier, I remember.
Yeah, the first half. The second drive, yeah, they went 3-and-out.
But so he has to, you got to boom the ball.
Yeah.
Like we saw
That's
Pinion
huge.
on the other side, Shankopotamus a punt just before that. And what's he do? Boots at 60, great coverage by Percy Butler, and the Falcons take over at about the 20. So that is a huge game-changing play.
Think about it like this. The punt was so good. Riley Patterson, I mean, it ends up being more short than I realized upon further review. But like, if he doesn't punt that well, maybe he makes the kick. Like maybe they're closer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
They're
a
lot
great punt.
closer.
They're at the 30.
And that
instead of
penalty
getting to
hurts you
the
more.
45, they're in plus territory. And then the Dum-Duran penalty gets you to the 40.
Yeah.
And then the PI gets you down into the 25-yard line. You know, now instead of 55, we're talking about a 40-yard field goal or whatever.
Huge.
Let's go to Luke in Wilmington. What's up, Luke?
What's up, Luke?
Hey, fellas. Thank you so much for taking my call. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Yeah, so I was thinking as an unsung hero, I think Jeremy McNichols stands out a lot to me. And it all became clear to me because of that fourth down catch and run that he made to move the chains to win the game last night.
That was an awesome play.
Second effort was amazing.
Yeah, it really was. It gave me a glimpse of the entire culture through the looking glass of one person's efforts. He showed me how competitively dedicated, gritty, and intentional this entire organization is from top to bottom now. I'm finally feeling what it's supposed to feel like when I have real pride in my team. So many players on this team give me a real sense of pride when I'm cheering for them because I feel like they're good men. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate y'all taking my call, and it means a lot to me.
Thank you, Luke. We appreciate you, buddy.
That's awesome.
Glad you called and glad you're feeling good about your team and you're prideful about the operation again. But, yeah, that catch and run, don't forget about that play. We'll bring it up and don't forget about. But it was a 4th and 5, 4th and 6.
Yeah.
Was it 5? Okay, yeah, because he got 6 yards. That's right. 4th and 5. He gets 6 yards, and he gets stopped a half yard shy. And it's one of those on the replay where he is not at the yellow stripe. He doesn't see a yellow stripe.
No.
He's just in the middle of a football
That
field.
little lunge forward
But he
he did
had
at the
to
end?
know where the sticks were, and he got to them. So important. Second effort, third effort. That was maybe the play of the game. Like that's
part
when
of that
they went and took the lead.
It's part of that ridiculous 14-play, 7-minute drive they had.
Yeah.
Man. For them to eat the clock the way that they did in that second half is crazy.
This was the second drive of the half. The first one was the 15-play aided by the third down and 22 penalty that kept it alive. And then they pulled to within 3. And then that was the one where they took the lead to go up at the time 21-17 on that drive where he gets the 6 on a 4th and 5. That was, by the way, one of a few moments where I noticed him rewatching the game. He was also awesome in pass pro.
Yes.
Like that guy throws his body on the line, blowing up linebackers, just dirty, gritty, little stuff that doesn't get a lot of love. All right, let's talk to Jay Gruden next. We got Austin Eckler. Speaking of Jeremy McNichols, he's been playing that Eckler role largely. He's on the show at 6 o'clock today, but Gruden is next. It is a playoff victory Monday. The Commanders are 11-game winners for the first time in 33 years. You're locked into the Fan.
Jaden Daniels, end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Zach Ertz takes Washington into the playoffs.
Who's better than Mike Tirico?
Nobody.
Grant and Danny on the fan. Linnell's in today as the Commanders and the rest of the teams in town are trying to build a foundation for success on and off the field. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kenori and Murad, is going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family, square away your future. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. They're going to take good care of you. You can watch the show on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page all the way up to 6:30. You can listen wherever you're going on the Odyssey app. Take us with you into the grocery store, whatever you got going on as you knock some things off the to-do list. Or, of course, just listening on 1067 The Fan's flagship as you drive around or you're at home on your smart device. However you're checking us out, we appreciate it. We've had a huge show already celebrating a playoff berth. You've heard from left tackle Brandon Coleman, cornerback Noah Igbenogany, and wide receiver Jamison Crowder. Austin Eckler stops by in 1 hour at 6 o'clock. But right now, on the guest hotline, we welcome onto the show the former head coach here in D.C.
My hero.
Who took this team to the playoffs in 2015, Jay Gruden. Jay, welcome back on G&D. What's going on?
What's going on, Jay?
Not a whole lot, man. It was a hell of a win last night. It's fun to watch. This team is never a dull moment, that's for sure.
Oh, it was an awesome victory. No doubt about it. A lot to get to, but let's just start with Daniels. I'll let you paint with a broad brush first. What'd you think?
I thought he was incredible. You know, the first half they had some struggles with penalties and sacks, got in some long yardage situations, and, you know, only had 7 points at the half, and things could have unraveled a little bit. But like Jaden Daniels has done, he just kept his poise and stuck with the plan and made some plays when he had to. When plays weren't there, he made them. When they were there, he made them. He just continues to, you know, just show the world that he's one of the top quarterbacks in the National Football League and will be for a very long time.
Jay, one thing that I continue to be impressed with, especially now that Washington's had some injuries at the wide receiver position, is how Cliff Kingsbury continues to scheme open the most jag of wide receivers in the NFL. It's no disrespect to Zacchaeus, Crowder, and those guys, but his ability to scheme them open has been super impressive. What changes have you seen them make here kind of post-bye week to kind of get the other guys, so to speak, involved more?
He utilizes their formation as well as personnel grouping as well. Does some good things down the field to get some spacing, which is very important. You know, it's very hard to play tight man-to-man against Washington because of the ability of Jaden to run. Unless you have a spy out there, then you can only rush 3 guys, or maybe you have to take away your whole player, something like that, to spy Jaden, and that opens up lanes as well. Just Jaden puts a lot of pressure on defensive coordinators. You want to play eyeballs on the quarterbacks, and Cliff Kingsbury dials up good zone beaters. If you want to play man-to-man, Jaden can hurt you with his legs. So I think both Cliff and Jaden have an answer for what the defenses are trying to do. So hats off to both of them.
What do you make as a play caller and just a guy watching games, you know, who designs offense, of the hero ball that Daniels can play, where, you know, on that final drive, I don't have a better way to describe it. It's just like high school football. Like, he just becomes an athlete, and he's like, I'm just going to run a lot. I mean, it was 6 for 42. There were a couple design runs, but it was mostly just scrambles where he just decided he was hell-bent on leaving the pocket. He ran 16 times for $127 in the game. What did you make of him just kind of going, this is how I'm going to do it?
I've just been impressed with the decisions he makes. When it's time to run, he runs. If nobody's open, if Cliff didn't design a good enough player, guys weren't able to uncover or find the open zones or get open in man-to-man, Jaden makes a great decision to run it, and it's a productive play. It's just been unbelievable when you just put the tape on. It's like he doesn't make any bad decisions. If the throw's there, he throws it. If it's not there, he'll tuck it and run it and make a positive play out of something. You know, they got in trouble in the first half because of the holding calls and about 2 or 3 blown protections. Caught him in long yardage situations. But when he's dropping back the pass, the play's there, it's going to be there. He's going to throw it. If not, if somebody's a free runner or, you know, it's not there, he buys time with his legs, tries to find somebody, and then he'll run it and make a positive play out of nothing. So he's just an incredible player.
Jay, one of the things that concerned me going in, no De'Ami Brown, so you kind of lose another guy that can help you create explosives in the pass game, and we know how important that is when you're trying to move the football and score points routinely. Washington, though, Jay, in that third quarter, possessed the football. It was almost the entirety of the quarter. It was 14 minutes and 50 seconds, I believe. With them playing that way, like, do you think that is a sustainable brand of football, trying to crank out these 13, 14 play drives? Because it really only takes one mistake before you're behind the 8 ball, and now you need a Superman play. What did you think of their ability to possess the football?
Well, when you don't have penalties, you don't have negative plays, they have the ability to do that. In the first half, they tried to do that, but they had the negative plays and the penalties that put them in long yardage situations that it's almost impossible to convert. But when they don't have the penalties and they stay in 2nd and 5, 3rd and 3, this is a hard team to stop because of Jaden's ability to do the quarterback design runs, the RPOs, the zone reads, the play passes, and then his ability to run for positive plays when he's in a drop back passing mode. So, yeah, I mean, as long as they don't shoot themselves in the foot, this is a hard team to stop, and they can maintain that. You know, it's obviously very difficult to do. I think they're eventually going to have to make some explosives somewhere. Got to get Terry back going, get some big plays down the field, maybe a tight end leak play down the sideline, something. They need a chunk play here and there. Very hard to maintain this for 4 quarters of football to have 12, 15 play drives all the time. But if anybody can do it, they can do it because of Jade's ability to run and make plays on critical situations, 3rd and 4th down.
Jay Gruden is with us on Grant and Danny. They did make the playoffs in 2020, but that was the season where there was no crowd in the stands. They were a 7-win team that won a horrendous division. So for all intents and purposes, for me, it's really the first legitimate playoff season since you were coaching in 2015. Now, what do you remember about that stretch? You guys didn't get to clinch at home. You had that primetime game against the Eagles on, I think it was a Saturday night where Kirk threw for 360 and 4 touchdowns where you clinched. And then you obviously went to a home playoff game, went in the division, and you were up 11-0, I think it was, on Green Bay. Could have been more if Deshaun would have had some urgency to get into the end zone, but he really didn't want to. But what do you remember about kind of that whole sequence?
Well, I know we had a lot of ups and downs in that season. We started out pretty poorly, and obviously the big win, the Code Red game against Tampa Bay, kind of got our season going, and Kirk's confidence boosted into high level. Then he started playing extremely well, and we were hitting pretty good on offense. Defense started to play a little bit better. Then, you know, the Philadelphia game was just a wild game. About that end of half situation was a nightmare, and then trying to diffuse all the problems at halftime was another situation worth a book writing episode maybe. But and then obviously the Green Bay game was very disappointing. I thought that was the most electric the stadium was since I was a coach there. It was a great environment. Fans were going crazy. We just got out to a great lead, and then fizzled out a little bit. Aaron Rodgers made some plays, got a hard count, got a free play, got a first down, and then they scored. But it was a great season, I think, for Kirk and some of the younger players. It just showed that they had the ability to compete with the best.
The halftime thing you're referencing, that's got to be when Cousins took the knee.
Oh my God!
Because one of your receivers refused to run a route or something, right?
Yeah. And then it was a hectic locker room. It was a lot of yelling and screaming and pushing and shoving and trying to get everybody back into the frame of mind. Hey, we got another half to play. We got a division to win here, fellas. It was quite dramatic, but I can remember sitting next to Sean McVay on the plane on the way home, and we were all happy wearing our NFC East championship pass, but we looked at each other like, what the hell just happened? That was a fiasco, but we got it done somehow.
That's hilarious. Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. So Jay, what about, I want to get into playoff permutations and things in a few minutes, but what about their natural running game? And does it matter with Jaden running the way that he is, going for $127, putting the team on his back? They, over the last 6 weeks, really the Titans game is the only time in terms of the traditional, like Brian Robinson thumping between the tackles operation, that they've actually run the ball effectively.
Yeah, that's a concern. That and the lack of other weapons outside of Terry moving forward. Obviously Jaden makes up for a lot of that with his ability to keep plays alive and rush for yards. But I think moving forward, I love to see him play Dallas this week and try to really reestablish some physicality up front, try to get the running game going so we have some positivity and some confidence going into that phase into the playoffs, because they're going to need it. We can't just run around and hope Jaden scrambles for first. You probably can, but you like to have some kind of help and some kind of time where Jaden can just turn around and hand the ball off stress-free and get 4 or 5 yards. That's going to be important. And when it's time for Jaden to make a play, he'll be fresh and ready to go. But they need to get a boost from the running game. Hopefully they'll get one against Dallas this weekend.
Run defense has also been a major problem for this group, Jay. In the first half, Bijan Robinson looked like Herschel Walker, making people miss left and right. It was awesome to see. It felt like it's 4 and 5 yards before contact. With Washington's game plan, the way that they've tried to defend it the last 2 weeks is loading up the box, but it's putting these corners in really compromising, circumstances and positions. Kenny Pickett couldn't beat you with his right arm. Mike Penix couldn't beat you with his left arm. When they get into the postseason, does that concern you, how they're going to choose to defend teams? Because it feels like right now they're kind of making you pick one or the other.
Yeah, it's a big concern moving forward, without a doubt. I hope Marshawn Lattimore gets back because he can match up with the likes of a A.J. Brown or maybe a Puka Nacua on the outside if they have to play the Rams. They're going to need somebody that can play corner that can match up against the superstars because they're going to have to stop the run. The Rams run the ball extremely well with Kyron Williams. You think about Stafford and Puka, but really their last 3 or 4 games, they've been pounding the ball between the tackles. And in order to stop that, you have to load up the box a little bit and put your corners at jeopardy. So Lattimore's presence will help it. If he's not there, they've had to deal with him, the first 12 or 13 games. And you're right, it is a pick your poison type of thing. Corners are going to have to step up. St. Juice and the rest of the guys are going to have to step up and make some plays, obviously, because they have trouble stopping run. But in fairness to them, Saquon had a really good first half. They shut him down in the second half. And Bijan had a really good first half, but they really shut him down in the second half. So they made the necessary adjustments, but eventually they're going to have to rely on their corners and make some plays as well.
Do you agree with the premise that they're way better off going to L.A. to play the Rams than going back to Philly or to Detroit?
Yeah, that's a tough trip going all the way across country. But I guess if you'd rather have your druthers, you'd rather play the Rams, I guess. They have a very young defense, and their offensive line's not protecting Matthew very well, but they're running the ball pretty good. They have some familiarity with Philly. They played them twice, and they beat them once. So they have some confidence that they can beat Philadelphia. Obviously, Hurts didn't play the last 3 quarters, but still, a win's a win. Any game's going to be tough on the road. But I think from a matchup standpoint, I would guess the Rams would be I would pick the Rams if I had to pick other than Philadelphia at Philadelphia. That's just my choice.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jay. It feels like to me, whoever they get matched up, I don't see them being a favorite come postseason time, but we'll see when we get there. Big picture NFL stuff here. It was a pretty interesting weekend. Saquon Barkley, Jay, is in a position right now where if he runs for 101 yards in the finale against the Giants, he gets the rushing record. If you were the head coach in this situation, are you pushing to get your guy the record, or are you preserving health for the postseason?
This is something you got to communicate with your team because this is a big deal. These big guys up front really want this, I'm sure. I'm sure Saquon would love to get it at the Giants. But it's also very important for those guys to be healthy in the first playoff game because, I've been part of teams in Cincinnati and Philadelphia that, you play that last game and you get banged up a little bit. Then you play on a Saturday the next week on the road or whatever it is, and you're not quite at full tank of gas. So if you have the ability to sit some of your key players and get them full tank of gas for your first playoff game, it's very beneficial. However, this is a big deal, man. The rushing title's been around for a long time, and for him to have the ability to get that, I think it's up to the offensive line, and Saquon has the ultimate decision. Obviously, Sirianni has the ultimate decision, but that's a tough call. I don't really know what I would do, to be honest with you. That's a unique situation. I don't even know.
About to say, knowing the Eagles, they probably asked Big Dom to make the decision.
Yeah, Big Dom will call the shots. How about the MVP vote that Jay Gruden has, if you had one? Would it go to Lamar or Josh Allen?
Right. It's Josh Allen, and this is a horse race right now. Josh Allen's got the lead. The finish line is very close, but Lamar is closing. He's got big strides coming on the outside, so we need the wire quick. I'm going to tell you that right now. Lamar is charging, and Burrow, if they get in the playoffs, he's on the inside, closing a little bit too. So I've always been a big fan of what Jared Goff has done. Obviously, Saquon Barkley, but if it was my vote, it would be Josh Allen.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, what would you do if you were the Vikings at quarterback with Darnold, McCarthy, and the scenario they've got unfolding now?
Well, I think Darnold has proven that he's worthy of getting a contract. If he doesn't get it there, he's going to get it somewhere else. There's 5 or 6 teams that are in dire need of a quarterback. And Sam Darnold winning 14 games at Minnesota, he's got a great supporting cast and a great play caller, but somebody's got to execute these plays, and he's made some big-time throws. So Darnold's going to get a contract. If I were Minnesota, I'd give it to him just because, JJ hasn't done any. He played one preseason game, got hurt. He's been on the shelf for the rest of the,
So would you
season.
trade
He hasn't been
JJ
thrown
then,
in.
or would you keep him as well?
I keep JJ another year and see where he's at and try to get him in the building. You can never have too many quarterbacks, really. They got him on a rookie deal, so it won't cost that much. But I would keep them both for another year, and that's at least what I would do. I'm not familiar with JJ, what he did in training camp and his ability, but what Sam Darnold has done warrants him getting the contract. And I think Kevin O'Connell, you saw the way the team reacted when he walked in the locker room yesterday. So I think they're pretty much tied to Sam Darnold right now.
More on Darnold in the locker room. It just didn't look comfortable in that situation. It was real awkward, Jay. Like you didn't know whether to be, as hype as he should have been. It was a weird situation. I want to ask you about the pending decision this offseason that San Francisco is going to have to make when it comes to Brock Purdy. I continue to believe Kyle in San Francisco are going to be the first team that, rotates quarterbacks every 5 years, depending on their situation. I think they believe in their system and they feel like that is what elevates the players, not the reverse. If you were in charge there in San Francisco, could you imagine opening up your checkbook and giving Brock Purdy $60 million per?
I mean, it's the going rate. I mean, I don't know what else you do. Who else they have? Who you going to get? There's no quarterbacks in my mind that they're going to be able to get in the 15th pick of the draft or 18th pick, wherever they're going to pick. Free agency wise, we just mentioned Sam Darnold's the top guy, and there's only a couple other guys. Maybe one of the Steeler quarterbacks will be free, but really, is that an upgrade from Kirk Cousins could be available? That's pretty costly. Kirk would be, I could see that happening because I know Kyle's always loved Kirk. That would be the most sense. If they didn't want to do Purdy, they could go ahead and get Kirk. But these teams that are messing around at the quarterback position, I know you might overpay a guy, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, but the alternative is not very good. You better have a young kid or somebody that can play it because the teams that have them are always in the playoffs, and the teams that don't are always looking for a draft pick.
Jay, could you see the Commanders going on a playoff run, messing around and beating the Rams, and then, whether it's Minnesota or a banged-up Detroit defense, like possibly winning a couple playoff games?
Yeah, for sure. The way Jaden's playing right now, the way they possess the football, I don't think there's any doubt. I think they'll have trouble with some of the teams like Detroit, Minnesota, obviously, with the way they can throw the ball and the receivers that they have with Hawkinson and JJ and Addison and this Naylor guy. I mean, he's pretty damn good. It'd be a tough matchup for them. But, the other side of Minnesota's offensive line isn't that great, so they can get some pressure. So there's some matchups to be had against all those teams that are in front of them. Washington's going to be able to score. They're just going to have to figure out a way to get some stops, create some turnovers, and hell yeah, they can win.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate you giving us some time, my brother.
All right, man. Thank you, guys.
Jay Gruden with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. You're going to hear in about 40 minutes from Austin Eckler, the running back who has not played for Washington since an injury going back to the Cowboys game in Landover, Maryland. At that time, he was ruled out until at least the next Cowboys game, which is now Sunday, Week 18 in Dallas. Is he going to play in that game? Could he be eligible and be back for the playoffs? We will ask him that coming up in about 35 minutes here on The Fan. But next, Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury, offensively last night, made it work despite a bunch of injuries, losing 2 starters as the game went on. Up front on the offensive line. How'd they do it? This is The Fan.
season. After talking to Jay, and I don't want to be cynical here. It's just I can't help but be in the moment. It's to me, I have real doubts and reservations about their ability to get stops in the postseason. Because as I said to Jay, the game plan defensively the past 2 weeks has been to stack the box, to stop the run, and essentially make the other team's quarterback beat you. And you lucked up and drew Kenny Pickett and Mike Penix Jr. in his second career start.
I would also point out they didn't stop the run last night.
And they
either.
didn't.
I mean, they
did by keeping them off the field in that.
Well, that's true, but they never effectively held Bijan Robinson in any kind of a way. He had 90 yards on 17 attempts. He had 80 plus in the first half. You go, well, he didn't do anything in the second half. Yeah, they didn't have any carries.
Right.
They only ran 3 of the first 32 plays of the second half, and then by the time they got the ball back, it was kind of let's go throw the football mode.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they even stopped the run with committing to it last night. But you're right. You played a rookie quarterback in his first ever road game and his second ever NFL game who missed as many throws as he made almost.
Pretty much.
Penix.
About 50% completion percentage, somewhere near it.
I was still impressed overall. He's got a big, strong arm. It's a live arm.
Yes.
He can throw the football all over the park, and you got to defend every blade of grass. He's going to be good. He also made a throw in the middle of the field that got blown up by Jeremy Chin. That was ridiculous.
A dime,
early in the game, and I was like, okay, he can do it.
He can do,
I'm a Michael Penix guy.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't see that throw made by that many quarterbacks. But he missed a million throws.
That was his problem at Washington a little bit too, just inaccuracy down in, down out at times. But
point being, if that is the Rams and Matt Stafford, he's not missing those throws. If that is the Lions and Jared Goff, he's not missing those throws.
Yeah.
Right? So they're going to have to clean that up. My concerns would be the secondary corner play.
Yeah.
Do you get Lattimore back? Running the football and stopping the run.
Yeah.
You don't want to go into the playoffs having questions about running the football and stopping the run.
Yeah.
But that's for a different day. Still don't know who they're playing. Still don't know what that looks like. I do think they go to Dallas and whoop up on the Cowboys in Week 18, though.
I do too, and I hope, and Jay kind of alluded to this, it acts as a get-right game for the traditional run game. Like, that's a front you should have success against. Even though in that first matchup, Grant, like, Jaden was your leading rusher in that football game, if I'm not mistaken. Like, so you struggled to run the ball against them the first time. I think you're right. They need to be able to run it to take and alleviate some of the pressure off of Jaden. Like, I'm all for the big time moments and him making these splash plays, but it's got to be within reason. And I don't know how long you can rely on him making these Superman plays. I think he's capable of it. I just think last night you were on the right side of the result.
You want a minor in that. You don't want to major in it. Right?
Well put.
Like,
well put.
Last night, that was their offense in the second half,
And it
especially. It was Jaden make a play. Daniels, go be great. Do something spectacular. You want to have that bullet in the chamber when needed.
Yeah.
You need that club in your bag, but you don't want it to be your operation in your offense. But to that point, I want to get into this. So as they're going toe-to-toe with a Falcons team that needs to win to stay atop its division at one point last night, I'm looking out on the field during a stoppage. It's commercial. Offense is huddling up. Jaden's kind of jumping up and down to try to stay warm. By the way, the weather, are you kidding me?
Beautiful.
Almost 60 degrees.
Beautiful.
Rain went away right before kickoff.
It's pneumonia weather, some people would say.
I mean, it is. Your boy can't keep his voice. Like, is it hot? Is it cold? I'm in shorts today. I'm in a coat 2 days ago. What the hell's going on? But the weather was perfect.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the offense and I'm going, wait a second. Biotish was out. They had Dieter at center.
Mm-hmm.
Wiley, who didn't play in the game, was replaced by Lucas as a starter. Lucas leaves. Trent Scott is in. He's been a bit of a liability at times, at tackle. So that's 40% of your offensive line is now backups. And at the right tackle position, it's actually a third stringer. At wide receiver, no Noah Brown, no De'Ami Brown, obviously. So they were down to basically with McLaurin having one catch for 5 yards.
Yeah.
The Alameda Zacchaeus Jamison Crowder show last night.
A smash Ola, by the way.
It was a good show. Ertz was a monster.
Yeah.
John Bates made the one big 14-yard catch on a beautiful design.
The finish on his, oh my God. concussion for the other guy. Had to be. That was violent.
I don't know how Bates stayed on the field.
He's just, but that's the type of stuff that gets other people geeked up, I feel like,
Totally.
too. Like, he's a war daddy, man.
That's just a physical, violent, big, heavy football play. That's their MO. Like, that's what they are.
Love it.
When Adam Peters took over in his opening press conference, he's like, there's a type of player we're going to bring in here. You're going to notice how the way we're going to play is going to be, and he used a bunch of words that every GM uses in that press conference, introductory presser, where he's talking about being physical and violent and fast. But it's real. Like, they have a label. They got a commander tag that they use, and they want dogs. And Bates you're right, in the open field, that was violent.
I love that.
But anyway, I bring this up to say Zacchaeus, the ghost of Zach Ertz at 34 years old, Jamison Crowder, John Bates, who you think Zach Ertz is catch and fall. I don't know what the hell John Bates is.
Catch and stumble.
Chris Rodriguez, who was a 6th-round pick 2 years ago, who was your RB4. Jeremy McNichols. Like, that's your operation last night behind a line with a backup center and a third-string tackle. And Jaden Daniels goes 6 runs, 42 yards, 5 for 5, 30 yards, game-winning touchdown. They just keep chopping wood. It doesn't matter who's around him.
Does he not deserve more credit? And stick with me here for a second. The argument right now for Josh Allen winning MVP, Grant, is, well, he's doing it with nobody. It's Khalil Shakir. It's Dalton Kincaid. It's Curtis Samuel. Jaden's doing it with not the best guys either, man. And he's a rookie, and the expectations were low. And the team last year was the same pretty much. You haven't made, glaring upgrades offensively. You had a couple of new pieces up front, including a rookie tackle. He makes everybody better. Why can he not be in the MVP conversation? And I'm not doing a homer bit.
No, I think he is, though. Like, where do you think he is in the odds right now? If you had to guess.
Probably like 8th best odds, I would
Seventh.
say. 7th? Okay.
I mean, he's in the
right in the thick of the
conversation.
combo then.
But are you going to vote him the MVP over Josh Allen?
Of course not.
I wouldn't. I mean, here's
he's on the final ballot. Like, at the honors, they show his montage.
Of course.
Like,
put a highlight of him in there if you want to. He's not I would say a finalist is like top 3. He's not going to be top 3. That's not a crime. Only 3 guys get to be in the top 3. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's
I thought
right
it was
now,
5 for whatever reason.
5 in the top 3. We could do that too.
Okay.
But like for Daniels, I just think we got to remember there was a month there. And if everyone, what we've done in this town has decided he can't actually have a bad game or he can't actually, just not play well. So he obviously was extremely hurt more than we knew. Regardless, let's just say that's true.
Yeah.
Because he can't possibly just not be the best player on the field in every time he ever plays. He's the only guy that's never going to have a bad game. But there was like a month where he didn't play at that level.
True.
And they lost football games.
Because of it, I might add.
Absolutely.
Honestly,
If that didn't happen, he'd be 3rd maybe or 2nd or something right now.
That's fair.
But is he in the combo? Sure, he should be in the combo. But Allen, Lamar, I think Burrow's been the best quarterback in the league this year.
His numbers are ridiculous.
Even though the record is not going to allow him to win it because people are stupid. Saquon Barkley's not allowed to win it because he's a running back because people are stupid. Like, to me, they deserve to be MVPs over him. Here's what I'll say. Ryan, cover your ears. Like, a guy like Jared Goff, and I bought a ticket for Jared Goff as the MVP before the season.
Uh-oh.
So I'm kind of contradicting myself here. But Jared Goff's had a magnificent season. He's had a better year, in my opinion, than Jaden Daniels, like consistently from the beginning to the end. Who's more valuable to their team? Jaden Daniels is.
Well, 100%. Especially, I think Goff's the most insulated quarterback in football right now, if you ask me.
But
From the
he's
O-line
one
to
of,
the
like,
run
Sam
game.
Darnold's also above him. I would put him in the same bucket.
I would say
So maybe I would move Daniels ahead of those two guys and say he should be 5th in the
that
MVP.
That's fair.
Chase.
Common ground. We can be that.
Something like that. But what they're doing with those guys, I don't think Cliff's getting enough credit. I want to talk about him next. Daniels is special. He is unique. He has changed the world for all of us here in DC. And I hope he can sustain this and they can keep moving forward with him healthy and on the field, learning and developing and getting better. But let's make sure Cliff Kingsbury gets his roses because Olamide Zacchaeus is getting open. He had 10 catches in the league last year. He had 8 last night.
That's absurd. when you put it
Jamison
like that.
Crowder in 2024, the year of our Lord, is wide open in Washington. He wasn't wide open for the Jets 4 years ago.
I was about to say, you probably wasn't wide open the first go around here in DC.
John Bates and Ben Sinnott and Zach Ertz. they're making plays at tight end. I guess not in Sinnett's case. He doesn't ever get the football. But my point is, Cliff Kingsbury deserves credit too. It's not like he's just some goofball that, Jaden Daniels is dragging along here.
No, not at all.
Grant and Danny on the fan, Austin Eckler in 15 minutes. Turning back the clock to 91 today, 33 years ago, the last time the Commanders were playoff bound with 11 wins. They have not won 11 games since your boy was in diapers. Linnell was not yet born. Many of our listeners have never experienced what they have this season. 11 wins. And you know what I love about this? The season's longer now. It's 18 games.
Yeah.
17 games, rather, over 18 weeks. But because of that, an 11-win season would kind of feel like, it's cool they did it, but they got an extra game. They did it in 16.
So there you go.
This was a real 11-win season, even by the old standards. They're going to probably win 12, and then you could have an asterisk if you want to on 12, because it used to be 12-4.
Yeah.
But 11 is the real deal. This is 11-5. They have not done it since they won a Super Bowl with Mark Rippon at quarterback and Joe Gibbs 1.0. But speaking of great offenses and great designers, how about Cliff Kingsbury?
Awesome.
Favorite play last night from Kingsbury would be what?
I think me and you may be on the same boat with this. There was actually, you know what? I'll go something else. They've showed this a couple of times. It's where they send Jaden Daniels in motion on the end around. It's the direct snap to B-Rob, and they haven't given it to Jaden on the end around yet.
Right.
Oh, but when they do, in that playoff game, Jaden's going to either bust off a huge run or the wide receiver that's lined up on that left side is going to be butt naked open.
I love that because they couldn't really run the ball the whole half.
Yeah.
And then B-Rob ripped off like 8 or something for a first down on 2nd and 1. And then they went hurry up.
That was the key. The tempo in that drive was huge.
It was, I mean, it was like 10 seconds, like Chip Kelly at Oregon or something between snaps. They went tempo, direct snap. Jaden lined up at receiver. They probably called them both in the huddle, I'm sure.
And they've run this play before, right? If I'm not, maybe I'm tripping. I think they've run it.
They definitely have.
But they haven't given it to Jaden.
He's never tossed
every
it
time.
back. He fakes the toss back so everyone sees the eye candy, and then he lowers his shoulders and gets up the field. And he picked up like 15 on those 2 carries back to back. I love that. My favorite play design was a fake also look, end around look. They had Chris Rodriguez in the backfield for one of the very rare that never, ever, ever go under center, which is a little bit of a gripe for me, but how can you gripe about this offense? So they're under center, which they never do. Jaden turns to hand to Chris Rodriguez. Rodriguez, as if he's taking the ball, goes play action, and then immediately gets behind 2 pullers who are coming from the left. It's Allegretti, and I want to say it might have even been Biotish, guard center. But they're coming left to center. Now, you know what? Watching it now, it looks like they pull Zacchaeus, who's in the slot. And so it's 2 pullers plus Allegretti, 3 out in front. Daniels then fakes a pitch back on an end around, keeps it, and it becomes quarterback power.
The cutest way to get
QB power off the right edge. Awesome. Awesome design. You could just run QB power like the Bills do, direct snap to Josh Allen, and then he follows 2 guys. They did it differently. And it was actually KJ Osborne, who is making his Commander's debut last night, who's out in front with Allegretti. They faked the pitch back to Zacchaeus, but it was sexy. I love that. And then the other play that Cliff drew up last night that was just a 10 out of 10 was their first 4th down of the game. Touchdown to Zacchaeus. It was like a triple option, essentially.
Yes.
RPO.
Yep.
They fake a handoff. Jaden keeps the ball rolling to his left. He's got Sinnott for 2 yards for a first down, turns him down. He's got Zacchaeus wide open in the end zone where he can keep running. And he throws to Zacchaeus for a touchdown. But I thought Kingsbury had another great game. He's had an awesome season. I worry they lose him. I don't know why you would leave this situation with Daniels unless he gets the Bears job with Caleb Williams.
So I don't worry as much about them losing him because I'm such a big fan of the guys around him, especially with the run game stuff and how multiple and diverse they've been. You know, the offensive line coach, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, GP, has a pretty big influence in drawing up the run game in most offenses across the National Football League.
Bobby Johnson's the guy.
You know what I'm saying? I think he's sneaky candidate
but Brian Johnson did not succeed as a play caller in Philly last year, and no one else on the staff has done it.
Well, I'll say this about Brian Johnson.
So how could you not be worried about possibly losing Kingsbury?
Because with the Brian Johnson thing last year in Philly, I think we can see there were clearly bigger issues than him. I think there was an internal thing.
I mean, but you're confident and sold they don't miss a beat if Kingsbury walks?
You know why? As long as 5's in there, I think you could make it go.
I hope you're right. Here's the thing I will say. When we talked about is Quinn versus other coaching candidates, you talk about what if the OC leaves. If you got Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, nothing else matters. Do they have one of those guys? If they do, certainly playing like it most of this year, then you're right. Nothing will matter. But I'm not ready to hang him, his jersey in those rafters just yet.
I feel that.
I need a little more. I need more time. I need another year or two before I put him in the pantheon with those guys. But that's long been my concern. Where I feel okay about Kingsbury not leaving, again, it's a pretty good situation I'm offering you.
For sure.
I'm a pretty good catch here. I got number 5. Yep. You don't have to be a head coach, which I heard he didn't love all of the stuff that came with that. He hates doing media. He just wants to write plays on a napkin, right? And he gets to do all that stuff here. The only other job that would be interesting. So if the Bears job with Caleb Williams opens up, it is open rather, but if it became a possibility for him, I could see him leaving. What if the Patriots fire Gerard Mayo and you have the number 1 pick and Drake May?
That's
the number 1 pick, which you could turn into God knows what on the trade market. Like you could just redo the whole org basically with one haul. And you've got the youngest quarterback in the league who looks like a baller. That's that enticing. A job that so there might be 2 that would be enticing to him, which again makes me nervous.
Just shows you the importance of quarterback because outside of Drake May, what the hell is enticing about the Patriots job?
Well, it's
horrible.
Yeah.
But it just shows you how important quarterback is.
I don't think they're going to fire Mayo.
I think there's going to be. I don't know. I don't think so because it doesn't seem very craft-like.
It doesn't.
That's
his guy too. He's been grooming him for years for that.
I hate that though. By the way, I've never seen this situation. You've been covering the league longer than I have seen more. You remember the last head coach in waiting there was? I mean, this is a weird bit they're doing.
I mean, there's guys that get listed that it doesn't always work out that way.
So
supposedly Greg Williams was a head coach in waiting here, and then Jim Zorn was the next man up.
Oh, you trying to make me laugh at that?
I know that's just what actually happened.
That's bad.
But
explains things, huh?
If they stay together and you go get real talent, you go get. It's not going to be T. Higgins at wide receiver.
I can't wait till the offseason.
Just get a stud at wide receiver. Like
I don't know if you need that though, Grant. He's shown you already that he elevates everybody around.
I agree.
You.
So elevate a stud. I mean, it still add talent. They have money. Sure. They should spend it. They're not the Nationals. They have, draft picks. They should use them. Like if they had, I'm just making this up right now, but like let's just say T. Higgins at receiver and Ashton Genty at running back. In this, like with Kingsbury and Daniels,
sweat over here when you say that.
You could just dream a little bit with an off season coming up of what things could look like, and then you got to find a way to recapture the magic of the brotherhood and the fit the locker room right.
Got to get it rocking.
Like having more talent does not make you a better football team.
No,
right? So they've got to be able to make it all work, and it's not just going to be going and getting the best running back and the best receiver. I get that, but to be able to marry the brotherhood thing with a little more talent. Like
it raises the ceiling for sure.
They've been a top 10 offense and a team that won 11, 12 games with a easy enough schedule that didn't beat many good teams. Maybe next year you could be a top 5 offense and a 13-win team against a hard schedule that beats a lot of good teams.
This is such fun problems to have. It's not a problem, but like roster construction moving forward, it's going to be a fascinating topic because I don't think you need to go break the bank at wide receiver because he's proven he can elevate guys.
One of the weapons they should have next year if he chooses to keep on keeping on is Austin Eckler. Let's talk to him about his future next, live on Grant and Danny. Key member of this offense and the playoff-bound Commanders joins us on The Fan. Stretch run of Grant and Danny. Danny is on vacay ahead of the new year. Grant Paulson with you alongside Linnell Willingham today, and you are locked into the Fan for our final show of 2024, and it's a memorable one. The Commanders are headed to the playoffs, and for the first time since 91, they've won 11 games. I was probably like watching the Ninja Turtles, then probably was like, Mom, come change my diaper. And, I don't know what else would have happened.
Is that how much of a child prodigy you are that at 2 years old, you were saying, come change me? Like, that's impressive stuff to have the wherewithal.
That just tells me you don't have a kid. Kids start talking at like 1, bro.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So eventually they're not old enough to like go to the bathroom and or change themselves. So they ask you to do it.
Wow.
That's 2 years old right there, man. You'll find out.
I'm about to say,
you'll get to know.
Hopefully later.
Don't you worry about that. Right now, though, I want to go to the guest hotline because we've got to welcome onto the show our guy, Austin Eckler, trusted insight from a trusted insider. This segment is presented by our friends at IT Cadre, where DC Sports Insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin, you're headed to the playoffs, man. What a win. Congrats. How fun was last night?
What's up, Austin?
I appreciate it. Yeah, it was great. I actually kind of liked those tips you were giving there. Kind of like, I don't have any kids either, so, if you have more things you want to, make us aware of, I'm all for it. But
hey, you'll find out in due time. You're a married man now.
I am indeed. Yes, in due time. But no, back to the topic anyway. Great moment for us last night. Getting the win in Sunday Night Football. It's always a great time in primetime games. And, for that game for us, did a lot more than just get us the win, right? Got us a spot in the big dance here coming up. And I know we're looking forward to this next game versus Dallas, and then we'll be on to the playoff picture.
Austin, take us inside the locker room last night, man. Seeing some of the clips on social media, there was so much going on outside of the game. Jeremy Reeves proposing to his now fiance, Josh Harris getting the game ball on his birthday.
Hold on, let's just ask him about that.
Yeah, because that was
boy Revo gets engaged right on the field, and all the teammates mob him. How about that story?
That was awesome.
Yeah, man. So some pretty incredible moments all around last night. So that's definitely one of the special ones to come out of that. I haven't asked him though, but I wonder if we lose if he does that still. That's a question.
I don't think he would.
So,
probably not. Yeah, but
how could you?
Probably
like,
not.
You're just gonna be in a bad mood and call her down. She comes down on the field. I guess you just have to do it at like dinner this week or something.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't the scenario, so I'm glad for Revo.
As Kanye West once said, I guess we'll never know.
Nah.
Hey, there it is. But no, yeah, a lot of great stuff happening, for our teammates and then the city as well. And I got to give a shout out to the fans and everyone that's been supporting, because last night it felt like in a playoff environment. Like that's what it felt like last night. Just really intense football going on. The crowd was very on top of it, into it, standing the whole game. Probably the loudest I've ever heard it in there. So, man, it's been great just kind of building this culture and, bringing some new energy to Washington football.
Austin, your story is tremendous. Obviously an undrafted guy. At this stage in your career, leadership is, I know, something that's probably huge for you and you take pride in it. What have been your messaging to Chris Rodriguez this year, who's been up on the active roster, back on the practice squad, kind of bouncing back and forth, and then last night coming up huge, breaking a big-time tackle to get into the end zone? How proud of you are him, and what's been some of your words of advice to keep him, prepared for the moment, man?
Yeah, I think leadership is something that needs to be done in the appropriate doses from the appropriate people. And for myself, what I give to Chris is very simple. It's one of those things along the lines of, it's kind of cliche, but it matters for people to hear, is you don't have to be Superman, be yourself. You're a good player. Because I think especially in positions where we get brought up in a position where we're getting an opportunity maybe that we haven't had in the past, and Chris has had a few here and there, and he's always risen to the occasion. And so, hey, don't go out there and press. Play the way you like to play the way you play. And guess what? Your preparation and your strength and everything that you've been doing this offseason during the season will come to fruition for you. And that's exactly what's been happening for him. So, so proud of him just going over there. I'm getting him hype on the sideline just because I'm, like I said, so proud of him. I'm reenacting his plays. Like, Dad, this is what you did. You broke all these tackles, man. That was sick. Just keeping his confidence high. That's what I like to do. not necessarily a thing that you say to him, but an energy that you give to him. And when you can give people confidence, I think it really helps them feel like, okay, they can glow, like they're doing it, like they believe more in now what they've proven. And so that's what I've been giving to Chris over these past few weeks.
Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre on Grant and Danny's weekly appointment. We don't have a show tomorrow, so he's joining us on this Monday here in the stretch run of our Victory Monday program. Austin, what about the final drive in overtime? You guys are lucky enough to win the coin toss. You go 12 plays, 70 yards. Jaden either completes a pass or runs on 11 of those plays, went 6 for 42 on the ground, 5 of 5 for 30 yards through the air. What'd you think of just that clinic in overtime?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of seeing, a superstar be born right in front of our eyes here. And it's really awesome to be proud of, or to be a part of, I should say. And just super proud of Jaden. And every time he's out there making plays, I'm just like, man, this guy is an absolute dog. Like he gets it done in times where, hey, it's all or nothing. He's showing up, he's using his legs, he's making the throws. And it's so special to be around. And, it's one of those things where you really don't know how it's going to play out with the rookie quarterback, but I think Jaden has surpassed many expectations, to the public eye anyway. And so it's one of these special moments that, you don't really get too often. I kind of had one with Justin Herbert as well as my other quarterback that kind of came into the scene. So I've been pretty lucky with my quarterback so far.
Shoot, if I'm ever drafting a quarterback, I'm signing you first.
You're the common denominator, brother.
For sure. Hey, I've been on some good teams with some good quarterbacks, some young guys anyway. So it's been awesome. My career's been blessed in that category.
100%. Austin, the one thing I want to know is, like, obviously when you were making your free agency decisions this spring, you had a lot of different options, pretty highly sought after guy, considering what you've done in your career to this point. You signed here in Washington. At what point did you go, wow, we could be something special here, man?
Well, you start looking around and you start seeing, like, dang, there's a lot of guys that were not here last year. So that's one thing I noticed right away. And it actually turned out to be a blessing, I think. One, because there was a lot of guys that didn't have like kind of established relationships yet. So a lot of us have been able to really bond and, get into a new culture and buy into a new culture because it wasn't established anything here with coaches or players that were here. And then two, started looking around and we got a lot of like guys that have been around, done some good things on good teams, maybe later in their careers, but still know the game, can play at a good, consistent level, can bring some leadership, can buy into a culture. And so that has been one of the key things that I think has really helped us put ourselves over the top as far as a culture standpoint. Obviously Jaden going crazy and our defense stepping up has obviously helped, but I think it's part of the result of what we've been able to put together as far as the chemistry of our team and our coaching staff. Shout out to Josh Richards, Josh
Harris.
And Josh Harris, thanks. And Adam Peters putting ourselves together because it's been a great ride.
Austin, every time we've talked to you earlier in the season, it was just kind of a possibility that you guys would play in the playoffs, and you've been trying to work your way back to maybe be able to play if that were to be the case. Do you anticipate being able to go in a playoff game?
Hey, man, like this is one category it's tough to talk about just because you don't want to say something and something else happens. So it's kind of a week-to-week thing, unfortunately, right now is all I can really say on it, just so I can be in alignment with what is out there in the public. But my hope is, that I can get back and make more contributions to this team, hopefully soon.
I totally understand, because as you said, first of all, you probably don't even know really what's going to happen a couple weeks from now. But I guess there is a difference between you've shut it down for the season, or you just don't think you're going to get back, or there's still a possibility and you're still working toward that. And that's why I asked.
Yeah, exactly. That. And then, there's a lot of boxes that need to be checked with our concussion protocol and things like that. And, there's some independence that have to be put involved in that process. So you just don't really know. Like you can check all the boxes, feel fine, but you got to make sure that independent also is taking their time to do their due diligence, and they also feel comfortable with you getting back on the field. And so that's something that's out of my control. So it's the process. and that's the one I'm going to be going through, and that will tell me when I'm able to, get back on the field.
So correct me if I'm wrong. You are eligible, at least by the rules, to be back this weekend against Dallas, but it sounds like you still have all of those hurdles you're still trying to clear, yeah?
Well, I wouldn't say all of those hurdles. I mean, there's hurdles that have definitely been cleared. I've definitely been recovering. But yes, this is the first week that I'm eligible to come back. Absolutely.
For sure. Hoping to have you out there sooner rather than later. I know the team could use you for the stretch run. I know you're eager to get back out there.
No doubt.
Big picture as a running back, when you see what Saquon Barkley is doing, and he's on the cusp of breaking Eric Dickerson's single season rush record. One, how cool is it to see another running back doing that? And then the storyline of, also, I don't know if you know this, Philadelphia finishes against the Giants in week 18. How cool do you think that would be for Saquon to break that record against his former squad?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what an incredible story, and I'm so glad that they, have the clips of their GM talking about how, well, who's going to pay this guy, all that stuff. What a joke, first of all.
Yeah.
What an absolute joke. Look, I get it. Like, there's running backs, there's people at every position that are like okay players. You're not going to pay those people, but the people that are at the top of the game deserve to reset the market, and they deserve to reset the market because they are an impact player. I'm not saying every running back or every player is an impact player, but you push the envelope, you push the money towards the people that impact the game at a very high level, regardless of the position. So for them to sit there in that room and say, well, we don't think anyone's going to pay him, is an absolute joke in my opinion. And I'm glad that he's doing it. I hope he goes and crushes the record and actually blows it out of the water, against him. So that's my stance.
Only 100 yards away and against the former team, to your point, with that video out there. And we're only privy to that because of Hard Knocks. Like, you wonder how many conversations, like, that's what they were willing to say on camera.
Right. Exactly. So I don't want to get into it because I don't want to put myself, put a target on my back. But
I think your animus probably comes from, like, there is just this disrespect of the running back position and pay scale. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'd imagine that's a factor with you being a running back.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I think about it today, Austin. I just looked this up, actually. So I'll throw these numbers at you, and I want you to kind of continue. But the last several years, there have been about 4 and 5 players a year that rush for 1,000 yards. This year, right now, there's 14, and there's another 4, Joe Mixon, Chase Brown, James Cook, and Alvin Kamara, who are all over 950 with a week to go. Like, we could have 18 or more backs run for 1,000 this year when we've basically averaged 5 over the last several years.
Yeah, and so look, you're talking of, again, I'm talking importance of impact players, and there's a lot of impact players out there at every single position. And what do you usually typically see with impact players? Well, you see some type of push of money going into that category or into those people's into their pockets because they are an impact player. But for a position to get put down because of the position, not because of the impact of the player, is backwards in my mind. I think you should pay your impact players regardless of what position they play because they make a big impact on the game, not because, well, this is a running back, oh, we shouldn't pay him and actually we can get him cheaper because of that, not take into account your impact of the game. So, you even look at, I think Derrick Henry got caught into that. Like, this man has been on top of the rushing game for how long? And he signs an $8 million contract, like $8 million for Derrick Henry, for a guy who's going to be the top, who's always been consistent at, these past few years being the top of the league in rushing. Just a disgrace, in my opinion, and kind of really a backwards methodology of valuation of players, if you want my opinion. So,
Austin
glad
Eckler.
that Saquon's setting the new bar, and I think it's just up for more guys to continue to play at a high level. And I think it's just due time that we're going to get what we deserve.
Sorry for cutting you off there. On Grant and Danny with us on the Fan. IT Cadre question of the week, and you can see why we love having Austin on. He's passionate. He's got opinions, and he's got great insight and can kind of say it in a way that's relatable to those of us outside the league. One question I've got here that I like from Nolan for our IT Cadre Fan question of the week. He says, who is the best jokester or prankster in the locker room? You can take that wherever you want to.
we got a lot of personalities in the locker room. And that what comes with that is a lot of people that have their own sense of humor in their own way. We have this guy, I think he's on practice squad right now. Or maybe he's just a bubble guy for us. His name's Hefe, but he is the one who is always cracking jokes. I'm more of like a dad joke, dry humor, tap you on the opposite shoulder, make you look that way, gotcha, type of humor. So like, we got a bunch of different humors in our locker room. But I'll say I'm part of that conversation for sure for those that are kind of closer to me. And it's kind of people. There's so many of us, so you don't get humor that goes across like a whole 75 of us. It's kind of in pockets. And so I'm sure there's some other funny guys on the team that I'm just not aware of because I'm just kind of not in their section of the team right now. But no, it's a good time.
Well,
we have a good time.
So was the interview. So was the
Yes,
entire time chatting with you all season long. We look forward to another one next week and hopefully a run deep into the playoffs, watching you on the field.
Absolutely.
Austin, thank you so much.
Thanks,
we appreciate you and keep getting healthy.
Heck yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks, boys. You guys have a good night.
You got it. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Austin trying to get back. His first game he's eligible for is the Cowboys. But frankly, I don't need him for the Cowboys.
Right.
You've already clinched. There's really no reason for him to play in this game at all. I need him for the playoffs and for the Rams if he can get back. So that's got to be, not to put words in anybody's mouth, the plan here has got to be, all right, you've got a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Right? Let's see if we can get you back 2 weeks from now for a playoff game against the Rams.
And I don't want to speculate too much, but just based off of like his tone and demeanor, it seems like, he's progressing. I don't know if he's exactly where he expected to be maybe at this point, but like you said, it's not about Sunday. It's about a potential postseason run for Austin. And I think if they can get him back, obviously, huge benefit for Washington in the offense.
So this is sheer speculation.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that right out front. We don't know anything. We heard what you guys just heard.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he plays in the playoffs?
If I'm being honest, no. It sounded like if in the first playoff game, if they win one, maybe it gives you more of a chance, but he just sounded like someone that, is kind of, the process is tedious going through that impact stuff. And he, it's a lot to do. So I
agree.
I don't know.
I say no. To me, there's a couple ways you can answer it. And I think if you're hell-bent on either getting back, being back, or just like far enough along now where you're going to be back.
Yeah.
I think you say, yeah, I expect to play, or I'm doing everything, the plan is that I'll be out there. And he kind of at one point said that, but it was a lot more about the independent doctors. It's out of my hand. It's got to be frustrating for him because it isn't necessarily just his decision either.
Right.
But I would say.
This is the second one of the season.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And both were scary.
Yeah.
The first one was bad. The second one was worse.
Yeah. And I think the one, kind of period in that interview that got me was he was like, well, it's not all the hurdles. It's not all the hurdles that I have to clear. And I think that was room for, I'm not as far as away as you're making it seem, but I still have a little ways to go is kind of how
I mean, he listed several things that need to happen.
Right.
And I was like, so all of those things need to happen. He's like, well, some of them might have already happened. Okay.
Yeah, take your word for it. Yeah.
All right, let's get to Don't Forget About before we say goodbye on this Victory Monday. Linnell in for Danny, G&D on the Fan. Couple of minutes left and then overtime with Toby Altizer. We call it Tobertime. Don't forget, the Commanders haven't been an 11-win team since 91, and that shouldn't be taken for granted today. Don't forget they are a playoff team. They will get a playoff game likely in Los Angeles, possibly in Philadelphia. They'll be traveling a couple of weekends from now. And don't forget, they finished the season 7-2 at home with thrilling wins the last 2 weeks against the Eagles and the Falcons. One was a true walk-off, the other a near walk-off. They had a Hail Mary win at home. They had 3 20-plus wins at home as well. Just an amazing home slate in front of the locals and season ticket holders.
Awesome. Don't forget about big number 93, Virginia native John Allen. I thought he had a couple of nice pressures in his limited action last night. One of them leads to a Dorrance Armstrong sack. Like he was, Dante Fowler's sack, I believe. That was the strip sack, I believe, that he pressured him. That the John Allen's pressure caused that. I think he's going to be key for the stretch run, and the more snaps he gets, I think the better the defense is. I know some folks are going to say, well, early on in the season when the run defense was bad, he was playing a lot of snaps. It's different. They've changed things, and I think he'll be an impact player down the stretch.
And Allen pressure in the second half, the Dorrance Armstrong sack fumble that a Falcons lineman recovered. Don't forget about Jaden Daniels getting folded up like a chair.
I want to forget. I have to forget.
And just popping right up going, what are you guys so worried about? I don't understand.
He blew on me.
What do you mean PTSD? I don't even know what you guys are talking about. My knee's fine. I'm Gumby. 127 rushing yards later. The locals are in the win column. Playoff football.
Doesn't feel real.
Commanders fans. Second time in a decade. First time in my life, your life, Darius's life, Ryan's life, that we're old enough to celebrate 11 wins. Have yourself a Monday night. Let's go have a postseason, people.
Let's do it.
Thank you for coming.